from beneath the sand. Dance it with me, cause seems so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so far away.
We're not here, but then we
then
are.
we were.
Hello, everybody. Apparently, it was quite a time getting ready for this one today. We were running a little bit behind, and I'm messing with the entire world behind me. I'm going to stand here until I can fix that. Thank you for joining. My name's TJ,
I'm Coleman.
and he is slightly off screen
Don't
right
worry.
now, but
I'm not.
5 rounds of Modern. There's, I think, 27 or 28 people here tonight.
Yes.
It is going to be a blast of all blasts. Hello to Blue Dustin Encounter Guy, Dank Temptation, and UNR Nesto. You guys are amazing. First match up is going to be Nathan versus Mason.
Yep.
Now, I know what Mason is on, but do you know what Nathan is on?
Nathan could be on one of 3 decks.
Alright, now I'm going to guess that he's on his Blue Splash because
Yeah.
we were talking about that recently, and I did just recently post that list of his for his Kiki Cord Splash Blue, which is amazing, and on our Top Data account. And Mason, of course, always on the sweet Naya Zoo.
Yep.
And we'll see if he can break past his supposed curse of always mulliganing on the stream.
Yeah, well, I mean, every time he has a mulligan, he's won, so.
Exactly. So, we will say hellos. We're running a little bit behind. We'll
Yep.
answer questions and all kinds of stuff, but let's get on down so that we can get these players going. And it's going to be an amazing night. I
Yeah, it
cannot
really
tell
is.
you how excited I am.
I'm excited.
So many players. Let's have fun. See you down there.
You guys good to go whenever. Yeah.
Okay, so both players about to get going. They were able to do their shuffling and all of the sorts of things. Now, to J Deggs. I'm not sure if we've seen you before, so welcome, and I hope that you do enjoy the show. Apparently, I should be careful about these striped shirts. It's playing a little bit of havoc.
That's why I'm just going with the one color.
New job attire. Clearly, your casual is better than mine, so
Yep.
maybe I'll have to take a quick break. If it gets bad, I can just run out and grab a coat from my car. I've got one in there. To answer those 2 questions from Counter Guy, the job is amazing. Just to let you know. All right, so both players heading into their opening hands now. Let's see. Can you get a look at that hand? That looks like Blue Moon to me.
Ooh.
I think that's Blue Moon.
Well, I definitely see 3 different fetches. That's a Terminate. Oh, I think Nathan's on Mardu.
He's definitely on Mardu.
Oh,
That's it.
Mason didn't mulligan. You know he's got a good hand.
Oh, and unlocks it on Smiter. Okay, is it Mardu midrange?
I think so.
Oh man, that is amazing. Or, I don't think that Twitch lets me just take my shirt off, though. You know, to be fair, I am wearing a shirt underneath it, but it's maybe if I'm feeling saucy.
Yeah.
There's a white T-shirt underneath it. It's not the most exciting.
So Nathan being lame and not taking the Loxodon Smite.
No, going for the Boros Charm, and Mason following it up with a fetch line, which actually can tap for black mana right now. So hopefully Mason takes advantage of that.
Yep,
in the
maybe he's going to
rare
bump it
cases.
again.
You never know.
Yep.
I won't put it past him. This is Mason we're talking about. There's always something a little unusual in that deck. And, okay, I have no idea what we're looking at now.
I would assume it's there because it's the white fetch line.
It's possible. So we
I
have...
don't think Nathan has access to martial arts.
And this is just a pass from Nathan, and just keep a close eye on Nathan's hand. We're going to try and identify as
That's
much
a
as we
bolt.
can, but this does, with a Terminate and a Bolt, I have...
Looks like a Lingering Souls.
Okay, so this has to be a
Yeah.
Mardu deck, and I think you're right that that's just a white fetch, maybe working off of just the Khans fetches.
Yep, I think so.
Okay.
It's not the worst thing in the world to do.
No, not at all. Mason, looking at two lands, has a Knight of the Reliquary and a decent curve otherwise. But going for this tapped land is pretty interesting when we knew that he had a Flinthoof Boar in
Yeah.
hand.
Although he might be trying to save the board for next turn so he can give it haste.
It's possible, but when you have things like Lockstone Smiter and Knight of the Reliquary, I'd much be rather running those out, and it just feels more mana efficient to maybe go for the Flinthoof Boar, which will be the same functionally.
Yep.
Follow up with a 3-drop, and if you have a 4th land, then you can drop down a Wild Nacatl and a 3-drop, and it just allows you to do a lot more with that mana.
That's fair.
And, you know, he doesn't know what his opponent's on, but with what you've seen a Thoughtseize, and that tells me this deck is not fast. Just because that's what Thoughtseize kind of means to me.
Okay.
So I think that you are okay with taking the extra 2 damage to start presenting that really powerful curve.
Yeah, that's fair. I think he also might want to drop a 3/3 immediately. Because, well, Nacatl does have the, I guess, reputation of being really good against black decks.
That's true, but they are both 3/3s.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you're going to play one of them on turn 2, I think it's about functionally the same. I don't think that there's a whole lot of difference.
It's also possible he might think Nathan is on some version of Lantern with fetch lands.
It's possible.
Because I don't think he would have expected Lingering Souls.
And that is a Lingering Souls. That is going to be extremely good against this Zoo deck. Alright. Oh. Dang it. Sorry. Hopefully the Hentres, you caught me. You caught me. Hopefully it's fixed.
Yeah.
So this Lingering Soul is going to be very effective. Now we know that Mason is actually running in the main board a Bonfire of the Damned, which is going to be his most glorious possible out to this.
Or just attacking. Attacking is also a good one.
True, but I'm still a little bit thrown off because if I'm Mason, I might want to put out this Knight of the Reliquary. It's not large right now, but against 2 Lingering Souls, I'm not that threatened.
I think Mason might want to save the Knight because both of those are never going to be above 3/3s, where if you go later in the game, the Knight's going to be above a 3/3, and you get to save it from Bolt.
That's true. So maybe waiting for one more land because
Although the problem is you have discard spells.
And I was actually going to say that he really wants to get a Kessig, but it's already in his hand.
Yep.
So,
That's fair.
So that Kessig is going to be really nice for overrunning some number of these Lingering Souls. All right, and the 13th hour. I'm not sure what you mean by stream sniping, but
we're stream sniping ourselves. That's what the thing is.
What does that mean?
That means when you're playing online.
Bolt.
2 bolts. Okay.
This is my kind of play.
All right.
That is gloriously effective. So Mason, left with a pretty empty board, has 4 lands.
He gets to play this. Let's play this.
Yeah,
so
and going
it's
for
not
that Lockstone Smiter, it gives him I think it's just going for a 4/4 as opposed to a 3/3.
Well, I think he doesn't have the Knight anymore because he got discarded.
Oh, you're right. It did get discarded. So,
Yeah.
and plus a 4/4, pretty solid.
Yeah,
all
it's not
things
bad.
considered. Plus, it gets around that classic Mardu counter magic. I mean,
Dash hopes though.
so actually, he has another Lockstone Smiter, a Knight of the Reliquary in hand, and I think a Terminate going for it, and I think he'll be okay with that and just drop down another Lockstone
I
Smiter.
think I'd want to play the Knight that he just drew.
Okay, I like that, and it's still just a 3/3 currently, but
And then this way, if Nathan draws a discard spell, you can bolt something and then force him to take the other Smiter in his hand.
that's really solid because Nathan isn't aware that he drew that Smiter, as far as I know.
No,
So-
not at all.
Being able to possibly force into a free 4/4, I mean, that's always good, especially when you can make your opponent pay for it.
Okay, yeah, gonna go after the Wolf Run.
Mm-hmm. And I like that by Nathan because that's going to overrun anything that he's got going, and while it will make that Knight of the Reliquary bigger,
Probably should search for a land.
he probably should search for a land, but he didn't.
It's awkward.
And unless he really downgraded the number of basics, but he normally runs at least 3.
Yeah.
Tucker Colon, yes, that is my signature on that mountain. Thanks for reminding me. You'll notice it on one of his bolts too. So we have, I know, it's a Khazali Pride Mage. attacks for 5 with the Knight of the Reliquary, and that just gets blocked by a Spirit Token. Nathan, Mason's
fire
applying
off
a
that
decent amount of
bolt.
pressure, but Nathan just really seems like he's in control of this game, but he's running out of cards.
Yeah.
And he's felt in control for a good amount of this, but now that he's keeping back this Spirit Token, he's done nothing with the 5 mana available to him. It's a little bit concerning.
Yeah. I think I would have fired off this bolt on the end step, because I don't think you're going to have a better target for it.
Mm-hmm.
Although, this Boros Charm...
That Boros Charm is very good. And he's actually still got mana up for a bolt, so it's a little bit interesting that he's not going for the Spirit Token, but I can understand at least conserving that, because right now, he's not losing any cards by just continually applying pressure, and Nathan is at a disadvantage as far as cards go. And if you're Zoo, that's a pretty new realm to be in.
Yeah.
So, I think just holding on to that, it gives him a huge amount of reach for any kind of stabilizing that Nathan can do.
Get him. Just get him.
Oh, God. Oh.
Get him.
Oh. Not only does he get a Lockstone Spider, but he made him pay 2 for it. This is the exact equivalent of like, I'm going to build a 4/4 and make him pay for it. Oh my goodness. Rabid Mountain Goats, I have maintained that I will happily devalue anyone's property.
as we can tell from the match.
That is my policy. Really, I have no business signing people's cards because I'm not that well known, and I'm not. But if people want me to devalue their property, I'm always happy to. That was glorious by Mason, and that could not have gone better. I can't get. Like. My face is gonna hurt by the end of the night if it keeps going on like this, because that was amazing.
Clearly that's why you save the bolt. You make him think of a spell that you want to be. You don't discard it.
Oh man. So Nathan, probably gonna be going for a decent amount of board wipes. Really needs to assemble the role of the control player, and
timely reinforcement's gonna be a good one.
Timely reinforcement's gonna be really good, and I think he might just end up pulling out some of this hand disruption, and that is a huge amount of sideboard cards.
I don't know if I'd board in Leyline of Sanctity.
Tucker Cullen, I'm happy to. It's impossible to devalue. Oh, that's fantastic. It might be the only instance in which my signature can make something worth more.
Oh. Well, I'm sure if you, if you sign, a contract.
Now, Mason's going to be going for a pretty interesting sideboard choice.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be bringing in, I can almost guarantee it, a Bow of Nissa.
Bow of Nylea.
I'm sorry, a Bow of Nylea.
Yeah.
Which is glorious.
Yeah, it's going to be really good to get your 3/3s above Lightning Bolt range.
It gets him out of Lightning Bolt range. It can actually exile the Lingering Souls that is in the
yeah.
And it can take down those Lingering Souls or anything else that gets knocked out.
+1 counter on those guys.
Yeah, it can do all kinds of things. Kodiak, I will get you that photo today. Thank you for the reminder. Alright, search the city. Oh man, that's true. Am I going to sign the Tibbles I'm going to eat? No, I don't want to eat Sharpie. You know what? I'm not... I will say if you send a if you send a postage paid to send it back to you letter, sure. Well,
yeah, I'll do that. I'll sign
send
it too.
You send a request, and I'll get anybody. You put it, you request it. I'll do my best.
Yeah, yep. I will. If you need me, I'll sign whatever he signs. You can have both of us.
Oh man. I'm not nearly famous enough to be making these promises.
So you're Shia LaBeouf?
I'm gonna LaBeouf it.
No.
That's the key. I should just do it. All
just
right.
do it. Yeah.
The white dice used there. Can you get some of those? Honestly, we don't know where we got them. I got Dylan. I asked him where, and we couldn't find them again.
Yeah, I don't know where they.
We got one of each, and they are a complete mystery to us. So. To the 13th hour, what are the pricey cards in Naya Zoo? A lot of it has to do with their mana base.
Yeah, the mana base, Knight of the Reliquary is not the cheapest card in the world.
It's super cheap, but it's almost entirely mana, that deck.
Yeah, mostly.
I mean, you're looking at maybe a Tarkus Command if you're running that. That'll be a decent price tag of about $50, give or take. Or, I'm sorry, after you get all...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, getting the play set of them will be... And then, Path to Exile is, you know, a 2 of in there. Pretty much your sideboard might be slightly...
Depending on the version, Voice of Resurgence...
True, in the hard Naya versions...
Yeah, in the Naya company deck, you bung Goyf.
And I guess that's true. That is one thing I'm forgetting.
That's different than what Nick Mason's playing.
True, and I'm actually partial to the complete aggro version
Yeah,
Zoom, which actually doesn't even run the terminal.
You're not going to get me to say I'm not on the company version of it.
Right, and that one is definitely
Yeah.
going to want the Tarmogoyf. You can get by without it, however.
Yeah.
Any tips for a White Soldier Flicker deck?
The card Ghostway.
The card Ghostway is going to be very, very cool. And
Momentary Blink's a
also,
good one.
using some of the anthems, you could also go for a Night Tribal, which is going to help out a lot. First Strike can have a lot of incidental value in Modern.
Yep. Spears, spears have tips.
Spears. Oh, Doro. Oh, Doro. This is why we need a Doro Appreciation Day.
Just all puns.
But yeah, any tips for it? It's going to be problematic. It's not going to be
Yep.
tier 1, but if you're just looking to have fun, Honor the Peer is also going to be a really nice
Yep.
card for that. That's going to allow. But any kind of anthem effects that you want to really protect
even
yourself
Glorious
from a lot
Anthem.
of sweepers, because you don't have the same weaknesses as, say, Elf decks and their
Yep.
Pyroclasm without having the same explosiveness.
Yep.
So coming up with any kind of way to protect them over time is going to be pretty solid. Also, if you happen to be in Legacy, Umezawa's Jite.
Yeah, well, Jite is not fun to play against.
So Nathan going to be on the play
I think
now.
he has a leyline in his hand.
That leyline is going to be nice, but I hesitate to say incredible, but I would say
I
good.
think it's going to be okay at stopping Boros Charm to the face or Bolt to the face.
Yeah, stopping Boros Charm, Bolt, and
That's about it.
it kind of can stop a Tarkus Command as well.
Yeah.
And if he's running things like Bitter Blossom, I mean, Mason runs Dramoka's Command.
Oh, okay, there's that. It does
So-
stop Dramoka's command.
It has a little bit of value. I'm not sure if I would say that I would have brought it in, but I
Yeah.
can understand him bringing it in, definitely. And especially if I think it might have been a matter more if he had cards to take out, possibly.
Mhm.
Cards that he just didn't want in that matchup.
Yeah, the card you're thinking of is Eerie Interlude,
Yes.
which
and,
I'm actually really excited about. I love Ghostway, so.
all right, and Nathan revealing that Leyland as Mason is scrying. With Madness coming back, will Sakatog make a comeback?
Psychotog's not actually modern legal.
Maybe in the only format it's legal in, which is
Which is Legacy.
Legacy, but it would
I
certainly...
want Psychotog to be legal, but I don't think...
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Seraphir is making a good point. A Tarkus Command is actually each opponent. I'm a burn player, and I
Ooh.
spaced on that. So, an Inquisition, and that
Taking a
is...
Sulfur Elemental.
That is 5 lands and a Sulfur Elemental. Oh my goodness. So, let's get that Sulfur Elemental up, because I'm pretty sure that Mason kept that hand only because of that card. Well, granted, when you have, 5 other lands, you don't have a whole lot else to keep it for.
Yeah, when your opponent played Lingering Souls, I mean, the card's good against Lingering Souls.
3 mana flash, split second, white creatures get +1, -1. Mostly there to beat Lingering
Lingering
Souls,
Souls, yeah.
which is pretty solid.
I think the last time I saw that was in one of my friend's Rug Delver boards in Legacy to beat Death and Taxes.
Dutch asking why would Mason keep that? I kind of have the same opinion.
Yeah.
May have assumed that Nathan would side out some of that hand destruction.
No, because he knew Nathan would make him discard a card, and that way you can say, "Look what I drew off the top, man."
It does enable saying, "Look what I drew off the top."
Yep.
But I'm still very I can't really agree with the decision.
I wouldn't have kept that hand either. But
There is the very real factor that he may have just made that decision so that he wouldn't be mulliganing again.
that's also fair.
And unfortunately, that just sometimes happens.
And if Nathan didn't have the discard spell, it would have been really good because he played a Lingering Souls.
Yeah, and that is a Lingering Souls from Nathan. He's going to flash that back, and it's going to be really good for just getting an incidental value. With Mason having so many lands in hand, it's going to be extremely hard for him to beat any...
Oh, Scavenging Ooze isn't bad.
And actually, that's going to eat the other Lingering Souls, which is going to be
Beat the
really nice.
flashback.
But it's still going to be problematic for him to really get more... a 2-for-1 is still going to be very good when Mason is basically struggling to
Is this
just
a
get
Kalitas?
1-for-1s.
No, you can't cast Kalitas yet.
Which would be glorious, though.
Oh, that's an Ajani Vengeance.
Ooh, and a Johnny Vengeance? I would probably point it right at that Scavenger
Yeah, I
Ooze
would
now,
definitely kill the Scavenger
knowing
Ooze.
that there's such a high density of lands in hand.
I think what he might be thinking is keeping a land tapped.
Mm-hmm. But when you know that he has so many and his curve stops at that point, it strikes me as a little bit odd, because you know that he's got 2 more lands, and 3 mana is all that he needs to function.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have done that.
So he may just be going under the assumption that there's, maybe one creature in, so he's still going to be able to kill it next turn if he wants to. And that's going to enable a double Helix. But I'm still a little bit hesitant. As the Blue Moon guy here tonight, well, one of them's playing Mardu mid-range, and the other one is not, I believe. But there's, about 28 people out there, so
there are a lot of people here. Hopefully
right.
Mason does not try to Helix, because he will not be able to.
Helix the
Ajani, because you have to Helix Nathan, and then you redirect the damage.
Correct.
Yep.
Which is it's one of the few times that's relevant, but when you're playing the Leyline of Sanctity and those Planeswalkers, it gives them a huge amount of value.
Yep.
So, alright. What about some bombardment? I don't think that Joe's here tonight, but he might be. He's always down. I'm going to try and convince him to get that deck going again, and possibly Relentless Dead might inspire him to get the modern version up again.
That card is very good.
That card is, at least at modern and
has
below,
a lot of potential.
I'm not convinced about it in Legacy. I talked to Joe about it, and apparently the mana cost is a little prohibitive to him.
Black?
Well, no, of the abilities.
Oh, the ability. Okay.
Right, so this is Johnny ticking up and just going to keep that Scavenging Ooze down. Enables him to swing with this Lingering Souls, which is actually, unless he's got some removal in hand, almost a little bit risky on his part.
It's a bold attack since, Mason's playing Flinthoof Boar
and apparently a Flash 3-2 that's going to kill it.
Sulfur Elemental.
Do I think there's any synergy between Ajani Vengeance and New Nahiri? I think that they would take up the same slot in the deck, but cannot.
Good.
So Mason about to learn that rule the hard way, unfortunately. So gonna take down the Lingering Souls token, gain 3 life, goes up to 19, but that's not the ideal use. And it looks like Mason has got another 3 lanes in hand.
Yeah.
So
he does have a Wolf Run, which is not a bad one, but
draws the bolt, which isn't going to be able to hit anything. This is unfortunate. Man. So right now Nathan is in pretty complete control of this game with a very weird board state to have such a commanding position. But he's almost close to ulting this Ajani against a player that has nothing but lands in play.
No, he's got Scavenging Ooze.
He's got a Scavenging Ooze. Sure, let's give him a little bit of bump. But Mason really just looking. I mean, what cards can dig him out of this? Because
Flinthoof Boar?
Flinthoof Boar for haste would at least buy him some time.
If he's playing Collected Company.
Okay.
That card would be good here. Bonfire wouldn't, because you still have to target Nathan.
Yes, a Bonfire, pretty bad. And if he didn't sideboard it out, that's going to be a pretty dead draw. Let's see.
Pithing Needle?
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Let's see. I can't imagine what else is going to be super effective. So has a Fleece main line. He's going to be able to actually give that Hexproof next turn, which is going to do a decent amount.
He's going to be at 21.
No, he was at 16, went up to 19, and then fetched.
Okay, but okay.
Yeah, he was at 16, got up to 19, and then went for a fetch with that Wooded Foothills. So he went down to 18.
Okay.
And we've got Nathan, who's going for what appears to be a Lightning Helix off of a Shock. So going up to 19, both players dropping a Helix, but Nathan in a very positive position.
Yep.
Mason still,
the Ultimate's only 2 turns away.
Just has the bolt. That's not hitting anything on the board, and anything that Nathan plays, I'm not that worried about it getting hit with a bolt when I have an Ajani Ultimate happening. So plus in that, and he almost just doesn't need to do anything.
I'm gonna make it a 4/4, sure.
Okay, so he's gonna gain some life off of it, and that's gonna put him up 20. To 20, which,
I mean, he's got to be winning. He's ahead on life right now, right?
Right. Sometimes I'm just trying to think of what he can draw to really dig him out of this situation, and that will be okay. It's gonna prevent this ult, but there's a decent shot that Nathan is keeping some kind of removal on.
Yeah, he's got 1 card in hand.
Yeah. So a Terminate, very good. And I think this is where we are going to find out. The fact that he has this Kessig Wolf Run means that down the line, if one of them is able to attack, though, that's going to start applying a decent amount of pressure.
He's got it.
And there is...
Gotta go for the throat.
Interesting choice.
Alright.
Okay, so he's going to keep that, and, I mean, it's up to Nathan right now. If I'm Nathan, I'm going to plus again.
Yeah.
I'm going to plus again.
I want to keep this around as long as possible.
Yeah. So, I mean, going for it just means that now he's going to be able to start swinging for 4. Now, if he draws the perfect removal spell or something like that, there will be a lot more reason for him, if he gets any kind of card advantage engine going, to actually hit Mason's lands, because that's going to keep him from doing a lot. But, you know, if he ends up going for a dead draw, I'm okay with plusing another turn. The odds of him getting another hasty creature, pretty low.
Yep. I think just 1/4.
It is just 1/4, and I don't think that it's even a 4 in this deck.
Okay.
I think that it's a 2 of. At least that's what I would even assume.
Yeah.
So, if I'm Nathan, I'm looking to plus this, and and just keeping 1 card in hand, which I can definitely get behind, because if you're able to plus that, and if you end up getting any kind of removal,
I was gonna say, and not to mention, if he blows up all lands, that Scavenging is still a 5/5.
That Scavenging is still 5/5, and I'm not very keen on letting that start
index.
swinging at me.
Yeah.
So, we can talk about Opal getting banned in a bit, but I definitely don't think it's happening in the next unban because they have 0 data on the meta, except that Eldrazi is good.
I mean, I think that card's probably worthy of getting banned at some point, but not now.
Yeah. So, maybe one day. I don't think that the time for that discussion is now, because we have 0 data on any actual kind of meta, especially what's going to exist afterwards.
Yep.
So, Liliana going for the minus?
Minus, yep.
And that's going to clear that out? And
I would assume that he's just going to -7.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
So,
blow up all of your lands.
And with Mason having 2 cards in 3, maybe? He might still have 1 land in hand that he was trying to slow roll.
Yeah.
But the fact that having a Bolt, which he can't hit any of those, a Lightning Helix, which can't hit any of those, he is in such a good position right now.
Yeah.
Especially with this discard engine.
And the land, he's going to keep the land tapped too.
Yeah. And with the Liliana discard engine, if there's any, I mean, he can cast anything that he wants from his hand. Is this a Bloodbaron? It's a mom and pop Thopter shop. Yeah. Oh man. And I think that this game is shut out.
Yeah. I mean, can't imagine.
It was mostly shut out earlier, but this is beyond any kind of situation in which I can imagine him making a comeback.
You know, we actually have Thopters, Nathan.
Yeah, I don't want to look for them.
All right.
Yep, Rabbit Mountain Goats, you know what you have to do now.
That's true. Ban the Ravager or Plating out of offensive Opal. I have to agree. I mean, I will say this. If they ban those, the deck will still exist. If they ban Mox Opal, the deck will not exist.
I don't know. We don't need to talk about this now.
We don't need to talk about it. But if you do want the deck to continue surviving, you hit one of those two big the two big enablers of the synergy.
Yeah.
Because hitting Mox Opal, it becomes worse than every other. That's the biggest edge that Affinity has.
Yeah.
So, all right. So,
I drew a Shambling Vent. It's gonna speed up the clock.
Speed up the clock.
I think I would have kept that in my hand. That way I could discard it to the Liliana.
I think the interesting part is that Mason, he has a Bolt right now, and if I'm Mason, I'm just going to fire this off now.
Oh, yeah.
Keep him from getting in anything. Probably take down the Piankir and Nalar.
Yeah.
But at that point, if you're Nathan, are you going to throw both Thopters at and then just start going into the Shambling Vents, get another 4 damage in there?
I think I would.
Because if he's going to fetch and shock himself down to 10, you can get him down to 6, and that's 3 swings away. Otherwise...
And then you can...
actually, he's
you can minus on the Ajani.
He's 2 swings away, though, if he goes for a Bolt on the Piankir and Nalar. Or, I'm sorry, it is still 3 swings.
Yeah.
It's 3 swings with life gain, so yeah, he's going to go for that Bolt now.
It's what, 1, 2, 4...
Okay. So...
7 damage next turn?
Doro, I agree that Affinity existed far before Mox Opal, but not in Modern. Which is different.
Well, you haven't seen Modern Affinity without Mox Opal.
I played it. I built it when I didn't have Mox Opals. So I have.
Yeah. Sure.
It was fun, but it was not good. Alright. Right? You weren't prepared for that answer.
You got me. I wasn't prepared.
Alright, so has a Shambling Vents and 2 Thopters. This is Johnny's Pride Mate still. Okay, so just
should have Boros trimmed himself on the way out.
I mean, because having that Ajani's, even having the Ajani Vengeance means that he has the win.
Yeah.
Even after all those blocks. So there is already all kinds of solid happening, and we're heading into a game 3. Okay. I'll tell you what, if they ban Mox Opal and give me artifact lands, we'll talk.
How about they give you artifact lands at the unbanned birthing pod?
No.
Artifact for artifact, right?
Oh, no. Okay, so heading into a game 3, Mason on the play. How do you feel about Mason's odds in this one?
Well, I did not expect a Johnny Vengeant to literally wipe his entire board. That being said, I still think I'd pick Mason right here. His threats are just... Nathan can trade 1-for-1, and Mason has the ability to go bigger.
Okay. See, I think I'm actually going to take Nathan in this one because of the power of Lingering Souls, and also we saw both Damnation and Timely Reinforcements out of Nathan, and the amount of just X for 1 that those 3 cards alone provide.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is I think, going to be a pretty big game changer, so if he's able to resolve one of those 3 spells, I think that's going to make a big impact on the game.
Yeah, I mean, Mason having access to Wolf Run, that's also a big deal because he can turn each one of his threats into you need to kill this or you're going to die.
That's true. Yeah. So Mason, I do think that his big priority is going to be going wide early on.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, the only problem is that it does put him at risk of a lot of those haymakers, but I think he's in a position where he just needs to deal as much damage as soon as possible, and then really hope for no ley line and rely on that Boros Charm, Bolt, and Lightning Helix to get the final reach of the game.
Yeah, and as we saw game 2, the ley line was really good, protecting your planeswalkers from burn.
Okay, and timely walking. Let's see what question that you had. Zombardment? No, I don't think that Joe is playing Zombardment. I'm not sure if Joe is out there at the moment.
I don't think he is. I didn't see him earlier.
It was a possibility. I was talking to him earlier, so we'll see. You know what I should do is I should make a post saying that we're streaming right now on Twitch.
On the
Come
old
hang
Twitters.
out. Tell me what reasonable hashtag I should put into this. And if it's reasonable, then I will definitely do it.
Always hashtag hash browns.
Hashtag hash browns. I like it, but so if they tell me that one, I'm open to it. All right. So I totally forgot to do that because we were just trying to take care of everything right beforehand.
Oh, we were reminiscing about Pod because I can do that.
I mean, I like reminiscing about formats that exist.
Yeah, I mean, modern no ban lists exist, right?
That's true. That's certainly true. Alfred is love. Welcome back, and hello to anybody who is just joining. I guess we should say a quick hello to everybody. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. It is a blast hanging out with you guys. I hope that you are all having a great night.
Yep.
It's going to be 5 rounds. There's a huge group of people out there. I'm pretty excited about it all.
Hey, look at that. You've entered the match.
So, and a basic mountain comes into play. All right.
I don't think Mason actually mulliganed, so...
No, and that basic mountain, you know, it seems like an odd choice to go for first, especially with no early play. I'm going to guess that a Temple Garden is coming down next turn, but even then I would have expected the Temple Garden tapped coming in.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, your life total is something you don't need to super worry about based on that game too, but it is something you need to worry about a little bit.
Definitely. So, a fetch from Nathan, and Mason just passing back again.
Is he have a Ray of Revelation?
You know, it's possible, but I can't imagine. Must have just sideboarded that, really prioritizing the Leyline of Sanctity. But I'm still... I'm not convinced that that is the right choice from Mason either to play around that card so heavily, when my priority would be, you know, you can't hit those things, but make sure that you keep the board clear and just keep getting in there. So they still do have a little bit of value. I'd be more likely to take out the Boros Charms than I would be to add Ray of Revelation.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Boros Charm's still not a deck card because you can make all your permanents indestructible. Which I was really hoping to see in response to the Johnny Ultimate.
I mean, it would have been beautiful.
Yeah, I would have made my day.
Definitely. Okay. That's true. We do have a modern GPT this Saturday. Thoughtseize, thanks.
Yeah.
Neat. I guess. Alright, so...
Although, I guess it's interesting that Nathan kept the Lilianas in that second game since you know he saw Lockstone Smiter.
Yeah, definitely a pretty bold choice. I think that he may have just kept a small amount of the removal suite, but it makes me curious about what he took out, because against a deck that goes so early like Zoo, I would have maybe... I wouldn't have prioritized as much of the hand disruption. And here is the Bow of Nylea. This is actually going to be a very sweet card.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Nathan is in colors that don't have a lot of enchantment destruction,
Yep.
all things considered. So this bow...
He does have access to wear and tear.
It does have access to wear and tear.
He brought it in, which I don't know why he would bring in.
I very much doubt it. So
Yeah.
attacking creatures you control have Death Touch. Not going to do a whole lot here. But 2 and tap it. Choose 1, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. Deal 2 damage to a creature with flying. Gain 3 life. Or put 4 cards from your graveyard on the bottom of your library.
Yep.
All 4 of those. Pretty solid.
They're not bad.
They're not bad. Is Peter playing tonight? Yes, he is. Oh, apparently they like you too.
Oh, thank you.
So this bow is going to be a pretty nice engine. If he doesn't have a creature, he's able to gain 3 life.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. If he
So
just,
Mason has the Sulfur Elemental in his hand.
so this is, I mean, it's pretty.
It's funny.
I just can't handle it sometimes. Mason runs a lot of weird sideboard cards,
Yeah.
and I think this might be the time in which just they came together in exactly the way that they needed to. And there is a hard-casted Leyland of Sanctity.
You should definitely put the oh yeah.
I mean, we got it with the Ray
that's
of
why you
Revelation.
got him, right?
So that is true. I can definitely get behind it. So Stranger Ranger, hello. Seraphir, we can definitely try. And Rabid Mountain Goats, I'm not sure if we have Delver, but I do know that there were some Delver players in the room as
There
to
might
whether or
have been
not.
one. I'm not sure.
True. I do know that Storm's in here finally. I know that someone's always asking about Storm.
Yep.
We finally got it. Can we suggest a huge soldier for the back end of your soldier deck? Yeah, the one that's coming out in Shadows over Innistrad. It is glorious.
Thalia's Lieutenant.
Thalia's Lieutenant is going to be
But,
sweet.
Like Captain of the Watch is a good one.
Captain of the Watch is very good. Alright. So, we have a Flinthoof board coming out. Oddly enough, tapped in a way as to not give it haste. I think he's really signaling a
gave
path.
it haste. I think he gave haste.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure why I was like, tapping 3 mana,
Yeah.
that's reasonable.
Although, it's funny because if Mason had I know Mason has a Bolt in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
If he had a Sacred Vendor instead of that Temple Garden.
Can we get Lantern on stream if they make it to the finals, or if they're up against a deck that's actually pretty interesting to watch? I love Lantern Control, but I will definitely admit that it is hard to watch and hard to talk about.
Mason should definitely put a +1/+1 counter on this.
Alright. Yeah, a +1/+1 counter would put it exactly out of range. He's got the mana up, and he would still have... And I think that's what he's going for.
Yeah, he's definitely. He
So-
should do that.
This
Yep.
is going to be super cool. Alright. So, goes for the plus. Nathan, that bolt just basically made ineffective, and if he has to use the Terminate on here, that is
Yeah.
a feel bad.
That's
And-
the Bow of Nylea has already done what it needed.
Turning a Flinthoof board into requiring a 2-for-1, and actually going for
Okay.
a Helix, it's going to do a little bit.
Yep.
And it's going to gain him 3 life, so it's not going to have its biggest effect, but making him spend 3 cards on a single Flinthoof
It's certainly
board,
not bad.
it's certainly not bad.
Yeah.
And the fact that Mason able to keep pace as far as gaining life, going to be able to recycle some of those cards from his graveyard if he ever
crackling
hits that
gun?
point. I would not be surprised. It's likely in a sideboard for
Yeah.
Boggles, and it ends up being very effective against things like
Mhm.
Knight of the Reliquary, Locks
Yeah.
on Smiter, and just some of those other cards.
Although this
will apply
Liliana,
pressure.
if he goes for it, is going to end really, really badly for Nathan, since Mason does have a Lockstone Spiner in his hand.
I think you're right, and I think we are going to see a plus with this Liliana, and I think that is going to mean, and
Yep.
that is.
Should always board out Liliana.
Yeah, and the way
against-
that Nathan tapped, he doesn't have that Terminate mana up, and
Yep.
he has a Terminate in hand, but he didn't
Yep.
leave up the black mana. So I think he was trying to keep up.
Yeah, if I'm Mason, I don't fire off the bolt here.
No, if you've got the win, then take the win. And
Yeah.
if you can beat a Liliana, Mason is perfectly on pace for what he wants to be doing in this
Yeah,
game.
definitely. You should just
Kill
kill
the
the
Liliana.
Liliana and
Keep the bow. That's like you don't need the
Oh,
plus
yeah,
1/+1 counter.
path.
Okay. And that path is going to be very effective, so it gives him a little bit of an out. I still would have liked to see... And actually, it looks like that Terminate might be gone out of hand. So I think he might have discarded that to the
discarded
Liliana.
a Leyland.
Interesting. Huh. Okay. Siege Rhino, happy birthday.
Yep.
Happy birthday, Siege Rhino. Everybody tell Siege Rhino happy birthday. It's their birthday. That's
Yep.
kind of exciting.
It's really cool.
Maybe a dangerous precedent to set, but hey. And going for that bolt in the Liliana, maybe a little bit
Just the
early.
double bolt.
Okay. But Nathan only 2 cards in hand. Mason also left with 2 cards in hand. Maybe just wants to hit that parity. Has the Sulfur Elemental, which he can flash in at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
And this bow is providing actually a
That's a
pretty
Batter's Goal.
large amount of card advantage. But I mean, this path in hand, that is, it's going to help. It's not going to do great, but I think between the path, having that Sulfur Elemental, and also this Bow of Nylea is not going to be useless.
Yep.
So
And then, I would definitely flash in this Sulfur Elemental.
mm-hmm.
You want to use as much mana per turn as possible.
Oh, and unfortunately you can't respond to the trigger takedown that turn.
Yeah.
But
That's unfortunate.
no, and of course it's also a black creature, so you're not going to be able to shrink it that way.
Yeah.
But I like going for this. You get a 3/2, and it just provides a decent amount of value. You can start putting the +1/+1 counters on it if
Yep.
needed. You can also just gain 3 life, and granted, that's not the race situation that you want to be in, dealing 3 damage while he gains 4 and you take 1 damage per turn.
Yep.
But if he's able to at least continue accelerating, and that Grim Lawmancer's,
Grimmancer's not bad.
it's not bad.
I don't think I would path it now.
No, I think I would wait until... The only reason why I think he's going for that now is to be able to get aggressive this turn and put him down to 15.
Yeah, I think you might be getting a little too aggressive.
Maybe, but I do like the idea of swinging in first. It does mean
Yeah.
that he is still going to have to spend pretty close to the same amount of energy over time. It's still not going to be hitting the board until the turn after Nathan's next. The biggest thing is that maybe he would have spent his mana pre-combat, but I think that that's unlikely as well.
Yeah.
And it lets you get an extra 3 damage.
The Bow of Nylea and Grim Lavamancer are not really a combo together.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you should really... I think you would have wanted to put a +1 counter right now.
And hello to Quest Beaver. Thanks for joining us. I'm glad you enjoy. I know, what a great name, right?
Yeah.
I can't. Some of the usernames in here are just brilliant. I can't believe we're at 72 people in round 1. This
Wow.
is happy birthday, Seedrunner. Have a good night.
Yeah.
This is beyond everything that I ever even dreamed of. So this is super cool. Thank you to everybody for joining. If you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow
Yeah,
button.
definitely.
We'll introduce ourselves a little bit better as soon as we get in between around here, because we did have to start fairly quickly. All right.
No, I guess Sulfur Elemental is one of those cards that I always assume has flying, even though I know it doesn't.
Yeah, and going for the Terminate on this Grim Lavamancer. Now, Brandon made a good point, which is that before fetching, probably should have used the Bow of Nylea to shuffle in those 2 bolts.
Yeah.
And maybe get in, he'd also would have been able to get, at least some of those creatures.
Right.
And that would have really done a nice job of
Yeah,
enabling more of
Mason
that
was
threat
locked into
density.
putting a +1 counter on it. He should have probably done it on his own turn.
Mm-hmm. Alright, and gets the +1/+1. We're going to swing for 4. And, until Nathan does something
I
else,
think he has a Crackling Doom, but even so, I don't really think it matters.
yeah, so that's going to deal 2 damage to Mason. It adds a little bit of pressure,
Yeah.
but, dealing 2 damage when Mason has the capability of gaining 2 life. Or, I'm sorry, gaining 3 life.
Ooh, okay. I thought it was a Pride Mage.
Yeah, and if this survives for a turn, this is going to be a win condition.
Yeah.
Next turn, that becomes hexproof and indestructible, and that's after it already becomes...
Although if Nathan draws a land, he can pick up the Batter's Skull and recast it.
he can pick up the Batter's Skull and recast it, but that's not going to end this Fleeceman. He's going to put a +1/+1 counter, and then he's going to activate the Fleeceman. That's going to be a 5/5 indestructible
Yeah.
hexproof,
Yep.
and that's going to outclass that Batter's Skull in every way.
Yeah.
So, I guess maybe not in lifelink, but... if you've got a 5/5 and you're trying to race them, you're winning the race.
Yeah. Although the lifelink on the Batter's Skull. is-
True. But continually putting that +1/+1 counter onto the Bow of Nylea, or gaining some of that life back to where you're both taking 1 damage. And I think Mason is in more of a position of applying additional threats to the board. And then anything that Nathan has as far as board wipes, well, it's still not going to take care of that Fleeceman line.
And then Nathan
So-
should have the Germ.
So I think this Fleeceman line is in a very solid position to take this game over,
Yeah.
now that Nathan is empty-handed.
Yeah, that's fair.
So this, I think, is going to be the
Then-
biggest thing that affects this match.
And if I was Mason, I would instantly slam the Monstrosity right now.
I think that I would maybe wait for him to block, just trying to lure in a block, because if
Yeah,
Nathan
I
doesn't
don't-
read the card,
I don't think he's after blocking this.
no, I have to agree. The only thing that we could...
14. yeah.
And yep, this is going to be the Monstrosity. That's going to become monstrous,
5/5.
and that is very impressive. So knocking him down to 9, and next turn he has the capability of, if Nathan gets aggressive, he can then swing in with the Flint Hoof board.
Well, I mean, he's
and
going to get aggressive because Batter's Skull has vigilance.
Right. But you know, that's going to gain Mason. You
It's
know,
an expedition stomping ground. That's the foil land.
Okay. So now Mason able to swing in with a hasty Flinthoof Boar, and also has the ability to just slap a Bow of Nylea +1/+1 counter on it to force it into a trading position with this Batterskull.
Well, I mean, all of his attacking creatures have Death Touch.
Or
So it already will trade.
Or okay. So getting aggressive here, and
Just with that one.
interesting. So getting surprisingly defensive, but I think that we're about to see him block and maybe make the mistake of forgetting about that attacking creatures have Death Touch.
I
But
mean, I still think I'd block. You gain 4 life. You pick up the Batterskull. You trade with a guy.
yeah, and if he can just keep replaying this every turn, eventually, and actually he's going for it. And you know, I think they were going to trade it anyway, so he's still going to lose this Flinthoof Boar. Granted, his only other turn is a Wild Nacatl, but then he could have started putting, say, those +1/+1 counters.
You can
onto
still
the
play the Wild Nacatl.
Exactly, and I think that I would have preferred using the 2 mana onto the Wild Nacatl, gaining 3 life. It would have prevented that from dying.
Yep.
So, just situations like that, I think would have been preferable.
Yep.
So,
A lot of cards have a lot of text on them.
a lot of cards have a lot of text.
Yep.
You're not wrong. So,
Fulminator.
Fulminator Mage going to be decent, not incredible at this point in the game. It's mostly going to, I think it's going
Mason
to
never
sit
draws
there.
a Wolf Run.
Yeah, I think it's going to be mostly there to block until a Wolf Run comes out. Or any kind of those utility. I think he runs the also the one that gives it +2/+0.
Slayer Stronghold.
Yeah. So,
Block sack. Probably target the Temple Garden.
looks like going for one of the Stomping Grounds, which does seem a little bit unusual. I might have gone for the Temple Garden just to reduce the number of white mana.
Yeah.
But I don't think that, you know, he has enough white mana for it to be a concern of yours with him only a single card in hand. So I think mostly at that point it was pick your poison.
Yeah.
You know. So Nathan in a pretty decent position at the moment. And looks like going to be
Oh, he's gonna
gaining
gain
3. So going up to
To
11.
then to 7.
Yep. And that's going to put him
Nathan
up to
down
21. So Mason definitely in trouble, and this Batterskull has just been a huge part of this. So I maybe believed in that Fleece main line a little bit too much. There were possibly some lines that Mason could have taken that would have been a little bit more ideal.
Maybe.
But all things considered, just the ability to continually bring back this Batterskull with Mason having no way to deal with it really needs to get into a Kazala Prime Mage.
Yeah. And I don't think Prime Mage is even that good anymore.
A Prime Mage at least hits the Batterskull.
Yeah, it'll hit the Batterskull until he returns it to his hand.
True, but if you can tempt him into doing... Oh, and actually that...
Vault?
That Vault is going to at least be decent.
Yeah.
Maybe not incredible, but decent. So, putting a +1/+1 counter.
He's probably going to gain 3 life.
Okay, yeah, looks like it.
Although, he drew a Boros Charm.
And, you know, the Borstrom just not going to do a whole lot. I mean, it can give his creature double strike and he could swing for 12, but that's just not a whole lot when the downside to that is a huge backswing from this Batterskull along with the
Task.
Vault
Oh, okay. I thought it was a Tasker for a second.
And I think we're just going to see Mason drop down. So probably going to go for the 4 damage to the face right now. I mean, knocks him down to a lowly 17.
2 lands. Okay.
And did you see what lands that they were?
I think
were they utility at all?
no.
Okay.
It's Wooded Foothills and a Sacred Foundry.
Okay. So Nathan definitely in a decent position at this point. So
okay.
looks
the
like
old, jump attack.
Yep. Going for the block, bringing it back, and recasting it as his
now
turn.
here's where
This is exactly where you want the Kazala Prime Mage.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I don't think I would have attacked there.
Taking it off the top, pretty much. And
oh, hey, that Wolf Run not going to be that bad now.
it's not going to be awful, only because he can attack and at least, you know, I mean, it's not great, unfortunately.
You do get the Death Touch Trample interaction.
You do get the Death Touch Trample interaction. Now, it's a matter of Mason recognizing that, because right now, attacking would at least hit board parity, and that's if he can convince Nathan to not attack this turn, or at least to just block and then put a +1/+1 counter onto this, then he's going to start actually equalizing out with this Batterskull.
Yeah.
And especially with it being hexproof, it's
Although
not
Nathan does have a Ghost Quarter, so I mean, you just gotta make everything a little lame.
Yep. And unfortunately, I'm actually hesitant to believe that even Mason realizes that interaction, just because we saw him earlier not realize the attacking
Yeah.
trigger for his Flint Hoof Boar, so he may not even be looking at that left.
He has an opportunity to fetch here too, and he's not doing it.
Mm-hmm. So,
He doesn't have any more basics to search. He's only playing 3 basics.
I think he might only be playing 3 basics. That is much more
Did
in
he draw a
line.
bonfire?
It's possible, but the fact that he didn't.
Well, he hasn't actually. Oh, okay.
Okay, no, that is a lot. That is a lot sense matter. If it was a bonfire, then I would have really expected the miracle trigger to happen. But I think
Well, the way he was drawing it, I assumed, because it hadn't actually hit his hand yet.
now, if I'm Mason, one thing, it's a small point.
Yeah.
But keeping the 2 cards that you know are lands to the side when you draw your card and then playing your card without even looking at your hand
Yeah.
is. If I'm Nathan, I know he has 2 lands. I'm not worried about it. I'm not thinking removal. I'm
Yeah.
not thinking maybe.
Well, you've already Inquisitioned him in some 2 lands.
Oh, okay, that's true.
So-
Okay, so that Inquisition at least gave him that information. So it's.
Although if I was Mason, I would have played the fetch land by now. 'Cause-
Especially because you have that Bow of Nylea
Yeah.
to shuffle in a lot of those cards that you really. I mean, shuffling back in the Kessid Wolf run alone could end up changing this game.
This is going to be a good one.
And I
Although the
think-
2 Thopters aren't really going to do much. They can kill one of the 2 Thopters.
I'm a little bit surprised that Nathan didn't actually throw that at him.
Yeah.
So
Ooh,
this locks
there
on
it is.
and actually gets the bonfire for
For
4.
4?
That's actually wiping every creature on the board.
Yeah.
I can't handle it. So deals
Wow.
2 damage, puts him down to 4. That is amazing.
And then Mason's not really getting paid off for his for not playing the fetch lands. What, 9 damage?
He's down to what? Remind them about the bonfire damage,
Hold on.
which he should be at 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my goodness! I can't handle it.
Flailing arms.
I always question the bonfire, and then every time he gets on stream, he proves me like, well, okay, there's a reason to be running that card.
Yeah.
You win
he
this
can actually
round.
cast this perfecting.
And a timely reinforcements right after it.
I think he's been holding on to the timely for like 10 turns.
And, I mean, the timely, funnily enough, that attack put him in range of the timely reinforcements
Yeah.
for both effects.
So
So,
he's equipping Batter Skull.
there's soldier tokens.
Should have soldiers. Okay. Just making sure you need soldiers.
Oh, man. So, grabbing the soldiers.
Not really sure I'd call it timely if he's just now making good of it, but it's definitely a card.
As far as when to cast it, this is the time. And that's
Scavenging isn't bad.
It's not bad. And
No.
that's about the most that we can say about it, all
Yeah,
things
it's not
considered.
bad.
But facing down this huge soldier, I mean, that's a 5/5 soldier, but Mason is still in trouble. But all things considered, they might be on turns very shortly.
Yeah.
And actually, we might see a draw between Mardu midrange and Nyazu, which is something that I would never
As soon
expect.
as that Batter Skull came down, I figured Nathan would win the game not close.
Yeah, so this is that a fleece main? Yes, that is
Yeah.
a monstrous fleece main, and turns just happened. So, turn
Nathan is
0,
turn 0.
now in play. Oh, man.
Oh. This game is just bizarre.
All
I
right.
will always vote green. That's the color of Glimpse of Nature.
Where are your CSI glasses? They're with Eric.
They're not here.
Yeah. So,
They're funny for a couple, but not right now.
and I think we're about to head into turn 1, and I think we're just going to draw. So,
Yeah.
okay. And I guess this is we might see a win. We're seeing a pretty proactive Bolt here. Though,
We get to gain a life.
I mean,
Doesn't really matter.
I guess I might have gained a life but he's up at 16 because of that Bow of Nylea.
Yeah.
So,
I was expecting another bonfire.
another bonfire would have been beyond glorious
Yeah.
in every possible way.
Well, Mason's attacks have now gotten really bad again because of the vault.
Because of the vault and all, I mean, he has a indestructible fleece main line, but any damage he deals is just going to get. And that path to exile is decent. Now, I still hope to not see Mason swing at this Lockstone Smiter.
No, he should definitely attack with the Fleece Main, but not the Smiter.
And I actually still disagree with that because he's just going to re-equip that Batter Skull, gain that life back. So you're not actually dealing a whole lot of pressure to him. All right. Go Giddens, thank you for joining.
Yeah, he
We
gains-
are
he
happy.
gains a life. That's about it.
All right. So, puts in a land and still. By the way, the fact that red is winning, you guys are champs. Keep voting for that red.
Red's only winning because I can't vote right now.
I am willing to enforce that. All right. So, unfortunately, I think we saw him just do that for the minute amount. It's a little bit odd that he went for that when it's not going to actually trick the Fleeceman line.
Mhm.
Possibly forgot about the indestructible clause.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the last time I saw a monstrous Fleeceman line was in Limited, so...
That's true. I remember actually seeing it once in Standard, and it was pretty intimidating.
Lingering Soul is not a bad one.
Lingering Soul is not great when your opponent's got a Bow of Nylea, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Batterskull, you can do
And
some stuff.
I really
flash it
hope to
back.
see him not trying to equip this Batterskull to a Spirit.
Yeah, I think he's just flashing back Lingering Souls.
Okay, and that's definitely... Now, the only interesting thing about that is that... I mean,
Oh, dude.
a fetch land would have been so impactful. Let's not say impactful, but it
Yeah.
could have been so impactful so much earlier in this game. And actually,
This
I
Pride
mean-
Mage about 5 or 6 turns too late.
this Pride Mage... I mean...
As the game goes later, Mason might have actually won this game.
Absolutely. But the problem is that throughout the entire game, I think they played in a fairly timely manner.
Yeah.
So I can't really point to a significant portion in which they just really spent their time thinking. They
Yeah.
sideboarded, then they played.
Mm-hmm.
And
Both Nylea doing a lot of work.
so, gets in the attack. Now, he is down to just one soldier. The only problem is that he only gets one attack.
Yeah.
Now, is it possible for him to get this? I think another Bonfire of the
2, 3,
Damned
4, 5, 6
says yes.
Yeah.
I think a
I think it has to be
Bonfire...
exactly Bonfire.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, he still has Bonfire.
And actually, a Bonfire off the top still enables him to swing for... Oh, actually, it might be just shy.
Just pick it up and slam it. That's not a Bonfire.
No, and that is going to be turns.
Oh,
Oh, man. So, in the meantime, just because we'll be heading back up to us, both players getting a tie, but as I'm typing in stuff for us to go up to the booth, hello, my name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Thank you for joining, and we will see you back in the booth where we'll talk to you a little bit more. See you there. I hit the wrong button. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you for joining. It is a blast having you. If you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button because we really appreciate you guys. What decks to put up? I might almost put you in charge of finding sweet decks. Are you okay with that?
I can do that.
There's a green-red Scape Shift out there, though.
There are a couple of really sweet decks out there tonight.
Ooh, actually, what was the one deck that they requested?
I know Storm is out there.
Storm was requested, and there was one other that was...
I think Peter got a request.
Oh, Peter did get a request, so one of those two, or if you can find something else sweet. I know that.
I know one really sweet one. but I'm not
Merfolk is
sure
out
we want to
there.
put that on camera.
I mean, there's all kinds of sweet things.
I know
out
there's
there.
Jeskai Ascendancy out there.
Oh, let's not do that one just
Yeah.
yet. Let's not do
Yeah.
that. If there is a Delver deck, we can definitely try that one. We can try for Storm, and that one
Yep.
will at least be quick. So, are you willing to try and find me a match?
I will try it. I'll do
Okay.
what I can.
So Coleman's gonna find us a match for this round 2 while I get some things set up. In the meantime, I've got some big news. First of all, I will be letting people know tomorrow on Reddit. I intended to put a post out for it today, but time definitely got in the way. So we're gonna try and get some sweet things on there. But this Saturday, it's now so close that I can hardly stand it. Modern Grand Prix Trial. Coleman, the man in the booth with me tonight, is going to be joining me all day on Saturday. It is going to be incredible. Instead of the 6 o'clock start time, which is right below here for our schedule, we'll be starting at noon. 6 hours previously for whatever time zone it is. We are in the Pacific Standard Time. So, it's going to be amazing. Join us for that. To Temptation. What days do we stream? Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Wednesdays at 7 we do Modern. Fridays at 7:30 we do Legacy. And Saturdays at 6 we do Modern. But again, this Saturday it is instead starting 6 hours previously at noon. It is going to be amazing. 5 to 6 rounds of Modern, followed by a cut to top 8. Sir House, can we do Vintage or at least stream Proxy Vintage? It's a possibility down the line as a special event. The only problem is that doing a Vintage event, which we are looking into, pretty much one of the biggest proponents of Vintage is within 45 minutes of us, and it's kind of hard to compete with theirs. We're looking into it. We are open to the idea of doing a big Vintage event at one point, but as far as adding it as a weekly event, pretty problematic. So we're open to the idea. Keep an eye out. It's definitely something that we're going to try and do eventually. All right, but it is going to be a blast. Coleman currently finding us what is going to be a very, very cool match, I assume, because Coleman has really good taste in these things. In the meantime, man, I've been talking a lot to end 5 rounds tonight. Huge amount of players. Some of the players, it is spring break, so we got some of our people who were out of college back in town, and they are playing tonight. I'm very excited. Is there going to be a Modern no-ban stream? Yes. Though we might end up changing the date. I know that I said a date in one stream, but it ended up being right the same date as our states. So
Yeah.
we're actually going to change the date soon. We're looking into that one to have a better date, which we will then advertise a ton.
Yeah, definitely.
Could we do monthly Vintage? Honestly, probably not.
No.
We're open to the idea. But
Yeah.
as it currently is, we try and schedule monthly no-ban, which didn't work, and we're trying other monthly events. But there are just so many things happening on a consistent basis between GPTs, PPTQs, pre-releases,
There's a lot of
release
stuff.
events. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's going to be pretty difficult to get a monthly Vintage event happening. We are definitely looking into it, though.
But getting back to Modern, I got a match for you.
What have you got?
I got David
Who is?
playing Storm.
But
He's not on the wall.
okay.
Versus Aaron, who's
On-
playing Allies.
Oh, so Storm versus
Yep.
Allies.
Storm versus Allies.
Okay, and now this is a blue-red Storm, and it is there's actually some of my cards in there, and going up against Aaron, who has done pretty well here, previously, running a sweet Naya Allies deck.
Yep. I remember one game where he mulled the 5 and then beat me on turn 3.
Definitely.
Yep.
As to Doro, Popper, we are looking to unveil Popper this summer. As to whether or not it will be able to stream it, it depends on if I want to go from streaming 15 hours a week to 20, which frankly unlikely, but
Yeah.
open to. More likely I will do occasional streams of
Yeah.
Popper. So, getting ready for round 2.
Yep.
It is going to be a blast. Allies versus Storms. Now tell me, everybody, who do you think has the edge? In one word or less, who do you think has it?
Storm.
I have to agree because of the low interactivity of it. Allies.
Also, Grape Shot being able to wipe the board is really good.
That's true. Let's head on down, have some fun. Could go anyway.
Yep.
And looks like an Aether Vial from Aaron as his turn 1. Looks like we accidentally missed the first turn, so sorry about that. Is there still a space to pre-register? I believe so. Yeah, just go ahead and there's the Facebook page right at the bottom left, contact, and we should be able to do something like that. And then is it Staticaster from David? If Aaron doesn't have removal for that right now, which he doesn't, he is going to be in trouble. Now that is...
Kazandu Blade Master.
Thank you. I was getting so good at starting to recognize all of these, and then I went 2 weeks without watching it, and
Yeah, it's...
so
Yeah.
David has the potential to... Actually, he's looking pretty solid. The only thing is that he has a really low amount of card draw
Yeah.
in his hand.
He does have he does have a ritual,
Now, he might instead go for this Pyromancer's Ascension.
which is not bad since he can trigger it in 2 turns.
No, and he's not under a huge amount of pressure, all things considered.
Looks like David's not on the Gift Storm deck. He's on the
This
somewhat
is not. This is...
traditional Pyromancer Ascension.
Yeah, this is a much more traditional Storm deck. So I think he... Oh, and actually it looks like might be going for the...
The looting?
Faithless Looting, possibly followed by
It's
the
not bad.
Thought Scour. If he doesn't, pass the turn back, go for an end of turn Thought
Ooh,
Scour as an
the
option.
Metamorphose.
And, I mean, he actually might have the capability of
Yeah,
going off
that's
this
what I
turn.
thought.
So, we are apparently going to see Storm try.
Yep. Oh, when I saw him, the Metamorphose is one of the key cards for the deck.
Yeah, being
So-
able to get in and then also, having, I
Imagine he
think,
probably
2
discards the
rituals.
Ascension if he tries to go off this turn.
I have to agree, possibly.
And probably the Ravings.
Only because he can flash it back.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I do have to agree. Do you have to pre-register to play on Saturday? I don't believe so, but people who pre-register are much less likely.
Yep.
If by some chance it does fill up, if you pre-register, you're solid.
I don't think I would have discarded that. Discarded the Manamorphose, huh?
That is a very interesting choice. But instead paying the 2 life to get this reveal, going to be drawing a card off of it, and I'm still a little bit curious about the discard of that.
Yeah, is he trying to find another land? Because Manamorphose essentially acts when you have a...
You add a blue and a red mana, and all of a sudden you can start doing these rituals while also going for that Thought Scour.
Yeah, it turns all your Desperate Rituals into Dark Rituals.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit thrown off by that, and I think I'd like to see him maybe just go for a ritual, put out the Pyromancer's Ascension this turn, because I just don't think that it happened this turn.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So, might be... I mean, if he draws into a land, there adds the possibility. But now, one thing to keep in mind is this is a new player to Storm who is not playing his own deck. So,
Storm is not the easiest deck in the world to pick up.
So we're gonna give a little bit of leeway to him just because this is not a deck that he is used to playing at all.
Yeah.
I think it's his first time playing it. Okay, so we have got a Expedition Envoy, putting that Aether Vial up to 2, putting that Kazandu Blademaster up to being a 3/3 currently, which is solid. And putting out the Horizon Canopy.
Horizon Canopy is a pretty good one here.
Yeah, but I don't think that this is the match where you want it. I think that's really much more of a card for the grindy matches.
I mean, I don't think you'd say no to that card, but I don't think you're actively searching it out.
Yeah, and if there goes for one more turn, if David doesn't go off this next turn, I might almost crack the Horizon Canopy to go for a removal for that Goblin Electromancer, just because...
I think I'd want to crack it for another 2-drop and put him dead next turn.
Yeah. The players of both of these are currently 1-0. So let's go ahead and make that.
Although David has drawn another ritual, so I'm pretty sure he can go off this turn.
I guess you can never actually guarantee that he can go off with Storm, which is the funny part. But he has the tools to try, at least. Married to Tibble. Love it.
Just trying to think of whether or not he can play the Ascension in the middle of this here.
You know, if he goes for this ritual, I could almost see him trying.
Yeah.
Because getting up to 3 mana.
Although he is at 6, which is something you...
But, you know, he has the Grapeshot in hand. There is another Desperate Ravings in hand, isn't there? Or in the graveyard?
There's a Desperate Ravings in the graveyard.
So he has the capability of at least getting it active, actually.
Yep. And then we actually do have... Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and actually they're... Okay, yeah, they got the card.
Okay.
So that is going to be... Those hard cards are going to represent the mana. There is also a blue card, which they will need.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you go to 1, you play that, you go to 3 again. I don't think you can actually do it.
I mean, I don't think that he particularly needs to, though.
No.
So, goes up to 5 mana, has the Desperate Ravings and the Grapeshot, and okay.
Yeah, he has a Past Influence, which is why. Yeah.
Congratulations. That's pretty much going to end the game. So let's take a look at Past Influence.
I honestly don't think it'll end the game since he doesn't have access to a lot of stuff.
But
this is one of the payoffs.
Having 3 card draw, including the Manamorphose to really load up on blue mana, is going to do a huge amount.
Mm-hmm.
So, Past in Flame is going to let him... Basically, and I like that he's separating this from what will become his graveyard.
Yeah,
I think that's a really important thing.
Yep.
So... This is a good game. You know what? People requested Storm for the last month.
Yep.
So we have it. We're gonna put it on, and if nothing else, this means that we get to put other matches on.
Yeah.
So,
I enjoy watching Storm a lot.
And at least it's doing something.
Yeah. You should definitely turn this into double blue since red mana is not going to be a problem for him anymore.
Especially since you can flashback those so readily. So Storm kind of going up to 4. Going to be going down to a single red mana and 2 blue mana, setting up this blue card, and man, this is excellent.
Honestly, this is the definition of a rookie mistake. Because when you have a bunch of Desperate Rituals and Pyretic Rituals, you're going to add a lot of red mana and not a lot of blue mana.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced that it's going to end up punishing him greatly, but it
never does until it always is.
Exactly. He can still produce enough red mana, and really he does
need to draw a card off the Manamorphose.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and toss that out.
David, you draw a card off the Manamorphose.
So putting out this bridge, and actually this
I don't think that really matters.
This is going to be pretty interesting.
Although you flashback the Desperate Ravings here. Oh no, actually, yeah, you get to probe, put a counter on the Pyromancer Ascension.
Okay. Thoughtseize, I'm not sure if I can call international. So, gets one counter on this, and this might do a decent amount, but one thing that to keep in mind is that Storm is currently 4,
Yep.
and really all David needs to do
He
is
does have
get
a Grape Shot.
enough mana. He has a Grape Shot, and with what he has in there, he can very easily just cast the flashback on that
Yep.
Past in Flames to go for the double Grape Shot.
So, I'm trying to figure out where that blue mana went. Did he use it to... Oh, I think he used it to cast the Ascension.
Oh, did he not count the Ascension for Storm?
He's on... You know, he has a Storm count of 6.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he did it.
He does have the right... does have the right amount of
Okay,
Storm.
so goes for that, and now every single one of these casts is going to be doubling up.
Yep.
Flashing back this Cataxian
That's 2.
Probe. Now, I am so happy that Aaron does not, especially have a red mana now, because casting that when you are at...
Yep.
Granted, it looks like he paid... Did he pay blue mana for it?
I think he paid 2 life.
Okay. Go ahead and just double check, because I don't think he had a blue mana. And...
Paid 2 life for that probe, right?
You're right. I played it too late.
Alright. So, going for the Manamorphose. Is playing the Ascension necessary? No. But, I do think that it almost solidifies your odds
Honestly,
of
from this point, it probably is necessary, because he's running out of cantrips and hasn't found anything yet.
Yeah, and if he had gone for that double blue, I don't think that it may have been super necessary.
Yeah.
But I think that at the position that he's in, this might have been his game plan. And seeing this happen,
Yeah.
I can't really disagree with it. Enabling this, getting out that Pyromancer's Ascension, still having the red mana to just go off in a really big way.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe not the best way. Maybe
Yeah.
not the ideal one. But I do think that this is going to get the job done.
Yep. And
So-
then the Thought Scour with the... well, the Past in Flames is technically in his graveyard, but it just doesn't have flashback. So it's actually pretty important to distinguish those.
Yeah. Is there a site that I prefer? I really like Modern Nexus
Yeah,
as a
that's a
site
good
for
one.
a lot of information.
I mean, I just always use the quote-unquote classics. I use Channel Fireball, Star City. Even the if you trust Google Translate, a lot of the Japanese sites are really good.
It's, if you want to play with a Google Translator for
Yeah.
a bit. And going for, looks like a Pyretic
Pyretic
Ritual.
Ritual.
So
So
going to be
that'll-
going up to 5 mana.
Yep, and his storm count should be 12.
Yep. So, yeah, because each one of these still only add a single storm count.
And then if he
which
has
is-
double Grape Shot, this game's over.
Even so, actually, a single Grape Shot still gets you 2 instances of the Storm Trigger, correct?
It will not copy the Storm Trigger.
That is a shame.
Yeah, because it copies it when you cast it.
And actually, I don't think that he even needs 2 Grape Shots, because he just needs to cast Grape Shot, flashback,
The Past in Flames.
Past in Flames,
Yeah.
Grape Shot.
Mhm.
So, very good. Alright.
And I think he just drew another Past in Flames. He
Man.
definitely has definitely has at least 1 Grape Shot in his hand.
Seraphir, that's a good one, actually. We will put Take On Me into your options.
Oh,
I love it.
you assume I hadn't thought of that. Come on.
We've
I've
been-
got a list.
Basically, we listened to 80s Cardio Pandora and just wrote down everything that occurred within an hour.
Yep.
That's the list.
Yep. I've got a very extensive list so far.
So, Serum Visions from David. Looks like screwing both of those to the bottom. Draws into a ritual and has another ritual. So I think he's probably just looking for a cantrip, maybe another Grape Shot. Something like
Yeah.
that. I don't really think that there's much that he needs other than... Actually, is that 2 Grape Shots in hand?
That's 1 Grape Shot for sure, and he's got double Past in Flames.
Yeah.
So I think I would just fire off the
A win's a win.
Grape Shot.
You have it.
The game's over.
Yep. So, shows that. And there you go. Now, what are our thoughts on Rest in Peace? I don't fully understand what you're asking, but the card is insanely
The
good.
card's very good.
Especially with Abrupt Decay being at a very low point right now.
The only issue is it's not very good against Eldrazi, and if you're going to a big tournament, that's something you need to worry about.
That's very true.
Yeah.
But it is good against a lot of the cards that are good against Eldrazi. Because it's really good against Lantern Control. It's decent
It's
against Lantern
okay
Control.
against Lantern.
It's decent against Living End, which has
Yep.
been... And the
It is-
Dredge, which has been getting popular.
Yep, it is good against Malira.
Yeah. So it's a really solid card. I think that it should be played right now.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest issue is that if you're not Eldrazi, then, basically if you're not colorless, that color is underplayed in Modern right now.
Yeah.
So it needs to go into a white deck. Well, there's colorless. There's
Yeah.
colorless and the rest.
Yep.
So to say that it should be in a majority of decks is probably a little bit generous in the current
That's fair.
current meta. So definitely true. You know what, G Lavamancer, we'll have to do that. That's a good idea. All right. Is it good to have in a deck? Yes.
I would
If
say yes.
If it is not going to inhibit you, I do think that at least one is probably fine. It's
Yeah.
a safe sideboard slot. You could probably get away with 2 of them fairly safely.
Probably, yeah. And then
Uh,
you want to make sure you're not playing Snapcaster's Wizard because that's not a combo at all. Although Relic of Progenitus is an easy one to play.
It's decent against Jund with their Tarmogoyf Kolagon's
So it's
command.
okay.
It's good against Tarmogoyf. It's good against Kolagon's command. It's good against the Obzon list, which are running Lingering Souls and Tasigur.
It's also
or
really good
Grimlock
against
Reaper.
Kitchen Finks.
It's excellent against Kitchen Finks.
I think 3 might be a little too many.
I think 3 is ambitious.
I think 2, either 1 or 2, depending on your metagame.
And not knowing what the deck is.
Yeah, that's true.
So, if you are a deck that just is really solid, but loses to graveyard-based decks with no other way to interact,
Yeah.
I'm okay with 3, because you want to hit it every game.
Yeah.
But, I think that if it's just something that it happens to be decent with your game plan, I think that 2 is probably a safe bet. But,
Yeah.
again, it's very dependent on kind of what your game plan is, and that's something
Yeah.
that we always iterate, which is that sideboard cards should be a part of your game plan.
Mhm.
Now,
Definitely.
sometimes those haymakers are relevant, but you should pick the one that most fits in with your game plan.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a Rest in Peace in a Soldier deck because
Sure.
I just think that probably does a lot more than Relic does for you.
Yeah, that's fair.
And with having, going for the best one that, I'm not sure if you're running Devotion. I've seen some
I guess
do
it's
it.
pretty good with Devotion.
So, I just think that I don't want to say that that's the wrong one, and if you need Graveyard Hate, that's a pretty solid one. That's going to do a
Yeah.
lot. All right. I mean, if you only lose to Graveyard stuff, you should board 4 Leylands. True.
Yeah, but then you're running the risk of how many times am I going to mulligan this round?
Exactly. And at least, if you're running, if you really need it and you need those 3 Rest in Peace, you can not mulligan a hand that's good
Yeah.
and expect to draw into it without it being awful. So,
And not to mention, if you're playing mono white, you won't actually be able to cast Leyline of the Void. So
4 Caves of Coils for
4 Godless Shrines.
Yeah, easy. We're over 100.
Wow.
In round 2. Everybody who is joining, if you are brand new, and I know that I ask this a lot, but I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah.
If you're brand new to this stream, 1, feel free to let us know in the chat. We'll welcome you by name. 2, let us know how you find us, because we're really curious
Yeah.
about that, just for more data, which we can do more cool things with. So, if you guys could do that, that would be excellent. All right. The Kappa, basically, I think it started at 11, so people show up at 11, can start filling out deck lists, can start
Yeah.
doing things like that. But I believe that it officially starts at noon. When Coleman steps out next, I'll have him make extra sure just to be
Definitely.
safe. But that should be the answer. An expedition envoy from Aaron, David following up with the Serum
Doom
Visions
Battle
to go
Singer
down
is
to
going to be
19.
very good.
That's going to be really great. And something that I did mean to say but didn't get the chance to because things were kind of going is that here's the part where Aaron has the opportunity to win. Storm doesn't do anything in its early turns.
Well,
it just doesn't.
It does a lot of things, but none of them impact the board.
Fair enough. Yes. But it doesn't do anything that's actually going to disrupt you at all. And I think that if Aaron can really capitalize that on very quickly, that's going to be powerful. All right. K. Marchi? I'm going to assume maybe K. Markey.
Yeah. Maybe.
But thank you so much for joining. I hope that you are genuinely enjoying it. Hit that follow button if you are. And if there's anything that we can do to improve, always feel free to let us know because that's something we're open to do.
Yep.
If you want to let me know on Twitter, that's an option.
And then I wouldn't actually be that surprised if David poured it in Blood Moon.
If he does have it in the sideboard.
Yeah,
They're my
it's-
blood moons. So I know. So,
I would say it's a very common thing for Storm to do because you can ritual Blood Moon on turn 2. But here it would not be that great because you're already facing down pressure.
yeah.
If you can find a grape shot, I would recommend pulling the trigger on it right now.
Definitely. It looks like we have the Pyromancer's Ascension, but no Grape Shot yet. To give a quick hello to LaughSC2, thank you so much for joining. If you found us on Modern Servers, was that on Twitch or on Reddit or... I'm going to assume Twitch, but thank you so much for joining. I do hope that you're enjoying it. Thoughtseize, thank you for joining as always. When do we stream? We stream every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Schedule is right below us, all times Pacific Standard Time. It's 8:20 p.m. where we are right now. We can elaborate a little bit more between games. So, David's still having a little bit of trouble just getting anything going. He's down to 11, which is dangerous. And
Yeah.
with him, his game plan being to put down the Goblin Electromancer, Aaron's got the path on hand. Now,
Yeah.
he can't cast it right now. But
Yeah.
if he has a fetch land, and I think he just drew the Windswept Teeth,
Yep.
he's going to hit that Goblin Electromancer, get in another swing. He might toss in another Akun Battle.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, anything else.
Although I think if I was Aaron, I would path him on an upkeep
To force him to
have
get
the land come into
tapped.
play tapped.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's very reasonable.
Because then you can still play the Blade Master here.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the Blade Master gets haste.
Yeah, and it looks like he did go for that early, and I think that's more for the attack. But I
Yeah.
have to agree that you really have to question if he's going to block, and then
Yeah.
you get to save that path.
Yeah.
Which, if Goblin Electromancer is his backup game plan, but I think that Aaron's taking
Yeah.
this game too. He's applying a huge amount of pressure. He's got to
Yeah.
kill next turn if David doesn't go for ritual into
I
Grape
mean,
Shot, and even that's
he
not
only
gonna do it.
needs 4 spells here,
Yeah.
and he's got a ton of spells.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, he has a Faithless Looting. Actually, that Echoing Truth at least going to buy him some time. Maybe not enough, but I will say I have noticed there is a lot of Canadians in our stream,
Yeah.
and we cannot thank the Canadians enough.
Yeah.
They've done a huge amount to support
Mhm.
us. So you guys are all amazing. Thanks to all the amazing Canadians out there. A lot of people say they're from Canada. I'm
Yeah.
always surprised by how many people outside the U.S. watch this.
Yeah, me too.
I can't thank all of you enough. You guys are amazing.
Mhm.
So, David in an interesting situation here.
David should start off with the looting.
Just to possibly dig into
Yeah.
any kind of chaining those rituals again. If he's able to get into maybe an Electromancer, just because the path is gone. Now, he's going to be in a lot of trouble outside
Yeah.
of that. But,
If he boarded in Anger of the Gods or Pyroclasm, this would be the best way to find it.
yep.
But with the Ascension? No, he has another Electromancer.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, has that. And actually, we could see maybe a Manamorphose with the Serum Visions But I'm expecting the Faithless Looting. But I would maybe hope to see the Manamorphose first.
Yeah.
Which will really let you dig into possibly the, you really, really need the Grape Shot right now.
Although if you're trying to find something, Serum Visions is not bad at that when you can follow it up with something else.
Yes. To Bledsoe, thank you to all of our US watchers. You guys are just as
Yep.
amazing. Boom, PC.
If I was David, I would definitely discard this Ascension.
I would probably get rid of Polluted Delta and the Ascension.
Yeah.
I don't think that same game plan from the last game is going to work in this
No.
one when you're under this much pressure.
No, not when you're dead next turn
Mm-hmm.
from multiple different threats.
Alright, so, we might almost get into a situation in which he has to block with this Goblin Electromancer, and if that's his
Not a
current
good
game plan,
feeling.
it's not a good feeling.
No.
But that might put him in a position to where he might keep this Ascension and just go hard next turn. But I don't think that that's what he wants to be doing. So, goes for the Gataxian Probe.
Especially now. Like,
Going down to 2 is very dangerous.
you have to win this turn now.
And he's has the possibility of it. Now,
So,
still,
yeah,
okay.
he does have to reveal his hand.
And he might have just said what he has, or he might have already known. Oh, okay. There we go. But thrown off there. Just Spring, thank you for saying that it's a good way to get into Legacy. I certainly do try and get good Legacy common players with me, and also my grasp of Legacy is continually, hopefully, improving.
Yep.
So, this Manamorphose is going to do a lot of
Should
good
be 1-1.
here. And
land, I'm pretty sure means he can't do anything.
he can go for the Serum Visions and maybe
Maybe. It's a Grape Shot?
a Serum
Maybe?
Visions into a Grape Shot.
Yeah.
That is what you need, and if you don't get the Grape Shot, then what you're looking, you can't even really, you have to cast the Echoing Truth this turn, and that's just not good.
No.
And that's still going to kill you. So,
Yep.
I will say to all those people giving us such nice compliments right now, I'm going to be putting up a Reddit post in the next, say, 24 hours. It's going to probably be on r/Modern Magic. If you happen to be there and see it, feel free to tell people
Yeah,
the
yeah,
positive
definitely.
things, because that gives me a lot of credibility than something with no comments. So hopefully we can get some new people here.
I'm not gonna say that Chains of Mephistopheles is easy to navigate.
It's once you've seen it happen once, it's so surprisingly
I mean, it's not as
simple
easy
card.
as Demonic Pact.
True. True.
Yeah, I think you just need to cast Serum Visions here and just knock the top.
Yep. I hope to see him actually. Nah.
Oh, passing friends, yep.
Okay, so picks up the card. Not there. Alright, so we're going to see a game 3,
Yep.
which means that, hey, we're getting some almost interactive magic here, people.
Hey, one player ended the game at one. Combined, that ending life total is 20, right?
That's pretty impressive, all things considered. Sonori, thank you for appreciating the mana things. They're a little bit new. We did make them for Storm. I'm working on getting one to actually be for the Storm count.
Mm-hmm.
The other piece is that if they should just, I picked those because they were a little bit different, and that's honestly what we had on hand. And that's much more of an indicator.
Yeah.
But if they should just be the mana symbol, it's something that I can do.
Yeah.
At least in time when that's a pretty low resources thing, so it's more of a finding the time and just the small amount of disposable income to do that, which, as we're on the subject, I know I hate to do this, but
Smooth.
if you are ever open to the idea, there is a donate button at the very bottom of the page. We do operate on a budget of starting at 0, and so any assistance is always appreciated, but certainly not required. Seraphir, thanks. We do try and be the best and the worst at the same time.
Yep.
I find that moderation of both is
You gotta
helping.
find the middle.
Exactly. All right.
And it looks like Aaron has a Rest in Peace in his hand.
And that's going to be extremely powerful against this. But
If-
both players going
yep.
for a mulligan here. Champaka talking about Modern after April 4th. I can certainly agree.
I mean, I'm excited about it right now, but that's because I have a great Eldrazi matchup.
Yeah, and actually I like Modern right now, but mostly in the context of our store, which,
Yeah.
spoiler, it's not even a spoiler, everybody knows.
Yep.
We don't really have Eldrazi, and when
Yeah,
we do,
it's really
we
cool.
don't really put them on stream.
Yep.
Because everyone's
know,
seen it.
We know what everyone has seen, what they haven't seen.
Everyone has seen Eldrazi. They know what it does.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably throw a dart at my monitor and find a stream with Eldrazi on it.
Probably, yeah.
So we're okay with not doing that. And hopefully you come for the sweet fun and commentary and just hanging out with us.
Yep.
But you know what? If you're just coming for the lack of Eldrazi,
We'll take it.
we'll take it.
Yep.
So, both players looks like keeping their hand now.
I think Aaron has a Rest in Peace in his hand.
And we're seeing a shock here. Now, that Rest in Peace is going to be impactful. It doesn't mean that he
Ooh, I think he
can't.
drew an Empty the Warrens.
And that is going to be... it's almost
definitely
interesting
empty.
that Empty the Worm's good, but maybe not the deck at which it's best against. It's
No.
going to do great against the hate.
Yeah.
But of all the
definitely.
decks, Aaron likely not running a board sweeper, especially at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But this is one of the decks that might actually be able to keep pace with it by going wide.
Yeah.
So,
I think if I was David, I would try to cast this empty as soon as possible.
okay, so we have
Like
the
if Aaron taps
Hotter
out for
Freeblade.
like if he tries to go for this rest. Yep. Okay, for the Rest in Peace.
green screen.
Like if he goes for the Rest in Peace here, you should just probably try to empty him for a lot.
Yeah, so this Hotter Freeblade currently a 1-2, not swinging in, which strikes me as unusual, and I think he
Well-
might have just forgotten to attack.
Well, you don't want to attack your 1-2 and a 2-2. Because Electromancer's a 2-2.
Is it a 2-2? I always
Yeah.
think of it as a 1-1.
It's a bear.
Man, that
Yeah.
card is so good.
Yeah, I like Electromancer a lot.
I always forget because it's not all red.
Yeah, Electromancer actually does attack pretty well.
All right. So, has the Rest in Peace. The Goblin Electromancer. I mean, if you're
Eight
David,
goblins
do you
here?
just attack into it then?
I think I probably. Well, I think I would. I think I would definitely attack first before doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can probe him first, it'd probably be fine.
Yeah, and goes to put both of those on the bottom. It was
Yeah.
2 lands that we just saw. Reign of Trains, thanks for joining. I'm sorry you can't sleep. Hopefully you're able to.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we'll do our best to be entertaining. Gataxian Probe here. Gets a decent storm
That
count.
is,
And let's go ahead and go to what the relevant card is going to be.
Envoy, Akun Battlesinger, fetch land? Okay. But, yeah, empty the Warrens.
With you put 2 in for each piece of that storm count with, looks like 2 rituals in hand.
Yep.
So 2 rituals means that that's going to be a storm count of 5. That's 10 of them.
Yep.
That's a huge amount of pressure on
Yep.
Aaron
He
when
should
he
he
hasn't
should
done
definitely
it.
attack first. Because if he doesn't attack now, then Aaron's probably going to block.
Now, why do you say that? Because it's a 2-2, so it's still I doubt that Aaron will block a 2/2 with it when he would rather maybe try to assemble and hit one of those goblin tokens with it. I can maybe understand it, but just losing it to not have any blockers.
I mean,
for
I
that
just
board
don't
that's
think
coming
the Ascension is in play. That's not in his graveyard.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait to see if he realizes that. But
I think.
okay.
Yep.
But no, like this just gives him less information.
Mm-hmm. And I mean that's a huge amount of tokens.
Yeah.
So he's currently sitting on 12.
Yep.
And yep. So
he did actually block.
okay. So you are correct there, but the only problem is that with Aaron going down to or at 18, that's
Okay,
pretty
he
cool.
didn't block. It looked like he did block.
Interesting. So maybe chose not to.
Yep.
But he's lethal. I mean, there's pretty close to lethal on board.
Yep.
There's 14 damage on the board
Mhm.
right now, which
I mean, Aaron's going to be able to drop 2 more allies.
he's going to be able to drop 2 more. But when each one of yours is preventing 1 damage for the next turn, that's not going to do it.
And, like, he's not going to be able to attack at all here.
No, Aaron is in a complete position of not being able to get aggressive whatsoever.
Yeah, not at all.
So, has...
Like,
Okay.
and if I was given, I just would have said, sure, I'll take 5.
NA stuck in groups. Affinity, ton of fun. Naya Burn, ton of fun. Blue-green Infect, ton of fun.
Yeah, Infect's not fun.
Infect is a lot of fun for you. Is Thalia a soldier? I believe so.
Thalia is a human soldier.
Yep. So, NA stuck in groups. I'll tell you what. Find me on Twitter. I will happily talk about aggro all day.
Yep.
At Red Baron MTG.
I mean,
Don't tell me Affinity isn't competitive.
no, Affinity's a good one.
Affinity's a pretty solid one. I mean, really, Eldrazi right now is a pretty good linear aggro deck.
It's a creature deck that made Lightning Bolt bad.
Yeah. So,
That should actually only cost 1.
I think they might. Possibly they'll notice.
I don't think it matters a whole lot.
No, I don't think so.
I'm just gonna swing out right there.
Okay. To be fair, don't build Eldrazi since it'll be banned in like 2
David,
weeks.
Manamorphose costs 1. Manamorphose actually costs 1. Alright.
All right. So we've got a huge attack in. Now I do like that he's actually
Yeah, it does
attacking
need
with
to be
this
right.
Goblin Electromancer
Yeah, I do too.
because he doesn't really need it. He's not going to be going for Storm right now. He doesn't need to hold on to it. And just going for this attack, sure, he's going to lose it, but that's more damage.
Yeah,
And that's what he needs. Because with swinging in with, 12 goblins, that means that 10 damage is going to get through. He'll be left with 8. That's getting into a very good position, especially since Aaron is losing creatures. That's enough to where as long as
3
Aaron
turns, he's
doesn't
dead.
empty out maybe 2 creatures,
Even then, I think it still might be lethal.
even then it's pretty close, but it's less time for him to be able to react. Sitting there with 10 means that if he drops down 2, he'll be able to drop,
About 8?
you know,
Oh,
he
he's
can...
at 6, right? Yeah.
So, it can at least get to a position where 2 more... Oh no, he's actually going to have to do way more creatures to stay alive. Never mind.
Yeah.
Now,
Expedition Envoy, get a trigger on the Hot Free Blade.
yeah, but I just don't think that is going to be...
It's what, 8 goblins versus, no, it's 10 goblins?
Mm-hmm.
No, strong count of 5, so it's 8 goblins. So it's
Oh.
actually lethal right here.
So... and
Yeah, looting, sure.
I mean, you never know what you're going to get. If you happen to go
If you
into...
find a grape shot,
Exactly. Take down the Expedition Envoy,
Yeah.
but right now there's
play
just a...
a 2/2.
And that's going to be the biggest thing.
Yep.
So, that is, I think, going to be a Game 3 win.
Yep.
David taking it in 3.
Empty the Warrens is a very good card.
Excellent. So, we are going to head back up to us in the booth. And when I say us, I mean that Coleman is likely going to be finding me another match because Coleman is an incredible co-host. Thanks, Coleman, for doing this.
No problem.
Coleman's been my Wednesday co-host, but he'll also be for the GPT this Saturday. He will also just double check with that weird thing with the 11. I do think that it just means be here by 11, please. Also,
sure.
I forgot to hit start on the timer. If you could check the time while you're out there, that would be great. We'll see you guys in the booth. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining. It is an absolute blast. We're at almost 120 here in round 2. Stick around because we have got a lot more Magic coming your way. We are going to have Coleman get us another match for round 2 here, and we have got another 3 rounds after that. It's going to be amazing. If you guys do have any questions, feel free to toss them in there. I am down for a game of 6 words as we are waiting, since that is always a ton of fun. So, Doro, if you'd be willing to toss that in there. but there are some very fun decks out there, and my phone is blowing up. I'm hoping that it's just a bunch of you following, though it is one person adding me to a list, which is fun. But if any of you ever do want to get in touch, play the 6 Words game, discuss any kinds of cool things, I tend to check it fairly often, and I'm more than happy to have discussions with that. Now, let's talk about that schedule a little bit more. Rabid Mountain Goats, Booth and Storage Closet, they are not mutually exclusive, but in this case they are the same thing. Hit the wall. So, our schedule. It is all Pacific Standard Time. So, it is 8:36 p.m. where we are. Wednesdays at 7, which is what you're watching, we do Modern. Fridays at 7:30, we do Legacy. And Saturdays at 6, we do Modern, which, again, this Saturday at noon instead, Modern Grand Prix Trial, 5 to 6 rounds, plus the cut to top 8. That's 8 to 9 hours of Modern with Coleman and I. We'll be having an absolute blast, and I genuinely hope to get to the 500 person mark there. If you don't know what happens at 500 people, if you're brand new, ask me what it is, then I'll take the time to explain it if people are curious. 6 words, most fun Modern deck. I'd say Burn, but play Affinity. I really enjoy playing Burn. I know that most people don't. Just to elaborate at that a little bit more, I think that right now, if you're looking for a deck that is going to give you the most amount of entertainment, keep you from getting bored, if that's just who you are, you play a deck, you get bored with it over time, Kiki Chord is probably the deck for you. The amount of variation in that deck is phenomenal. So if that's what you're looking for, something that's just almost always going to be different, Kiki Chord is probably a good one. It's a really strange amount of consistent, but also having a huge amount of options. 6 words, favorite combo deck to watch and why? Kiki Chord. Always something different happening. But definitely there are some variations in that. I like a lot of decks. Also, fun fact, I like almost everything. Which is something that you will notice over time. Any Sultai control yet? Unfortunately, Skalon, I don't think so, but I'll keep pushing for it and mentioning it when I can. Thoughtseize, mono white soldier deck, can you win at events? There's 2 answers to that. If it's at a local level, of course. Local levels really reward knowing what your deck more than it is having the best deck. So if you know your metagame, you prepare for it, you can do well with it at all kinds of levels. That being said, if you intend on going to larger events, Grand Prix trials, even Grand Prix themselves, it's going to suffer just from being a little bit slower but susceptible to the same hate of some of the faster decks. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't build it, because at the end of the day it's a game, and as long as you're having fun, that should be important. But if it's at a local level, sure, you can do it, but you won't have the most success possible. Alright. What happens at 500 things? Hey, David! This is the amazing tech guy who sets up everything for me. David, you're amazing. Nice win.
And I'm bad at Storm.
And he's bad at Storm. What happens at 500 things? 4 things. We've got a sealed revised starter deck donated by David that we're going to open up on the stream. I'm going to eat a Tybalt. Coleman is going to record himself dancing to a complete 80s cardio song, put it on the internet. And Joe, my Legacy co-host, is going to draw on a playmat and send it to a random person, accepting a 6 words of what they want, requesting the subject of the playmat to be. It's going to be super cool. Let's see what best nickname for the Gitrog monster. Honestly, probably Hypnotoad. It's great. It's just perfect. Any ad nauseum in the store tonight? No, not that I'm aware of, but I do know someone who is building it. I've been pushing for it pretty hard. I'm hoping to have one hopefully in the next couple of weeks. 6 words, modern implications of the Frog Horde just spoiled. Currently low. More in Legacy, oddly.
Vengevine could see it, but
yeah, now you're actually on.
I'm in frame now.
Yeah,
hi guys.
It definitely does have some options. Being 5 mana means it has to have a huge payoff, or we'll have to see the format slow down to a point where that's worth it. I do think that that's possible, but I have to see that meta. As it currently sits, I wouldn't be running it. I'd be keeping my eye on it. If it's cheap, I'll definitely pick some up because that one has the chance to go up. What else do we have? Best movie ever and why? It's The Room. I guess it's The Room. Clearly. I mean, they answered it. They answered my question for me.
I don't know. Let's see here. I did not hit her. You run out of words very quickly.
All right. Let's Get Physical would be a nice dance song for Coleman. I'm sure he has it on his list. We're assembling a great long list. It is going to be Great. Counter Guy saying, great job on the tech. You are responsible for pretty much everything. Though I will say, because of Onesie Wednesday, which is coming up, I'm actually ordering a new onesie because I realize my current one is green, and so I just have my face.
You should try it just once. Just
For
see
all
what
of
it
you,
shows up.
I am buying a second onesie because we got to 1,000 viewers. That is my level of dedication. 6 words. New Madness deck for Modern after Sad's Vinderstrad.
Oops.
I'll always run Tybalt if
Yeah.
able. I mean, I've got a couple of wheels turning. I've got a couple of ideas. So, definitely I could always try. 6 words favorite card in any format? Come on. It's gonna be Bolt. People should know that.
You're tearing me apart, Elise, is 6 words. That is a good answer.
That's true. When we request a Tron player for round 3 pairings, we can do our best. There might be one mono blue Tron player, but our green red Tron player mostly comes in on Saturdays. So always good to request that one on Saturday. We do usually have a Tron player. I can try. The lady's been playing goblins, but that doesn't mean I can't get the Tron into someone's hands because there's like 3 players who are just always down for bottom of the deck. He's one of them. Oh man, all kinds of questions. I'm loving this. When is my co-host coming to Canada? I don't know. Maybe for the next Vancouver GP in January is probably when, or in February next year.
Yeah.
Likely a bunch of us will be going up there.
Yeah.
6 words. When is? Oh no, I already answered that one. Oh my goodness. A floating head won't be too bad. Yeah, but you won't be able to see the fact that I'm a dinosaur, which is the coolest thing ever.
It is nice in person.
I'm actually thinking. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about getting an octopus one.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
or a red panda because then it's like red, which is very me. So all kinds of possible options here. 6 words favorite Hearthstone card. Easy. I don't play Hearthstone. Bolt? Is that in there? Bolt.
Bolt.
Bolt is always the answer. Or if there's a Tybalt, then I'm done. Favorite standard card? 6 words. Hold on. Let me think about what's in standard. What's the best burn card in standard? Wait. I know. Monastery Swiss Spear.
That is the best.
Easy peasy.
So.
Easy peasy.
I play Priest. Hearthstone. I play Black and Magic. Except today.
TJ, do I play Pauper? What's my non-bird deck of choice?
Affinity?
Affinity! Working on it. Coming summer, we're actually going to be getting... And actually, I've been starting to talk about Pauper. Some people
Excellent.
are building Pauper decks right now.
Awesome.
So yeah,
Glad to hear that.
we'll be rolling out Pauper. I'm not sure if we'll be streaming it weekly because I'm not sure if I have 20 hours to dedicate to it. I just started a new job. I'm going to be pretty much putting a lot of time into that as well. That being said, if I can ever get weekend tournaments, likely Sundays, because that's always kind of a free day currently, there's a decent chance for getting some Pauper tournaments every now and then, which we'll stream, which will be a lot of fun.
I'd be there.
6 words. What is 6 questions? It's what happens when I mess up.
Mess up?
Mess
When
up.
you up numbers?
When I mess up. And apparently we're waiting on Lantern to finish Game 3. That is an update from Coleman. 6 words. Best Planeswalker. Lily, Jace, Karn, but actually Tybalt.
Oh man, I would be so happy if a Tybalt deck became viable due to cards printed in Shadows over Innistrad.
You're telling me.
That'd be
You're
fantastic.
telling me. Then I'd regret eating one when we get to 500 people. Make it happen, everybody.
Yep.
Let's see. How to make blue better in Modern? Wait. Unknown meta coming up. Test.
Yeah.
I mean, we...
Got like a
I will say-
little over a week till we have a new meta?
I think like 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll say, blue doesn't look good right now. But we have no idea what the meta is going to look like going forward. And that could very easily change. Blue has the same staples that it always has, and it could definitely change. So meta is entirely context, power level is entirely context. Until we know what that meta looks like, it can definitely change. Okay, what have we got? Favorite non-burn card and why? Goblin Guide. That counts, right? Yes. Oh, Mana Clash?
Hilarious. I still want to play that one of these. I was actually thinking of bringing a legacy version on Friday.
Probably cranial plating then.
Okay.
I like Affinity is a lot of fun for me to play. Lantern on camera next round, please. Maybe if it's against like Burned, then we can do it. But
Yeah.
it's so hard to get Lantern control on camera. I'm sorry, but if it ever makes it to the finals, it'll get on there easy. But it's really hard to talk about that deck very competently. I know that it's a sacrifice. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to be getting MTGO in a couple of months. I'm probably going to start streaming. There's a decent chance that I'll put together Lantern Control. One day I will play Lantern Control on MTGO and
Sounds
supplement it by just talking about literally everything else I can think of. All right, we've got a bunch of other questions to catch up on. Oh my goodness. 6 words, Jace? Yeah, that's a way for 6. That was bad. Oh, air. Sift static. That's excellent. I rarely put any thought into my answers. It's half the fun. But, I mean, eventually I'm going to become way too good at this.
Yeah.
Sift static, the more that you do this, it's just going to get significantly better.
I have to go to 5 words eventually.
Oh my goodness, just to up the challenge.
Yeah.
Rabid Mountain Goat, 6 words. What should I eat your living guild pact with? Probably a nice, I would say a chicken Caesar salad would be a really nice way to kind of disguise it, because it'll feel leafy, so it can be part of the salad. That's my vote. Man, that was a weirdly good answer.
What's the dressing?
6 words, cheap, cheesy deck that wins, Living End.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is supposed to be 6 words. Living End, Boggle, Norn Sisters, anything David. Find the David decks that we put on Tapped Out, and that's always an interesting place to start.
Like Magic.
Definitely. The new Red with First Strike and Delirium looks good. Not outside of Standard, but definitely possible. Depends on how easy Delirium is to enable. Supreme Verdict is a blue card. Thank you for pointing it out. I love it. Zimbabwe's? Welcome. If you are brand new, I'm not sure if I've seen you before. Thank you for joining. It's amazing having you. I hope you enjoy it. I'll say hi to anybody else that I recognize for the first time. Don't worry, we will get Magic up here soon, especially since I don't actually have the current timer on, but it's coming. We'll get something. So keep sticking around. We're having fun. Keep those questions coming and any other kind of comments, questions, any... Yeah. Also, compliment him. He did all the tech. Literally everything that you're looking at other than me. He did not make me, but everything else he was directly involved with. He is incredible. Okay. Let's see here. But blue deserves counterspell? Yes, but not hard counterspell. That card is very, very good in Modern. I don't think that it's going to happen. Especially it has to get through Standard, which is even more unlikely. Geek Fortress best artifact. Sol Ring? Black Lotus? Any of the Mox? I mean...
Worm Coil Engine? Oh, we have 6 words, though. 6 words.
Black Lotus? Mox?
Time Vault.
Ornithopter. That thing flies, yo. 6. And free! Definitely. 6 words, modern, cheap, cheesy deck that wins. I thought I already answered that. Didn't I already answer that?
Yeah,
I thought that I did. Oh, okay. Just said, my bad. Okay. Can we see the two $20,000 Jund deck? We do know that that's a request. He's in the room. We're going to try and get him on there. Definitely. Not thinking is fun. Typical Burn players. That's fair enough. I mean, I'd argue that Burn takes thought, but the problem is that
play Burn.
The thought that Burn takes is significantly less than most other decks. And I'm not going to justify Burn. I think it's fun to play. And I think that you can play the deck well. That doesn't mean that it has a higher skill ceiling than a lot of other things. I don't think that means it makes it a bad deck. It's just different.
I'll just say, like, Affinity, for example, that is a deck that is very, very forgiving. You know, yes, it takes skill to play it well, but someone can go in not knowing how to play the deck and be forgiven for a lot of things.
Absolutely. So, you have 45 lines of play and 30 of them will win you the game.
Yep.
So
I mean, you can't really give crap for that.
Definitely. CGI TJ looks so realistic. Thank you. It actually takes a lot of training to look this computeristic. 6 words, dogs or cats? Cop out, but kind of both. Probably cat. And just to clarify, that's because I have no time for a dog right now. I shouldn't have a cat or a dog as it currently sits in my life. I could barely take care of a fish with my current time schedule, and I would have to keep it in my car just to feed it consistently. So, pet's tricky right now, but I think that since, I don't know, dogs are friendlier if you don't know them. If I were to just have one right now, probably a cat, because it's a lot easier and such. Oh, man. Apparently, good job, David. Dredgevine or Seismic Assault with Hypnotoad? Seismic Assault. That card is sweet. Plus, it's red. Come on. Really, I'm going to always advocate for red things. There are so many questions. I am loving this. We're going to have to power through. Send David all your good flies and mucus. Please don't, unless you want them. No. Okay, so please don't. But other sweet stuff is always cool. Do we think that the new 1-drop red werewolf with haste could see play out of Standard? No, unfortunately not. It has to compare to Monastery Swift Spirit and Goblin Guide. in which case it is almost completely outclassed. Unless there's maybe a tribal werewolf deck that someone really forces, but at that point they're somewhat hindering themselves unless there's a huge payoff for werewolves, then maybe, but fringe.
You might be able to get a mid-range something, but at that point you're going to be probably focusing better on better 2-drops.
Yeah. 6 words getting ninjutsu'd. Feels bad, but also good.
Feels bad, but
Kamigawa.
draw a card?
Kamigawa.
Good, but draw a card?
Next round's up.
All right, and the next round is up.
Hi, guys.
I'm gonna power. So now I'm gonna do the answer each question in as fast as possible or less, because we are getting ready for round 3. 6 words best thing to talk about while not piloting lantern control. Honestly, whatever comes into mind. There is going to be a lot of babbling and probably interacting with the chat because I'll likely do that as well. Where's the big stud Coleman? He is about to be back. What else have we got? 6 words, Death Shadows or Goyf? I prefer Death Shadow. Goyf, good. Hey.
Oh, are you're streaming? Sorry.
Yes, almost constantly.
leave. I'm sorry.
Okay, good luck.
Okay.
He's borrowing my deck. What else have we got? Trying to build another deck. Oh my goodness. I'm going to avoid anything and everything political. Will they ever reprint it again? Will that ever Elvish Mystic? Yes, very likely they'll reprint Elvish Mystic. The only problem being that they wanted to slow down Standard to make the Eldrazi good. We'll get back to an Elvish Mystic at some point. Certainly. Alright, and my goodness. Had a lot of fun answering those questions. Thank you all for putting up with that. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We maintained 120 people with me doing an almost constant stream of talking.
Oh,
Who have
wow.
we got? You guys are all amazing. Thank you for... I hope it's because you're entertained or because you're loyal or whatever it is. You guys are amazing. All right, what have we got?
Alright, we got Ryan Grande, who's a new player, who's not against the wall.
All right, and do you know what he is playing?
He's playing fairies.
I met Ryan! I did! And I'm so excited.
Yep.
Okay, yes.
And we have Ian against the wall.
Hathaway?
Price.
Ooh, who was on Kiki Cord.
Yep.
Interesting. Now, in this particular place, I think I might give the win to Kiki Cord because they do have Orzhov Pontiff in the main board. But the amount of
Honestly, I have no idea.
the amount of counter magic that Fairies has in their arsenal
Yeah.
might do a decent amount of preventing a lot of those toolbox abilities.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. I think I'm going to give my edge to Kiki Cord.
I think I'd give it to fairies just because I think fairies is sweet.
Yeah, but I'm open to being surprised.
Mm-hmm.
All right, do I like Nikado burn or in burn or not? I do not like Nikado. No. I'm a purist when it comes
Oh,
to
is
burn.
it 6 words?
Yeah. Certainly.
Nikado's fine, I guess. Probably okay.
Okay, so what else have we got? Thoughtseize, we know that you're not. You already gave that away later. What else have we got? Alright, so we are going to get it. Some fairies versus
Yep.
Kiki Cord. Let's go down, watch game 3. Look at this. I'm starting the timer now because clearly I'm on top of everything. We'll see
Yep.
y'all down there. Let's have some fun. Modern. I'm so eloquent. Oh my
I have
goodness.
the best words.
I've got the best words. Oh man. All right, no political talk, even though that barely counts.
Yeah, that really counts.
Someone else could have said that. So, Kiki Cord versus Ryan. Now, Ryan, a brand new player. I got the opportunity to meet him and playtest with him actually just a couple of days ago.
Yep.
To where I think he had come in once previously. I'm very excited to see it. Fairy's a little bit of an unusual deck. I know that we've had people request that too, and
Yeah.
we didn't always get that. So I cannot tell you how excited I am. So hopefully people have that. Doro, if you could make it to where when it says best words and it just says I have them,
I have
I'm not
them.
sure if I'm going to advocate that for that, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
really disagree with it.
All of the words.
So anyway, oh man, but fairies. I'm actually really excited for fairies. He does have a list, and I believe that he's going to be trying to get one to me.
Ooh.
Yeah. So if people do request this list, then we can make it happen. He's going to be sending me one, and I can do it. 6 words. Am I available to help people playtest? It honestly depends on where you are. But if you are within the store, get in touch with me. I'm usually able to do that. I'm happy to play test because I don't really compete much, so that's all I get to do. Is this blue or blue-black fairies? This is blue-black fairies. Let me make that update to there. All right. So, blue-black fairies here. You know what? SB Nance, thank you for joining nonetheless. You are great for joining, and I hope that you can work through it. Maybe we can see Kiki Court take it down. Thoughtseize, have a good night.
Peace out.
Sorry, that was a 6 words. Am I available to help people play test? Yes. Distance may vary. A lot.
I was wondering how you're going to finish that up.
Yeah, no kidding. Alright, so what else we got? 6 words. Spellskite, post Eldrazi man. Spellskite will always be good. Always. It's good against Infect Burn. I mean, especially if we're going to move into a short term.
It's okay against Burn. It's not the one card you
It's
want.
not great, but it's good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you bring it in.
Yeah.
So, and I do think that since we're going to be moving into somewhat of a more aggro-heavy meta, just in the short term, because unknown meta, I'm taking an aggro deck.
I think I'd probably take Infect.
So, and
But it's
guess
also
Spellskite's
really
really good against that. So, that is definitely true. All right.
Or you play 4 of them and then you play 4 chords, so you hate.
Man, I cannot handle. I am super excited, by the way. I know that this sounds like a small number, but I'm really excited that we have another 4 followers, because that means that there's at least new people in here. But other than that, it means that there are possibly up to 120 regulars in here, which is amazing. But if you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button, because it makes us feel good. It bothers the store owner with emails, which we think is a lot of fun, and it.
Yeah.
So always do it. Now there is a lone
Missionary.
missionary in the hand, getting hit by an Inquisition of Kozilek.
Yep.
3 lands in Ian's hand, so a pretty unfortunate starting hand from Ian. Likely did not know what he was going up against, and that's a decent hand against a random field. A bird with a lone missionary and a raging ravine.
Yep.
I mean, it's decent. I wouldn't go so far as to call it great, but it's keepable.
It's okay. I don't think I'd mulligan it.
Yeah, and when you end up against a Fairies deck, which has a decent amount of hand disruption, just becomes significantly less
Although, to
good.
be fair, I don't think Lone Missionary is that great against Fairies.
Alright, Destus18, hello. And I'm going to call you Even. Man, I am happy to be your savior. Be sure to hit that follow button. Feel free to ask questions, comments. It's a lot of fun interacting with people, but thank you so much for joining and giving us a compliment, even though it's basically that we're here.
Yep.
We are glad that we are too, so thank you so much for joining. We do...
It's like a Grand Abolisher coming down.
Oh, and that is going to be...
Well, it's trying to come down, but it's
Well,
it's
it went
falling.
too far down.
Yeah, too far down. There we go.
So let's get that Grand Abolisher out. That's an interesting card.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it's going to do a lot against this.
Well, it'll basically eliminate every counterspell.
It will eliminate, players can't cast spells, activate abilities, artifacts, creatures, and chips. You're right, I was just thinking of the activate ability. But shutting down any kind of counterspell can be very effective, especially since this deck is so much based around Spellstutter Sprite. And I do see a Mana Leak in his hand as
Also,
well.
oh, he's got a Doomblade.
Alright. Kodiak, Uninvited Geist. Why the lame name? Because that name's hilarious from a wordplay standpoint, and I guess Mara was involved. That wasn't 6 words, but sorry, it's hard to focus on too many things when I'm also trying to do the commentary.
Because Geist of Saint Traft was already taken.
Fair enough.
I think that's close to 6 words.
Rabid Mountain Ghost, feel free to put it on the background of your D&D. Let us know, and we'll start. Tell us to roll a D20, and we'll just toss out a random number between 1 and 20.
Yep, definitely.
We will be your die roller. Alright, so
There will always be criticals.
2 Birds of Paradise, and actually that looks like a Revelark for Ian.
It's definitely Reveler.
And that's going to be a really nice piece for getting back his Grand Abolisher.
And the Lone Missionary.
And he actually is able to cast it this turn, I believe. Whether or not he'll go for it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he should definitely be attacking.
And yeah, especially with no chance of any kind of counterspell right now. I guess there is but counterspell against a Raging Ravine, unlikely.
Yeah.
And any Spellstutter Sprite, any of those flash creatures, I'm not that worried about them because there's no way that they're bigger than a 4/4 Raging Ravine off of 3 mana.
The only thing you have to worry about is maybe another Doomblade.
Possibly another Doomblade. But, these Fairies decks tend to be decent, but they tend to rely a little bit on the counter magic and hand disruption to where they'll run the removal spells, but maybe not a ton of them, and they might just rely on maybe Cryptic, Spellstutter Sprite, and, just keeping the things from hitting the board in the first place. So, I don't want to say that they run low removal, because they have a few, but it's definitely a situation in which I wouldn't really always assume that they have one in hand.
Yep, and also Raging Ravine is something that you can settle on as actually a pretty quick clock, all things considered.
Yeah. Also, when you get, if it seems convenient, could you ask Ian to use one of the big die if you come across the convenient position? Maybe not like right in the middle of it, but maybe with it just changing, if you could ask him to do that one.
Looks like a dismember.
And never mind, it's non-relevant.
Yeah.
So, a dismember taking it down. Looks like having to take... Okay.
He's not actually taking anything because he is black.
Do I think there will be any... Do you discard spells in Shadows or Moon that will make 8-Rack viable?
8-Rack's already kind of viable.
The problem is that 8-Rack does not need more discard. What they need is answers to early aggro that work within the game plan.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's very likely, but if there is a set, this would be a good one. Now,
like Innocent Blood.
And actually, the new Asylum Visitor is worth testing.
Yeah.
It's worth testing, so
that
that
was
might
already
do
kind
it.
of a card like that, and that wasn't good.
Worley 25, that's an interesting note, because there are 3 Kalitas in this Fairies deck. So, someone else got the memo. There are definitely some things in there are Kalitas in there, which is going to be sweet. But yeah, I think Asylum Visitor, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced because it's a little bit anti-synergistic with your bridge. Bridge.
Then, like, it wasn't like Blood Scrivener or something?
It's similar, but Blood Scrivener was significantly worse.
Yeah, so I'm not sold on Asylum Visitor. I think the card's... It has a lot of potential.
I think it's testable.
Yeah,
that's I think the limit of my extension of gratitude to it, for lack of a better word. All right. So Ian, he does have a course of
Thoughtseize?
Yep. And he's got a Revelark and a course of Crewfix. Both of them pretty nice to take, but if you're Ryan, which one are you taking?
I'm taking that Courser.
You know, I'm not sure, because the flying of this Revelark might be a little bit relevant, and this Courser, while gaining life, might be good. I'm not too worried about him gaining life, because this is still a very incremental damage deck, and that Revelark is going to be a huge amount of card advantage.
Courser's not the Courser is you're never going to draw multiple lands.
True, but you know, the other option is that Ryan at least gets more information about his opponent, and when you are on a deck like Fairies, there's even these small, and I agree that it's a small upside, but knowing what your opponent is drawing almost constantly definitely has some level of value.
Yep.
Okay. Forcefall HD. I do want to see Dredge do well. Recently, Champaka is correct. At GP Detroit, we had a Dredge deck do well.
Yeah, that Dredge deck was weird.
It was really cool, though.
Yeah.
I really liked the use of the Vengeful Pharaoh. So, Ryan, down to 13, and...
It's definitely doing what Fairies does.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, because having 5 mana and a Mana Leak still being viable, really, and it does show possibly why he took that over the... took the Revelark, because he'll still be able to hit that Courser or Crewfix.
Yeah, but crucially, Ian actually did draw a land last turn, but he didn't play it before the Mana Leak.
And that is always unfortunate. Yep. So, 6 words, what do I think about Gold Knight Castigator? I think that card's sweet. Oh. So...
Truthfully, don't know what that card does.
It's the 4/7 that doubles all damage that would be dealt to it or to you.
Oh!
Flyer. And it has haste.
Oh, okay.
So, Khalid is coming out, and we do have a Spellstutter sprite, which is taking down the Path to Exile.
Yep.
So, very good, and that Khalid is going to be interesting.
Yep.
And Ian picking up the cards.
I don't think Ian can beat a Kalitas.
Now, that's actually pretty interesting, because he had a decent amount of mana, was under a very short clock.
Yep.
I'm not sure if I would have picked up my cards so early, but time is a consideration in a deck that can sometimes drag on a game like Fairies. And I think he might just be confident enough in his sideboard to maybe just progress into the game to take it when he can definitely get more of an advantage.
Yep.
But, with what was happening so far, Ryan was starting to run off cards. And maybe he was reading something else. But, naturally drawing a Restoration Angel into a Kiki Jiki Mirrorbreaker is still an option.
Yeah, that could definitely happen.
So... in the top 3 cards of all time, if number 1 is Island, number 2 is Lightning Bolt, what is number 3?
Ancestral Recall.
I was going to say Tropical Island so that you can do 1 and 2.
You mean a Volcanic Island?
I'm sorry, I did mean Volcanic Island. I did mean Volcanic Island. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a 4/9. It's basically a 4/5 with haste for 4. It's pretty sweet. Alright, Black Lotus, Recall... Okay, if we're talking about the actual best 3 cards of all time, then...
Pretty sure it's Lotus Channel Fireball.
Again, if we're talking about the actual best 3 cards of all time, it's Basic Mountain, Lightning Bolt, Tibalt.
In that order?
You're right. Tibalt, Lightning Bolt, Basic
go.
Mountain. My bad. No, I mean, to talk about the best cards, certainly they're probably blue, black, or lands. But yeah. Oh, true. Now's a decent moment just to mention it.
Ian. When you use counters, can you use bigger dice?
What? Can you use some of the bigger dice? That way we can tell.
I use the dice that's provided.
Yeah, but there should be bigger dice out there.
I use the dice provided.
Fair enough.
Okay.
That's not my dice. Someone left a dice by my pile. Yep. That's not my dice.
Wrong dice. Wrong dice. No dice.
No dice, apparently. You know what? And actually, that one was clear enough that I'm not gonna.
I'm not
pick
gonna
a fight over it.
Yeah.
Because I actually did pick up a bunch of basically dice of the 5 colors that are really clear on that map.
Mhm.
That one was clear enough that it's not worth picking a big fight about it.
Yeah.
If he wants to use that dice, I'll get behind that. But Pillarfield Ox and his contemporaries, I don't really know if that's a question or a comment or a concern, but yes. I don't know.
Pillarfield Ox, man. He and your Tiller Nephilim.
I once first picked a foil Pillarfield Ox in a conspiracy draft. It seemed worth it at the time. Here's a fun fact. It is really a good idea to sit to my left in a draft. Last night we did a chaos draft. I opened up my pack of M15, took a Foundry Denizen, and passed an Urborg.
You could have been Tyler, so it could have been worse.
That's true.
You could have passed the foil Blackleaf.
Oh, he passed a foil Blackleaf Glyphs.
Mm-hmm.
Is your submission for the best 3 cards? Oh, okay, that makes sense. One Scaling Tarn, Black Lotus, Force of Will. Man, yeah.
Glimpse of Nature, Ancestral Recall, Demonic Pact.
What is my ultimate feels bad experience with Magic? You know, the one that comes to mind, which wasn't even that bad, but it was the first time in which I was just like, I don't really feel like playing right now, was the first time that I went up against the Jeskai Ascendancy from Treasure Cruise era.
Oh,
I went up
bad.
against the Jeskai Ascendancy deck, and I was playing Affinity at the time, and I actually just, luckily I was next to a wall, and I sat there with my head against the wall. I was already tired that night, and literally just sat there doing a fake nap for like 15 minutes.
Wow.
And it, like, not even like a facetious fake nap. Meaning, literally, I was just getting the sleep that I probably needed while still being aware of what was going on.
I've actually got this one.
Thanks, Sean.
So I was 11-0 at GP Vancouver 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing Burn in Modern. And then at 11-0 in the top tables, I had to play against Bobbles. With Burn.
That's hard.
And then, like, I actually won game 1 because I had just, like, a billion dudes. I was like, okay, whatever, I can win this game.
Yeah.
And he played Leonard Sanctity. I
Nailed
lost
it.
that game. And then he played Core Firewalker and put Daybreak Cornet on it, and then I lost.
Alright, so taking a look, and looks like a mulligan from Ian Price. Ryan apparently liking his hand, and he'll be on the draw. So Fairy's taking that game 1, and I think one of the big key pieces is to really prioritize that. He used the kill spells very nicely in the early game, prioritizing the spells that would actually impact the game over the Birds of Paradise, and then using those counter spells to take down the other cards that just the kill spells wouldn't deal with, and anything that would really enable Ian in stabilizing. So keeping Ian off of doing anything stabilizing while, he didn't even apply a whole lot of pressure.
I think it was basically just Kalidas.
I think it was just Kalidas for the most part. Alright, was that? Yeah, that was Sean's. Also, just a quick note, we're at 150 people here in round 3. Thank you so much. If you are brand new, feel free to let us know in the chat.
Yeah,
we'll do our best to welcome you by name. And it is absolutely incredible to have all of you here. I do hope that you hit that follow button. I'd love to see a huge boost in some of those numbers today. Because we would like to get to 500 eventually, because a lot of cool things happen there. I'm really hoping, and to anybody who wasn't here before, Modern GPT this Saturday, starting at noon Pacific Standard Time, 5 to 6 rounds of Modern plus a cut to top 8. It's going to be incredible. Please do watch. Hopefully going to get to the 500 mark and just have a ton of fun.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I've been looking forward to this for the last couple months. So
yeah, if we're gonna get into how much we sold cards for, I saw a lot of Tarmogoyfs and $1, Ben. That's That's where I'm going.
So, a Wooded Foothills from Ian with no proactive turn 1, but that's not the worst thing in the world. A Birds of Paradise really would have been ideal there. But going for a fetch land at the end of Ryan's turn, probably going to go for a tapped land just because he doesn't have a whole lot to do with it.
I would imagine it's probably a stomping ground.
Yeah, and Ryan following up with a Darkslake Shores, so nice fast land that's going to enable basically whatever he likes to do, but no hand disruption from Ryan either. So neither player having a very proactive turn 1 play, but kind of equalizes at this point. Skylines, I'm sorry that we always sign off 10 minutes after you get here. Unfortunately, it's usually the store owner kicks us out.
Yeah.
Thank you for being able to make it earlier. We do genuinely appreciate it. I hope that you're enjoying it. And if nothing else, if you could put the YouTube link up, then you can always find it on YouTube as well afterwards. You usually post it a couple of days after. All right, so we do see that stomping ground from Ian, who's down to 19, and just dropping another Wood Foothills.
Yeah, looks like you have their slower hand.
And probably going to be a Temple Garden tapped, like at the end of turn, unless he wants to do anything instant speed.
I'd probably get the Sacred Foundry.
Yeah, just because I see the green-white land in hand right now. Okay. Doro, thank you very much for posting that YouTube link. So, you can find all of our previous videos there. If you are unable to make it to the stream, that's a decent place to do it. It won't get us to 500 viewers, but I do enjoy that we're able to provide that for other people down the line. So, Ryan dropping down a Polluted Delta, and again, not a whole lot from either player, but I think that this favors Ryan, because now he's in the position to where Spellstutter Sprite becoming an option.
Yep.
At least on the 1-drops, but the more that he goes, the better that it gets. Mana Leak, now a live card, and without Ian doing a whole lot of mana acceleration earlier in the game, that means that they're going to be especially effective right now. Alright. Yavin, nice job on the 2-2 with the Kiki Chord. I'm curious as to how long you've been playing it, but great job. A nice, an even score is always respectable, so.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent.
You don't know how good 500 records are until you just can't buy yourself a win.
So, Ian going into his turn, and probably just going to be going for that Courser of Kruphix, though I could see an argument for putting down the Raging Ravine now so that he can start attacking with it next turn. And it looks like that's going to be the game plan.
I think I would actually like to see the Courser.
I can get behind this Raging Ravine only because it gets around all the... if Ryan hasn't been doing anything proactive, then you're not expecting a whole lot of creatures. Yeah. So I'd be reading him on a lot of Counterspell. And that Raging Ravine is going to do a nice job of...
Yeah. The reason I would say I wanted to see the Courser off the Razorworks thicket is because next turn thicket's going to come into play tapped. And then you have to wait 2 turns for it to actually do something.
Okay, so it puts you on form in a, actually in almost the same timeline, but at least you would have had 3 this turn.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty reasonable. Because it would have had the same clock as far as attacking goes.
Yeah.
But and actually that Horizon Canopy might change things a little bit as far as the clock goes.
Yeah.
So, I'm curious, it could also be that he does have just a 4-mana play, and wants to enable the fact that if Ryan has any kind of slow starts to be able to take advantage of that with the Raging Ravine as soon as possible.
That's fair.
So, looks like a tap back after going for a creeping Tar Pit from Ryan. Still only on 2 mana, so right now might be a good time for Ian to kind of strike while the iron is hot, so to speak, while there's a possible weakness. But there's still a whole lot of options as far as counter magic going on there. And yes, that is a swamp. That is a Boo.
I thought it was Yoda.
He does a decent amount of Puka trading, and apparently every time that he does a Puka trade, he and the other person basically just both draw on a full art basic land and send it to each other as part of it. So all of his basic lands will have something a little bit odd on it. Okay.
So I think what Ian might be doing is he might be going for a Restoration Guild end of turn and forcing him to do stuff on his own end step.
Yeah, I could, and then it'll really free up his turn for anything that he wants to get doing.
The only issue with this is, of course, if Ryan has something like a 2-mana counterspell into another 2-mana counterspell.
Well, by going for that tapped Watery Grave, he's kind of disabling that of its own. But I will be curious to see what he has. Probably, I think you're right, going for the Restoration Angel, and if nothing else, that means that he has free reign to develop his board next turn.
Although it looks like Ryan has triple Spellstutter Sprite.
And unfortunately, that's just not going to get the job done. So, Ian's looking like to be in a very good position right now.
And actually, this turn
looks like at the end step,
fine.
Maybe a little bit too soon. Maybe being a little bit overly cautious of the Kiki Jiki and just being, because he can respond to it. But Ryan, I believe...
that's why Ian is holding on, because he's got a Thrun.
Ooh, and that threat is going to be huge.
Yeah.
Basically, whenever he decides to drop that down, that's just going to take this game over if Ryan doesn't have an immediate answer, maybe in the form of just going over the top with
Yeah.
Blossom. But that's going to be extremely
Playing that
powerful.
land tapped probably. Ooh, I don't like that very much.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like, if you were not going to do anything, I think I would have liked to have seen that Courser.
And just getting any kind of... But he does have another restoration in hand.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
May just be trying to save that up because that enables basically getting a huge amount of damage in over the air. It's going to do nicely against everything that Black Fairies is trying to do.
Yeah.
And it gives you the chance to just naturally draw into a win pretty much whenever you like. So that's always good. Okay. So gets down the Restoration Angel. And we'll see if he has... Looks like this one's resolving.
Yeah, it
and,
doesn't look like he has a counterspell.
you know, if there was a Cryptic, we likely might have seen that there,
Yeah.
going for the draw. But I could see an argument against maybe not going for a counterspell this turn, and,
Yeah.
you know, if you have the Cryptic, maybe trying to counter something and get rid of it, draw a card. Or, you know, you have another Doomblade, which is just bonkers that you continue to have those. And actually, I think we're going to see him path his own Restoration Angel.
That's bold. Especially since this is going to get countered by the Spellstutter Sprite.
Yeah, that is going to be...
Spellstutter is not getting any much better.
You know, and I think the biggest thing is that maybe getting rid of the Spellstutter Sprite from hand might almost be worth it.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit thrown off by that because I'm not really sure if he's in a position of needing 6 mana.
Yeah.
So I may have just preferred that and tried to keep some things held back. But getting a Courser while he
trying
can...
to keep up the regeneration on Thrun because...
It's not out right now, so...
Yeah.
All
Because,
right.
like, there's one of Ryan's only answers if you're making your sacrifice for maybe playing Damnation.
Mm-hmm.
And Damnation is, well, can't be regenerated.
Okay. Doomblade is playable now. Oddly enough, it is.
Yeah.
It is playable, especially with how big the Eldrazi are.
Because
So-
the Eldrazi are a lot of things. They're not black.
They are not black, so maybe not as good once April kicks in. But you know, I wouldn't say the card is ideal, but it's not bad right
okay.
now. It's probably at one of its better places in the most
Better
recent.
than, it's a little bit better than Go for the Throat right now.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
So a swing for 1 at Ian. That's going to knock him down to 15, which I'm guessing that they'll update with the die as soon as they kind of think of it. And a
Ooh,
missed
going for
bind
the Mistbind
click.
click.
That's a pretty. Now
That's really cool.
this is what Ian needs to do. He needs to path that Spellstutter Sprite.
Yeah, right now.
And that will actually wipe both creatures. So it looks like we're going to get a response, and this is going to be glorious. So Path to Exile on that, and let's take a look at that Mistbind click so that people might understand.
This is how I get triggered. There's a lot of these cards in Standard.
Mistbind click has champion a fairy. When it enters the battlefield, you sacrifice it unless you remove another fairy that returns when the Mistbind click or whatever creature's championing it to play. But by getting rid of that, then that creature...
He does get to search for a land if he wants it.
He can grab a land, but that's no consolation prize.
No.
So that is excellent. Really solid by play by Ian. Nice.
And then that spell starter should be exiled. And then no, his lands will not tap because you cannot. Because when you champion a card, you have to champion something else.
When this comes into play,
You have to champion another fairy.
Oh, but when a fairy is championed, it
with-
triggers.
Yeah.
So it's whenever a fairy is championed, and since
Yeah.
one wasn't, his lands don't
Yeah.
tap.
His lands will not tap.
Very cool.
Spell starter sprites exiled. You almost got it. Thank you.
That is excellent. Now, I think that this Raging Ravine is about to do a lot of work this time.
Yeah, I do too.
I think we're going to see a swing for 6, knock him down to 13, and this is a very good position to be. Richie77727, I don't think that I've seen you in this chat before. Thank you so much for joining. You are the best, and I hope that you are enjoying it. If you are, be sure to hit that follow button, and we definitely appreciate seeing all those emails go to the store owner because it kind of bothers... I mean, I'd like to think that it bothers him.
It
but
bothers him
mostly-
in the best kind of way.
if I can just flood his inbox with a bunch of emails saying, you have one new follower, you have one new follower.
Yep.
One, it gets his attention and says, hey, those 2 people in the back in your supply closet who take up your entire supply closet for 3 times a week, they're doing something that people enjoy, so let them keep doing it. So bombarding him, you know, it's a nice way to get his attention and let him know that, hey, we're doing something that people like. And hopefully
Run
you do
the
like it.
last internet troll.
Oh, man. So, let's take a look at this Thrun, because that is such a cool card.
Yep, that's it's a very good card against any counterspell and against any deck that wants to kill your creatures.
Alright, and to Talison, you know, I don't want to say that I agree that we should have more views, because I think that honestly we should just earn it over time. But if you want to help any way that you can, I certainly appreciate it. Again, I'm going to be putting out a Reddit post. I know that not everyone's a Redditor, but any way that you can help out by just giving a good word on that would honestly be very, very helpful to me, and it would mean a lot to me.
Kalitas is a pretty good constellation, though.
Kalitas is a great constellation. Now, it's not going to match up super well against this Thrun, all things considered.
No, that'll do fine.
It'll do fine, and I think that this Restoration Angel is going
Core's
to...
be a big deal, though.
And especially with a Restoration Angel in hand,
Yeah.
Ian is holding the win.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, he has to untap first, but yeah.
definitely. So, what have we got? The Thrun is a sideboard card.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, so... a nice swing for 4. Ryan
Midvald's
down
not
to
bad.
13. The Midvald is going to do a decent amount, not a lot. And
Although, crucially, it is a fairy.
it is a fairy. It's also, interestingly enough, a vampire for Kalitas.
Yes, it is.
So we could see this Kalitas just getting 2+1/+1 counters on it to start brickwalling this Thrun and actually start outgaining the life.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm expecting him to go for with the game plan. The only downside to that is that Ian is holding a win in his hand.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit unfortunate. I'm actually surprised that we didn't see that Restoration Angel at the end step.
I'm not that surprised. You think you want to try to play around as many counterspells as you can.
And this is where we're going to get this. Now here's the other cool fact. Ian can flash in the Restoration Angel, flicker his own Thrun,
Yep.
removing it from combat, and actually keeping Ryan from gaining any life.
Yeah.
It's an option. Maybe not a great option, but it's an option. And it also brings in this Thrun untapped and also with the ability to block and regenerate it. So that's a
probably
pretty
want
cool
to.
move.
Oh no, he just played Midvault, so he can't actually tap it itself. Unfortunate.
No. Well, I mean, he can't to activate itself? Yes, he can. Because
No, but I
Omega
mean like
doesn't
tapping
say
it to add mana when it's already a creature.
when it's already a creature, no. But I actually would have expected him to just activate itself as a creature.
Yep.
So-
So yep, he did flicker it, so it doesn't get any life.
Nope, no life gain, and it's now sitting as a pretty resilient blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is a boo on on that land.
Yep.
Definitely true. Okay.
The Cryptic Command still would be pretty good here.
Cryptic Command is definitely a viable draw. I'm not sure if I see it in the hand. He's really good at just keeping it barely off the camera for
Yeah.
us. Okay. But, man, looks like these people have got all kinds of sweet brews. Currently, we don't stream Standard. If Standard ends up getting a lot more popular, and if people keep telling me, probably through Twitter more than anything, because it's hard to really have like hard numbers.
Yeah.
But if people start telling me to stream Standard, it's something that I'm open to down the
Looks like
line.
he's getting aggressive.
I don't think that it really has an option. He knows that there's a Chord in hand, there's a
Yeah.
Revlark on top. I just don't think that he really has the optionality. My guess is that he might be holding some kind of burn spell or some kind of
Counterspell?
counter spell. Possibly a removal spell would also be pretty effective right now if we see Ian possibly overextend into this Chord.
Yeah, that's true.
Now he'll still have a Thrun, so he's under no immediate threat. But this instant kill is going to be very impactful for Ian.
Yeah, and if I was Ian, I probably would want to fire this off right now.
Yeah. To the big Paddington. How many players in the event? We have got, I think, 28.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's oh no, it's 27. We have one by.
Right.
27 players. I am absolutely thrilled about that. All right, and Rabid Mountain Goats. That is amazing. We're 70 viewers away from being the top MTG stream. Thank you so much for everybody getting us close. I know that I say this a lot, but honestly, the people watching this have been the single biggest determining factor of this
definitely.
continuing to go.
Mhm.
It's yes, we have a ton of fun with this, but it's because you continually show up and are so supportive that we have continued so much beyond everything that we ever intended.
Mhm.
So thank you. I know I say it a lot, but I definitely
You guys are
appreciate
the
it.
real MVPs.
You the real MVP.
Yep.
If I had a tissue, I'd use it for my tears. All right.
I think what Ian's trying to do is I think he's just trying to make sure he taps all of his creatures to still play around Mana Leak.
I think he is. The only thing that he might be doing slightly different is maybe trying. Ooh, and actually he's keeping this back. I'm a little bit thrown off by this.
Interesting.
Big Paddington.
Ryan's also a little bit thrown off because he picked up his cards. He figured he was dead.
quick answer to Big Paddington. Yes, we stream other events. We do Legacy at 7:30 Pacific time on Fridays, Modern on 6 o'clock on Saturdays, and again, we do Modern on 7 o'clock on these Wednesdays, which you're currently watching. Plus, this Saturday, Grand Prix trial for Modern for GP Albuquerque starting at noon Pacific Standard Time this Saturday. We'll both be here for 8 to 9 hours talking the entire time. It's going to be a blast. All right. So, a swing for 3. So Ryan down to 10, and you know,
show you the spell starter spray.
here's one of the things that I think might be happening. Ian is currently in a position where he's winning,
Yep.
so he might not be just holding off on this Kiki Jiki because he's winning. And
I guess.
And right now, that chord has a lot more value as a silver bullet against any small answer that Ryan might have. So if Ryan has an answer to this board, he can chord for the answer. He can chord for the prevention of that. And right now, he's just winning. He isn't in a huge rush, all things considered.
Yeah, but I just think I'd want to try to win the game right now. Because I have no idea what's in this Fairies deck. You could easily play Damnation.
That is true, and it looks like we actually are getting this chord. Now, this is a little bit dangerous, and going for the end step I kind of like. And a Dispel. So just a hard counter from the start. I guess it was just never going to resolve.
Yeah.
So, also we do No Ban List Modern from time to time. We have one coming up in April, just figuring out the exact date of it. Also, we're going to be trying to do Pauper every now and then this summer. Man, we are expanding.
Yeah, this is a lot of stuff.
I sometimes forget how much actually it's like grown. So, thank you so much for joining. I do hope that people are hitting that follow button because it does mean a lot to us. And I know that I keep saying it, but granted, I'm really excited to be at 170.
Yeah, I am too.
But and I'm also thrilled that we've gotten.
If it was Ryan, I would. Ooh, he's not going to spell starter sprite this.
And you know, I can understand him not doing it, but at this point, I'd take any value off of the spell starter spread I can get.
Okay, he is going to do it.
Excellent. All right. So yeah, thank you so much, and I do know that I'm actually pretty thrilled because it's interesting because we haven't gotten as many follows as I would expect from this number of viewers, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No.
Because what that means is that there are currently about 160 people watching this who have been here before and who came back.
Yeah, that is just phenomenal.
That is I can't handle it sometimes. I honestly can't. Okay. So, what have we got? Seahawks, thanks for rejoining. Good to see you again. Let's see. So we have got the Spellstar Sprite, the Kalitas, looking down a Thrun, and, you know, actually he's got this Kozali Pride Mage coming out, and that's going to do a lot just in really significantly increasing the clock into a 2-turn clock as opposed to a 3-turn clock, which I know is relevant.
And it looks like Ryan's stepping off to the side. Probably going to ask a question.
I think we are just getting a judge call going, and part of it might be what happens. My guess is that it might have to do with a cryptic command.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And maybe something having to do with some card and the interaction of the Hexproof of Thrun and how it interacts with the card in hand. I don't entirely know what it is.
I think it might be tap all of your opponent's creatures.
It could be. It could be. All right. Worley, I think I was slightly behind, but I think the life totals are correct. It might just be catching up with you now, but hopefully they are. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Man, I'm so excited that we're at 167 people. That's honestly very thrilling to me. So
kind of blocking the regeneration.
And, you know, it's going to gain him a little bit of life. It's almost to that point where you kind of wish that you could keep flickering him just to keep it. But that's going to gain him, you know, 5 life.
5 life. I mean, 5 life is not nothing.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, I think that Ryan is really signaling a cryptic command more than anything by not swinging with this Creeping Tar Pit. Because he's been so consistent about getting in that small amount of damage, and I think what we're instead about to see is Ryan go for a cryptic command, tapping down the creatures, and then we're going to sing a swing for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a swing for 9 on Ian, which puts him dead at the following turn.
Yeah, although Ian drawing that chord might have something else to do with it.
Now, this might almost be a reason for Ryan to hold off on using this cryptic yet.
Although if it all depends on what's in his hand, obviously. But if Ian tries to cast the Revelark, I could maybe see something like counter tap routine.
For the Revelark specifically,
Yeah.
the Kozali Pride Mage, maybe.
And the Pride Mage I'm probably not too worried about.
Right, because there's not a whole lot of artifacts or enchantments
Yeah.
in this deck. Maybe take down a Bitter Blossom, but
Mhm.
at this point where you're kind of just trading blows, I'm not sure if I even want
Yeah,
a
maybe
Bitter
like if
Blossom.
you have Spreading Seas in the deck somewhere. Or maybe Shackles. But with all the non-basics on Ryan's side, Shackles probably isn't an option.
No, and I don't believe that Shackles is in the deck.
It doesn't spread me.
Because these Fairies decks tend to run really light on their actual basic lands.
Yeah.
Blood Moon's surprisingly effective against Fairies.
Yeah, that actually.
It even takes down Mutavault.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that's interesting is that he is running the Scion of Una. Now, it's not very relevant in this match, but it's just fun to mention. Which,
Hey, Lord is a Lord.
a Lord is a Lord is a Lord. Sleep the Team and Bounce Ravine. First of all, you get points for rhyming.
Wow. Yeah, look at that.
Just for the catchiness. Now, here's an interesting thing. Ryan getting active
Oh,
with
he's
this one
activating.
is actually, it's dangerous because one thing that I would have liked to see is that if he goes for the Cryptic, you're able to still activate this Raging Ravine,
Yeah.
and you might almost have it as a potential blocker against it. But this is resolving, so he's
Ooh.
getting all these attacks in. So I'm not sure what we're about to see, and it is a smother on
Smother. Oh, it
on
might
the
be a
Raging
Smother
Ravine.
on Raging Ravine.
I very much expect it to be.
Yeah, because Smother doesn't say non-land.
Nope, it just says target creature converted mana cost 3
3 or
or
less.
less. And it's actually one of the reasons why I like Smother in Modern right now. Not great with the Eldrazi.
No.
But I like it in Modern in general because it can take down the wide variety of manlands
Yeah.
that are so relevant in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
It'll take down Ink Moth, Blink Moth, Mutavault, Raging Ravine.
Yep.
Shambling Vents has gotten a lot more popular.
Yep. Blinkmoth Nexus.
Blink Moth Nexus, Stirring Wildwood.
Yeah.
I mean, these lands are in so many decks, and
Creeping
you,
Target.
and you never even really think about them. But when
Yep.
you have a kill spell that will hit most of the format, again, post Eldrazi,
Yep.
will hit forward with that, and just sometimes be a brilliant out beyond the range of Abrupt
Yeah.
Decay, a lot of those other spells. And also, I think that the card is utility. I don't think it belongs in every deck, but I do think that it's worth consideration.
Smother does cost one and a black. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it is just a 2 mana.
Yep. And then let's see.
Now this Thrun's still running back as a blocker. Shouldn't Raging Ravine get exiled?
Oh, it's a land.
It is.
As a creature.
It is a creature. At least it's. Yeah, let me double check the wording of Kalitos.
Yeah. Just
It's going to be the wrong one. Dang it. Okay, there we go. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die. Yes. Go. Alright.
Raging Ravine is exiled. It's a creature when it died because of Cletus.
Alright. We got it. Which means that there is a zombie token.
Yep.
So I think that they're noticing that now, and we are going to get that zombie token there.
Yep.
Excellent job. We did it.
Yeah, way to go, chat.
Way to go.
Chat.
Way to go, all the Fortnites. I keep needing to get in the habit of using that. As a fun
Yep.
fact, you may notice I haven't been using it as often as I should, but the
Yep,
name
and
that
then
I
just
have...
making sure that they realize they also get the zombie.
You may just want to wander out and let them know instead of trying to shout, but yeah. Alright.
You also have a zombie.
As for Slipper, it's casual REL, and since we do have a view on it, we tend to, we have a lot of leeway as far as just letting them know stuff. But it being casual REL does give us a lot of versatility. If there is a question as far as it goes, then they can bring over the TO, can assist with that. So we do our best to try and let them know all these things. What else have we got? Okay. Let's see here. Deny my chance to see a Zambi token. Nice. Can bump the Kalitas for extra life gain. Yeah, there's a couple other things, and I think that right now they might just be grabbing it because they are looking at the fact that that is an optional, would be my assumption. So I think that they're just going over it, and it looks like it's being resolved by handing that token over. So,
There we go.
getting it figured out. Did you just end up bringing Dylan over?
Yeah,
Or-
I just told him what it's on.
Yep. Okay, so we have it figured out.
Mhm.
It is interesting. Apparently, the zombie token, like the exile is non-optional, but apparently the zombie token can be missed, though it is not a May ability.
Yeah,
So,
it's just the easy way.
yeah. And a swing. I mean, all things considered, after a pretty sizable swing.
Yeah, he said he's not going to swing with it, so it's not going to be like he's dead this turn.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a thing there.
So, still in a dangerous position. Ian really looking for a Kiki Jiki, and if Ryan, I mean, he has the cord,
I mean, if Ryan has a counterspell,
but the Revelark is going to be
then
nice.
the top card of his library should be revealed.
True. Very likely they'll catch on to that very
Yeah.
shortly. Hopefully. I'd hate to shout at them again.
Yeah.
We'll give it half a moment.
Yep.
Oh, man. I hate always opening the door because I know
Yeah.
that I don't want to put that pressure on
Yeah, I
them.
don't like it either, but
Hopefully they'll remember that one, and if we end up seeing something. So I think right now for Ian, it's mostly something that isn't super relevant. We'll see if they kind of catch it. All right.
top card of your library, Ian. Of course, sir.
And,
Top card.
Sift Static.
Yeah.
That and actually,
So yeah, we're just gonna let
that
it play.
Tectonic Edge might actually win in the game.
Yeah.
That Tech Edge puts him out of the Cryptic Command range. So if he uses that before going for this,
Yep.
basically he has to make the decision between playing around Mana Leak
Yep.
or playing around Cryptic Command.
Mm-hmm.
This is my goodness.
Yeah.
So which do you pick?
I think I'd probably play around Mana Leak. I don't think you're beating Cryptic Command from this spot anyway.
You
Just
know,
Cryptic Command, tap your team.
but if a Cryptic Command to tap your team,
Yeah.
but in response, cord for a Kiki Jiki.
Okay, then you're gonna get infinite dudes, and then they're all tapped.
Oh, that's true. And then you have the next turn.
And then-
Oh, okay. So
and
yeah, I
then you're
guess you do
you're
play around
actually
the Mana
dead
Leak.
on board.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I guess you do just play around the Mana Leak.
Yeah, because you're not beating Cryptic Command. Spell Starter Sprite you don't have to worry about because it's not going to counter your cord for 5.
Yeah.
Snapcaster Mage, if he has Snapcaster, Dispel.
I think he intends to run Snapcaster Mages. I'm not sure if he has them yet, but they are in the mail on the
And then
way to
obviously
Mana
you just can't beat Dispel, and you're not going to beat Dispel to save your life. So
Leak. Okay. So this is interesting. So goes for the going for the Grizzly Pride Mage is a little bit interesting, and I think it's because he'll still have the ability to cord from
Yep.
Kiki Jiki, but may just be trying to assemble a wall of blockers and maybe being a little bit cautious and maybe going to go for the end of Ryan's turn. But I'm a little bit now. As a fun fact, Ian can actually make infinite blockers,
yep,
and
yeah, there is that.
you know we might almost see him. And granted, this is niche of niche.
Yeah,
But how cool would it be to see a cord go and just wipe out Ryan's team with infinite blockers?
Yeah.
I have to say, as much as it may not be the right play, it would be the cool play. All right.
is he going to be attacking with this Restoration Angel?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's bold.
Attacking with it, you know, and with there only being 3 creatures out, like you said, he dies to a Cryptic Command.
Yeah,
So I can understand it. You know, it's going to put him down to 12. The biggest thing is that this life gain is going to be so problematic from the Kalitas. And I'm kind of wondering at what point, but he can take down the Creeping Tar Pit
yep,
with the Tectonic Edge.
yep.
And, you know, that might be the safer play as opposed to playing around the Mana Leak and just getting blown up by the attack of the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So I can definitely get behind that. And, you know, we might see Ian just go for the cord at the end step because
Yeah.
that way it allows him to continue doing what he's doing,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe grab the win if he can.
Yeah.
Now, the only problem is that he has to pretty much choose between going for the Tech Edge or going for the Kiki Jiki.
I think you could probably do both.
After using that Tech Edge, you're only left with 6.
I know, but do you just do it on your upkeep? You just cord on your upkeep before you draw it.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I
Yeah.
see what you're saying.
Well, if you know you're drawing voice, you could probably actually do it on your main phase. Because that way you know you're not drawing the Kiki Jiki.
Mm-hmm. All right. Are we sure that he has Cryptic Command in the deck? Yes.
Yes.
At least he did when I played test against him
Yeah.
about 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I can guarantee you he has a Cryptic. I saw it earlier.
Okay. And what have we got? Sorry about the life totals. It is all, it will soon be righteous. Alright. So, looks like, is that just an attack for 3?
Oh, wow, that's...
Again, this is
Huh.
pretty interesting. Ryan, in a little bit, you know, he seems to be playing a little bit cautiously, and I'm
Yeah.
not entirely sure why, because his loss is going to come from a large amount of attackers.
Yeah.
He can't interact with the Restoration Angel, and I don't think that, you know, right now, just by attacking, he's gaining enough life to really prevent the backswing
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of ways. So, it seems a little bit odd. In going down to 4, so in a dangerous position, not using that tech edge, and I think that's because he now has the ability to go for this chord,
Yep.
really challenge it, and I think by going for it at the end step, if that cryptic command happens, you can still untap your creatures
Yeah.
at the next turn.
Definitely.
Okay. To test user 5, you know, I definitely don't think that they're looking to be deceitful. I think it's just how they're lining it up in their
Yeah.
mind. I can understand it. I've been known to do it, but I try and do it with at least the same lands. But I don't think that it's anything intentional. Yeah.
I mean, you just gotta communicate with your opponent what you have.
Mm-hmm.
It's the big thing, just communication.
Yeah. So, checking that graveyard. And
It's interesting. I'm not sure if he wants to keep the cord out. He draws it, sure. Okay, so it was basically a blank. I don't think he wants to draw all of them anyway.
no, but we could see him go for the Voice of Resurgence first before going for it, just
Yeah.
because it enables so many different,
He
you
also,
can then tap that to
Yeah.
go for it. But he's still in a pretty close position to where right now, going for it 4/5, he's hit by a mana leak. He's hit by a cryptic command, and
Yeah.
he's out of blockers.
yeah,
So, Ian, it is do or die.
yep.
Now, attacking isn't going to do the game for him. We might see him try and cord for a smaller amount.
I kind of expected him to cord for 3 on his end step.
Now, here's a play that I kind of like, is playing out that Revelark this turn. That's a 4/3 flyer.
That's true. You do have to take 1 in order to do it. And hold up the tech edge
To go for the...
to kill the tar pit.
why do you have to... Oh, because it costs
You
6.
You have to pay 1 for the Horizon Canopy.
Oh, because you can't just go for a colorless life.
Yeah.
Okay, and it puts you down to 3, which is a dangerous position to be.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not certainly... I don't know. 3 feels about the same as 4 when you're looking down that particular board.
Yeah.
You know, you have a zombie. The biggest thing is the creeping corrosion. But in that particular case,
Yeah,
you're
creeping
still
corrosion.
keeping up.
The encryptic command.
Yes, I do mean
Creeping
corrosion.
corrosion probably shouldn't be.
Sorry,
here.
I'm thinking of my more feared CC.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But still has the tech edge to prevent the 3. So I'm a little bit perplexed. And as for why he didn't play the voice, I think it might just be to go for a chord and still have up the mana to do the tech edge as
So,
well.
yeah, go for the tech edge.
So I think it's making sure that he can tech edge the creeping tar pit and go for the chord for a Kiki Jiki after some of those
Definitely.
blocks have been assigned.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to be able to regenerate.
And also, like, Ryan is just dead from his Restoration Angel attacking, too. Because he is at 4.
True, but this Kalidas is going to change that.
Yeah.
So,
I could actually also see Ian going for a chord for 4.
and just get another Restoration Angel.
Another Restoration Angel.
Flicker the blocker.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we get an activation, taking down that creeping tar pit. And because it is also just an attack, so it looks like just going to throw that in
Ooh.
front of it.
Oh, I was going to say it would be kind of interesting to see the Pride Mage block and then, like, kill your own Courser.
You know, see, I would really very much like to see that.
Yeah.
It would disable the Kiki Jiki play.
It would also disable the Exalted.
It would. So we're going to see the chord in response. And here is where we find out, because...
I think he might chord for 1,
Now, what are you going for 1?
a Noble Hierarch. Since it replaces the Exalted.
True, but he's still going to be gaining that life in that particular case.
Well, in that scenario, you would
also pop
you would
his
also
Pride
pop
Mage.
the Pride Mage, yeah.
Okay. And actually, it looks like he might be on this... Okay, so this is a chord for
Is it actually?
3,
Yeah, we're going to turns.
4... Wow. This was a long round.
Yeah.
And there's a Spellstutter Sprite.
That's not going to work. How
That's
Ryan
not
wants
going
it
to work.
The chord is converted
X.
mana cost.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is not going to go
Mhm.
well.
Yeah, that's not going to go well for him.
And that's going to be a win. Hi. Alright, so we're going to go for the Kiki Jiki.
He could also get a big game hunter.
Theoretically, but, you know.
This is a chord for 5, right?
Alright, so... Eternal Witness would be interesting.
No, if he's gonna do that, he should definitely get a big game hunter.
Okay, take
Yeah.
it down, prevent the life gain, take the win.
Yep.
And that...
Although crucially, he can't
Get
won't
through the
actually-
Spellstutter Sprites?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Has the big game hunter.
Mhm.
Still is close to the option of winning, however, because
Yep.
that gun. But interesting.
Yeah, it's not what I expected.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're going to be heading into Ian's turn
Should
now.
have taken 1 this last turn because he tapped the Horizon Canopy.
Okay, so we're going to put him at...
Can you tell Ian he should have
Taking 1 from the Horizon Canopy?
taken 1 from Horizon Canopy. Which one do you want?
Okay.
1 on the left.
Perfect. And revealing a Dismember off the top, drawing that, and has the path on top. Now that Dismember, does that do enough to actually clear out enough
I don't think so.
attackers? That means that, you know, even if he still blocks the top 3, that is... No, because the Big Game Hunter is a 1-3, correct?
Yeah.
So that's not going to be enough. He doesn't have a Raging Ravine currently, or actually he might. The Raging Ravine might enable a win.
There's no Raging Ravine.
Okay, never mind. I'm thinking
Yeah,
of
that's a Fire Leaf.
that was last game.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, man.
Yeah, there are no other manlands you have to worry about there.
So, Ian, does he have the option?
What if you just attack with everything? That's not Big Game Hunter, obviously.
True, he doesn't have enough black mana to cast the Dismember. I thought
Yeah.
he might have 1 black mana, but he doesn't.
And you can always draw a card to find the path.
Can always draw a card to find the path.
If
But
you
the
attack
path,
with everything,
you deal 3 damage.
yeah, but you do get to wipe most of Ryan's board.
You deal 3 damage. You do get to wipe. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, because you weren't able to kill one of them, you would have killed.
Oh no, if you attack with everything, he just takes.
He just does enough to.
Yeah.
Ooh, actually, he
That
might.
attack.
No, he would have to actually block enough to kill. He would.
That's
And instead, he is going for an attack for 4.
well, he has to block with. He has to kill one of the spell stutters.
Yeah, so if he attacks with all, he forces all, at least 3 creatures to block. Which means that
Yeah.
Ian would go down to 1.
Like this.
Oh, man.
Huh. Like. Is he just casting Revelark here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, and actually, I like the Revelark.
Yeah.
That's going to do a decent amount to go over the top. It's going to prevent any kind of
I
backswing
think I would have liked an evoked Revelark
to get back.
to get back a bird and something else.
Too bad a Kiki Jiki isn't in there.
Yeah, I know, right?
Ooh,
Yeah.
that would have been glorious. Too bad a Kiki Jiki was never removed.
Yeah.
So, and
There's
a
another
Kalidas.
Kalidas.
But
So
seems
because he's got
like
the
he
path
would-
on top of his library.
Yeah,
So.
so the path is going to help out with that.
Mhm.
And we might just see a swing all out at this point
Yeah.
because I think that is going to be just enough to enable it now that he's added that Revelark to the ranks.
Mhm.
And also we'll be only leaving him with 3 creatures.
Yeah.
So I think because you assume that he has 3 creatures back, the Kalidas is gone. That 2/2 going to block the biggest grown creature, which is going to be your Throne.
Yep.
The 2 flyers take down the 2 flyers. That's going to be a prevention of another 7. That still leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
that land's
damage.
going to be good and he gains a life.
So that's 5 damage. He's up to 4, and I think this is a win.
I think so too.
If this path resolves, he wins.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. I guess that's fair.
Now the only problem is that if he has another spell starter sprite, now we've seen 3 of them,
Yeah.
so
Well, if he has another spell starter sprite, anything you have with 3 or less is going to get countered.
yep. Oh.
So I mean, it's fair to start off with the voice. Like the voice is a fine card to start off with.
So goes for the path.
So just straight up, do you have a counter spell? No. Okay.
And this is, I mean, unless he happens to have a
That
Kiki.
should be exiled. Okay, good.
Yeah, I at this point, it's either going to matter, it's not going to matter either way.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he could draw Profane Command, I guess.
goes for the Voice of Resurgence.
Okay.
Probably just, you know, do you have a trick? Well, at least I have some blockers.
Yeah.
So, and this is going to be an attack for lethal.
Yeah.
As long as he turns everything sideways.
You should definitely be attacking with that,
Kusali Pride
the
Mage?
Pride Mage.
And, I mean, I can understand the big game Hunter maybe, because it would just end up bouncing, but that's just
Yeah.
extra damage. So, now, I can at least understand it because he's forced...
Zombie cannot block. Okay.
Yeah, they're covering that one.
Okay, good.
And, okay, but apparently he's still okay with taking 4?
Yeah, and then he just dies.
So he seems to be okay with this.
He just dies like this.
But I think regardless, Ian has still got to win for his turn 5. So I think
Yeah.
he has to block.
He has to block the
Take
front.
2, block the Throne,
Yep.
And I think he's still gonna. I'm sorry, I changed the names a little preemptively.
Hey, that means I'm winning this game, right? That's what that means?
I changed the names preemptively thinking that I was clever. I was not. I was not.
Oh, he has a disfigure.
Ooh.
So he actually doesn't take any damage this turn.
Still in a pretty decent position, though. So I'm going to go back to the fairies and update that again.
Sorry, guys, our bad. Okay, no, he actually did.
Did take some damage.
Oh, no, he disfigured the Reveler.
And is his only target?
His only target is a bird? Oh.
Interesting. So that's probably why we didn't see the evoke there.
Yeah, that's fair.
But still has the win next turn. Ryan needs to...
well, that's if Ryan doesn't draw Cryptic Command. Oh, Bitter Blossom? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm almost tempted to deal 1 damage to him and let his own Bitter Blossom gets him.
Well, you can't because that'd be on the last... It wouldn't be actually a turn anymore.
Yeah. All right.
No Psionic Blast. Please, no Psionic Blast. I don't want this game to end in a draw.
All right, and that is going to be the game. Dang it, I got preempted.
That is the most exciting 1-1 draw I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely. I think someone just calling the judge, having to get some of that stuff, ended up playing a part. And I think with 2 very reactive decks, we ended up with a situation in which both players were reading into a bunch of stuff. So let's head back up to the booth, get ready for round 4.
Was only round 3.
Thank you for joining, everybody. It is amazing to have you all here. Now, as to why we didn't see the attack, I agree that it was a little bit unusual. Yeah. Maybe just playing a little bit cautiously.
Yeah,
because,
I don't think he wanted his guy to trade.
Yeah, and he may not have seen the fact that he could have taken the full win off of that, and possibly just playing around anything. If he had that intention of winning turn 5, once you're in turns, I can understand why he would just say, okay, well, let's make it to where I can win with turn 5 safely. Yeah. Conservatively.
Let's play around everything I possibly can.
Now, the other factor to consider is, let's be honest, we're at a casual REL at a twice-weekly tournament at a local game store. Which means that sometimes, these aren't the players that get the opportunity to grind a match every day. Yep. So, it's understandable, but we'll try and get something a little bit more aggro-y, and then we can try and switch to a control deck. Yeah. That way we can try and double up in round 4. Yeah. Should be a lot of fun.
Right, and then I'm going to leave this next round up to Dylan to get us one.
Okay. We'll see if he ends up messaging us, because there's the small chance that he is ridiculously busy, and he may just not be able to. So, what have we got? What city are we in? First of all, Julian Ortiz, thank you for joining. I'm not sure if we've seen you before, so if you are brand new, it's great to have you. I hope you are enjoying it. And
Adam playing Green White Hate Bears versus Garrett playing Merfolk.
Who's on which side?
Adam's on the wall.
Okay, so we are going to have Adam playing. We're going to have Green White Hate Bears versus Merfolk. So we have got that for the Hate Bears and Merfolk. Now, tell me a little bit about this matchup.
Oh, yeah, this is actually a pretty interesting matchup. You got Garrett. Merfolk is definitely trying to go wide, trying to make all of his creatures as big as possible, and trying to basically outclass all of the Hate Bears creatures. Well, on the other side, the Hate Bears is trying to basically play the mana denial route with stuff like Leonin Arbiter and Ghost Quarter, or Ghost Quarter and even Mind Sensor. But I still think I'd take Merfolk in this. Being able to access Spreading Seas as a cantrip and having just all in all better creatures.
I'm actually going to agree with Merfolk as well, because they aren't as inhibited by a lot of the prison, or not the prison, but the tax effects.
Yeah, the Thalia effects.
Thalia not going to be effective. The things that prevent from searching not going to be very effective. So I think that Merfolk is going to definitely have an advantage, but we'll see. And I do love Dark Slaughter's. Also, Dark Slaughter. I'm not sure if we've seen you before. I'm going to presume it's Dark S Laughter. Thank you for joining. I'm not sure if we've had you before. Thank you to everybody who's joining. My name's TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we're starting from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. It's round 4. It's going to be a blast.
Yep.
If you are brand new, be sure to let us know. We'll welcome you by name.
Yeah,
it's something that we definitely like to do. I need to reset the life totals and the game win counter so that we can move into round 4 Lents, have a blast. I will see you all down there. Good times ahead. Nailed it. Okay, so both players getting ready. The Ghost Quarters. All right, any Lantern decks looking like they make it to the finals?
No.
Is it not the case?
There's only one Lantern player, and he's X2.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate. No Lantern this time. How do I feel about the 8-Whack versus Burn matchup? It's a pretty interesting one. I haven't had the opportunity to play it yet, Champaka. So I think what I would do is in the main board, you were actually a little bit unfavored as the Burn player.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think post-board you end up siding similar as you would to, say, Affinity or how you would to any other kind of wide deck. And
That's fair.
take on the control role. Once you go into everything that can hit creatures, I think your matchup improves pretty vastly.
Yeah.
But I think the big things to prioritize are Grim Lavamancer, Lightning Helix out of the board. I know I played out of the board. I would much rather have Skullcracks and things like that.
I mean, in the burn decks that I normally play, I still have Core Firewalker.
Exactly.
So,
Awful Waffle. 6-word game later? Absolutely. We'll be
Definitely.
sticking around for a little bit after. Can't stay too late because I wake up at 5:30 in the morning these days.
ooh,
Yeah, so I did actually do a test run last night of staying up late just to make sure that I could make sure how late I could stay doing this. So I can stay for a bit. We'll play a little bit of 6 words, have some fun. It's going to be a great time.
yeah.
All right. So, and we've got a doot.
I think this. Yep. Adam is thanking the stream for sleeves.
Okay, so what Adam is doing is White Knight is not in here currently, and we can't really see that, but I'm going to guess that what this says is thank you for the sleeves, because last time Adam was on camera, he had 60 sleeves, his sideboard was not sleeved, and someone went down to the bottom of our page where you can find a donate button, and donated exactly enough for a set of new sleeves, which we put down on the table right in front of him. Which is delightful.
Yep.
So we've got an Aether Vial off of what appears to be Minimo.
Oboro?
Oh, that's Oboro?
Oboro.
That is Oboro. Thank you very much.
Yep. Palace in the Clouds.
So, an Oboro coming down, just casting an Aether Vial, that's a really good start for this Merfolk deck,
Yeah.
especially against Hate Bears, because Hate Bears isn't going to have a huge amount of waste in the main board, maybe because All Pride managed to take that down.
Yep.
Alright, no, White Knight isn't here, but I still have to agree that it was a very kind...
Triton Shorestalker?
That is a Triton Shorestalker.
Huh.
And actually, let me comment on that slightly. I
Okay.
can kind of get behind that. We're in a meta that is very heavy on Eldrazi,
Okay.
heavy on a lot of effects that are very creature based as opposed to spell based.
Sure.
Now, I would still rather have a Curse Catcher,
I would definitely thought
but I think that a Triton Shorestalker is reasonable.
I think I'd rather have Kosi's Trickster.
Okay.
Like, there's still going to be a lot of shuffling. I just don't know where the field would be if Triton Shorestalker was the one-drop Merfolk I'd want to go to.
Yeah, and there's a Thalia going up against a Curse Catcher. And Garrett currently with 2 mana open and an Aether Vial on 2. If I'm Adam, gotta be a little bit cautious about a Lord coming in.
Yep.
The only nice thing is that he can swing in for that 2 though, because any Lord is still gonna beat them with the first strike because of the 1 toughness. But drawing a card off of the Silvergill Adept, pretty much exactly what Garrett wants to be doing with those Silvergill Adepts.
Especially with the land he drew off of it.
Yes. Going up to 3 lands, if he's running Merfolk Reejerey,
Mirror Reejerey would be a great one.
Or I'm sorry, yeah, Mirror Reejerey.
Master of the Pearl Trident would be great, obviously.
Also, by the way, how are my shameless donate plugs doing? Because I feel like I'm getting better and much more subtle, which I now realize that I just completely eliminated. But I feel like that last one was nice and subtle. Let me know.
bad.
So, we have got that Triton Shorestalker coming down. Adam up to 3 lands. Now, I do see, man, he is flicking those cards pretty quick, and they're a little bit of unconventional cards from what I can tell.
Yep. He's got a Scavenging Ooze, a Thalia, and a Vryn Wingmare, I can tell.
Is that the Vryn Wingmare?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay. Now that Vryn Wingmare still not going to be super effective, mostly
Yeah.
able to just
Not-
attack through the air more
Not
than
too
anything.
great right here.
All right.
Although it doesn't look like Garrett actually has a Lord in his hand. I think it's a second Vial and a Harbinger of the Tides.
Ooh, and that Harbinger of Tides is actually going to be
Yeah.
pretty nice, especially with this Aether Vial on 2.
Mhm.
How do you feel about activating that now? Apparently you don't.
Well, the Vial's already tapped.
True, and actually Adam has a Vial on 2.
Yeah. So, wouldn't be too
interestingly
good.
enough. So it would have been pretty interesting to see that
Definitely
happen.
wants to keep that Vial on 2 right now.
All right.
Mute Volt's not a bad draw.
No, that Mutavault is going to do a decent amount of work.
Mhm.
It's going to just accelerate his board state, and also it just gets him up to that 4 mana. I'm kind of expecting Garrett to drop down this Aether Vial, though, because at a certain point,
Yep.
having 2 of them on 2 just means options are
okay.
available.
I like the attack.
This is aggressive, and I think the biggest thing is that he is very much signaling that there is something in his hand.
Yeah.
With this Aether Vial untapped on 2. And Aether Vialing in Athalia. This is excellent.
All right. I
Um,
can dig it.
can I link a pic of the... Yeah, I can. Alright.
Aether Vial is a pretty good card.
Aether Vial is a very good card. Yeah, off a waffle, I can do that. So it looks like it's going to be taking down the Curse Catcher,
That's-
which is an unusual choice, especially out of a
Yeah.
deck like Hate Bears, which doesn't run a whole lot of them.
Mhm.
But they do run some, especially if he's planning on maybe casting a Collected Company next turn.
Yeah, maybe.
So that could be in his game plan. We do have a Scavenging Ooze, which he'll likely be casting, and maybe trying to eat some of those creatures as
No, I
well.
just leave it on 2 there.
Ooh, and that's a Voice of Resurgence, has also a Wiltly Fleege.
Mhm.
But no, and actually, is that another forest?
I think that's...
No, that's, okay.
I think that is
We've got a-
Collected Company.
If it is a Collected Company, then that is going to be excellent. So, going for that Voice of
Voice
Resurgence.
is probably fine. Yeah, Voice is cool.
Voice is good. I'm not sure if I would call it so much, a high priority in this one. I say Aether for Doro.
That's Aether Vial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Company Play isn't in the deck because of all the...
Yeah, the Thorn effects, sure.
You know, I know that it was for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's also you're playing like Wiltly Fleege. It's not a hit.
Now, Duncan12321, again, I'm not sure if we've seen it before. Thank you for joining. No, it does not normally run Triton Shorestalker. Normally, it is just the Curse Catcher.
Yep.
And then really tends to prioritize a lot of those 2-drop lords, and then a top end of a couple of the
Yep.
Master of Waves.
Looks like Garrett has 2 vials in his hand.
Mm-hmm. So that's a Harbinger of the Tides. I'm Triton Shorestalker, but the biggest thing that Garrett needs right now is a lord. And
Just attack for 1.
I guess a clock's a clock.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
And if
Aether.
I- yeah.
Oh.
No.
Ugh.
No.
So-
If I was Garrett, I would just deploy the second vial.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to get much better. You're not going to be able to block with Mutavault ever.
No, and I think, at a certain point you're not bluffing a 2-drop anymore
Yeah.
because you haven't activated the vial for so many
Yeah,
turns.
if you didn't have a 2-drop the turn when you attack with everything, you don't have a 2-drop now.
Yeah. Okay. Now here's a great question. Why would you not put a counter on the vial? Because he has such a high density of 2-mana spells, that's the best place for him to have it be. Because he's got 4 mana, so anything higher, he's
Yep.
got a much lower quantity of those 3 and 4 cost spells
Yep.
that he can cast right now. So by keeping it on 2, it means that right now he has the capability of dropping 3 2-mana spells, and it just makes sure that Aether Vial is at its highest possible usefulness,
Yep.
especially because those lords can be a great instant speed combat trick.
Yeah.
Hopefully that is a nice answer to the question.
Yeah. And there is an eternal question of do you uptick your vials once you don't have all your 2-drops out?
Yep. Off a waffle. Can you play 4 Planeswalkers in Modern? Yes. You just cannot have 2 with the same Planeswalker name type on the battlefield. So you can't have 2 different Jaces on the battlefield at the same time. You can play as many as you want in the deck. It's the battlefield that cares.
Yes.
Okay, so looks like
That's a fine trade, although the Scavenging Ooze is going to get bigger.
the Scavenger is going to get bigger, which, yes, unfortunate, but as long as Adam's board is smaller than Garrett's, I think that Garrett has the advantage. Okay.
Yeah, just run up the other... I mean, Mirror Reader is not a bad draw.
Mirror Reader is an excellent draw right now, and I would really like to play that, but at that point, I'm looking to get mana efficient and probably just drop that Aether Vial.
Well, you can play 2 vials this turn since the Thalia is gone. But there is a Ringwing Mirror.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So, like, you could probably play both, and not doing anything is just not good.
All right. So you can only play 2 Planeswalker Chandra. You can run up to 4 in your deck. You can only have 1 on the battlefield
Yes.
at a time. Yep. And EJ, we will be here when you get back, unless you take a really long time. So,
Yeah.
Tectonic Edge for Adam. Now, has an Aether Vial and
He's
4.
got double Willy Fleech.
Probably looking to do that Willy Fleege. We might see him hardcast one and then flash in the other, and that might actually give him the edge in this game.
Yeah.
Because a plus 4/+4 to this Voice of Resurgence, +2/+2 to the other two creatures, and actually they both pump each other to being 5/5s.
6/6s. They're both green and white.
Oh, you are correct. My apologies.
Yep.
So, unless Garrett goes basically Master of Waves into
Master of Waves.
or Lord into Spreading Seas.
Yeah,
I mean,
that wouldn't be bad.
There are options,
Hibernation would be a good one.
but Adam is looking hugely favored, and any kind of situation in which
3.
Garrett decides to maybe take this amount of damage.
Oh,
and-
Harbinger.
Now that Harbinger is going to be excellent, bouncing that Scavenging Ooze, but that,
Well, in that case, I definitely would have loved seeing the 2 vials then.
yeah, but you're still looking at taking 6 damage here,
You're
7,
taking, like,
8.
Yeah, you're taking
That's
more.
still 8 damage. I mean, Garrett is down to 8 here in game 1. You know, we said Merfolk is probably favored, and
I still am not going to say they're not still favored.
I'm not going to say they're favored, but at least as far as this game is going, I don't think that that's the correct amount.
Is it 16? It took 4.
I think
8?
he should be at 8.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Excellent. My goodness.
Yep.
Okay. That was a rotten fish draw.
So is it 6?
It's a day-old fish draw. So at 6, I'm a little bit thrown off by why he's at
Yeah.
6. But they're the ones keeping track of their life total.
Yep.
We can't hear what they're saying. So,
Now he's going to go for the Spreading Seas.
going for the Spreading Seas on a Tech Edge. Maybe just to prevent that Mutavault, and it can keep your Mutavault large. So right now, Garrett, hopefully he drew into a Lord, and I think I see 2 Aether Vials.
Well, he has a card that I can't see.
I think
it's
that's
a
2
master.
Aether Vials and a land. It looked a
Oh.
bit like an Obro to me, though it's doubtful that...
I don't think he's playing multiple Oberos.
I very much doubt it, which gives a little bit of credence to the fact that it might be a Master of Wave something.
Yeah.
But I just thought I saw a little bit of the, some of the telltale art signatures
Yeah.
of it. So,
It's got green source. Not.
and that is not green. Or what's he doing?
There we go.
Okay.
It's like he can mentally tell.
I'm pretty sure that they hear the doorknob turn.
Oh,
And
that'd be great. That'd be great. Just, oh shit, what's wrong?
One of these days we should get a little button that relates to a red button on the table and just says, stop what you're doing.
Stop.
Check yourself.
Just a little thing that says check yourself, and then a second one that says before you wreck yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's just like check it, where we give them like 3 seconds to correct
Oh,
it
that's a good
themselves,
one.
and then a second button that says we're gonna wreck it, and then we walk out there and just.
It's not bad.
There's so many options.
Oh, that's a Master of Waves in a second.
Okay, so that Master of Waves, I would have said it was going to be really good, but he just had to do a massive wave of blocks to go down to 2.
Yep.
I don't think that this game is in his reach because he cannot handle this Vryn Wingmare right now.
I noticed the mismatch basics. Don't worry. I noticed. There's mismatch basics on both sides.
Man.
Okay?
And
I'm not happy.
we have got at least one Lord and a Master of
Master,
Waves. Now
okay.
that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's
7.
6. 7?
The Spreading Seas.
I was counting the Spreading Seas.
1, 2,
1,
3,
2,
4, 5.
3, 4,
Oh, yeah, it is
5,
6.
6. Open up 6. Spreading Seas.
6 tokens.
Spreading Seas.
Thank you.
All right, man, we got it. The Slim Shady EMB, Cav 3, Denalis. By the way, I just want to thank everybody for participating in the conversation.
Yeah, the game's over.
And yeah, that's going to be a win because... So game 1 going to Hate Bears. The 2 Wiltleaf Lead just providing a huge amount
Yep.
of pressure. And down the line, I don't think that playing those Aether Vials would have mattered.
Mhm.
But I do have to think that... I don't,
I mean, I don't think it would have mattered, but you got to play correctly when you can.
And I think just getting choked on those Lords for so
Yeah.
long was really hurtful.
Yeah.
Not seeing a single of what is up to, 12 cards.
Yep.
In addition to not seeing a single Spreading Seas.
Mhm.
And, that happens. It's a Magic game. It's a
Speaking
variance
of
game.
choke,
Speaking of,
it looks like I'm boarding in choke.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of choked.
Gotcha. Now, here's an interesting fact, which is I'm not a huge fan of boarding and choke in this particular case.
I don't think I can agree with that. I mean, I realize that you need to prioritize dealing with the creatures,
Mm-hmm.
because that's what's going to kill you, but when I have a card in my sideboard that says target player's lands don't untap.
So here's the biggest thing, is actually, it's because, judging by what we saw, which was 50% of his land tapping being non-basics,
Mm-hmm.
usually that's at least a hint, and he might have just hit the island pocket, but a lot of Merfolk players have gone hugely away from these basic lands in an effort to just beat choke.
Yeah.
And granted, it's possible that since we're on a local level, he's just doing half that, half not.
Mhm.
Because one great thing that I saw was people bringing in Blood Moon into Merfolk because
Yeah.
they went too far in the other direction. So they
Yeah.
might be at that sweet spot to where maybe you bring in choke, but it just might not work.
I don't know. I would always... I mean, you have choke. I don't think I'd board in the Torpor up there. It only stops Master Waves, but... I guess it stops Silverkill Adept and Harbinger. So, yeah, never mind. But,
You know,
I still don't.
Maybe, and it
agree
just
with
seems
that.
surprising to me when the green-white version is normally much more filled with Edge of the
Yeah.
Battlefield effects
Mhm.
than the white version, say.
Yeah.
And this seems like it might be more the white version, at least as far as the taxing effects go, with a lot, basically a green splash for some higher power.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, choke.
I don't know. When you're playing against a mono blue deck, because that's what Merfolk is.
Alright, Awful Waffle asking, what's my opinion on a mono aggro, mono red goblin deck? Like it's so far, any tip, anything I should be cautious of when playing? If we're talking about modern, it is sweet.
Pyroclasm.
You have two
You should
great
worry about
options.
Pyroclasm.
One is be sure to run Goblin Grenade. That card is insanely good. That is the reason to play goblins in modern as opposed to burn. Two, check out a recent deck called 8-Whack.
Yep.
It's on by Saffron Olive on MTG Goldfish.
Mhm.
It'll be a budget version. You can definitely go non-budget. It will put you in a very good direction. The
Yep.
deck is very sweet. Things you should be cautious of when playing. Jeskai Control because of their absurd amount of spot removal. Anything
Yeah.
very spot removal
Definitely.
heavy. But
Tron, you should worry about Pyroclasm.
Pyroclasm, a big one, but
Or
actually you're probably
maybe
favored against
Anger.
Tron.
Yeah, just like board wipes.
Yeah. So pretty much any Anger of the
Mhm.
Gods out of Jund, Pyroclasm out of anything,
Yep.
smaller and
Out of
red.
Merfolk, you need to worry about Master Waves.
Master of Waves decent, but overall you will be in a very good.
Yeah.
The deck is good. It's not tier 1 meta game changing.
You can win. You can win a tournament with it.
You can win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, asking me as to whether or not mono red is
Yeah,
good.
that's
You know what you're gonna get.
asking him whether or not asking him if mono red is good is asking, okay, what version of mono red should I play?
Absolutely. Nothing like some generic brand energy beverage. Favorite against Jund is a strong statement. I was talking about Tron. Did I say
Yeah,
Jund?
I think you meant Tron.
I did mean Tron. My apologies. I think that Jund would be slightly favored just
Yeah.
because of Anger of the Gods out of the sideboard and a
Yeah.
good amount of spot removal. My apologies.
And also like Goyf.
Okay. Oh, Toro. So, a Mutavault following an
Spreading
island
Seas?
for Garrett and a Spreading Seas onto a
Not
Temple
bad.
Garden. That's a really solid
Yep.
play, especially with Adam doing no turn 1 play and having a very mana-intensive deck.
Yep.
Now, he does have this Windswept Teeth, possibly going to lead into something like a Scavenging Ooze, a Thalia, some of those playable, but he's got a Voice of Resurgence in
Yeah.
hand, which is not going anywhere soon.
Mm-hmm.
And I
And
don't...
then I think if I was gonna lead on the voice, I think I would have played the fetch line first.
And why do you say that? Just so like...
Just to play around Spreading Seas. Because
Okay.
Garrett didn't do anything turn 1. If he plays a Lord, then you can hold something up.
And it lets you at least have 2 tapped lands, because if
Yep.
you're going to force yourself to fetch... And actually, he's just going... Now, he probably has another land in hand, because he's keeping himself at just a single green right now.
Yep.
I have to think that there's a white man in there that I'm not seeing, because otherwise
Yeah.
that's a very dangerous place to put yourself in.
Well, he has an island.
Oh, no, that is the Canopy Vista.
Oh.
Yeah, that is the new Tango land, and that's actually going to still
Oh.
enter tapped next turn.
Yep.
But that's probably why we saw him go for that, is because now he's only 1 basic away. And is that a Marrow Regery is the
That is
first
a
spell?
Marrow Regery. What's
That
a
is-
second spell? Because he played a Spreading Seas.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But the first
So generic. Much beverage.
so generic. We're not sponsored. By the way, if you happen to be a company,
Monster.
CEO or in charge of sponsoring people, give us a call.
Yep.
So a Ghost Quarter coming out. Adam's still having a little bit of trouble hitting this mana, and he has a card that he can't cast. And be ready to shout it. Nope.
Can't cast Frenwing Mare. It's an island.
All right, and that is going to be put back into hand. And that's one of the things is that anytime I get Spreading Seas, I put it on top of the lands.
Yeah, I do too.
Because it becomes so easy to forget. So, I think what we just saw was that the Temple Garden on top of the Spreading Seas saw white mana, went for white mana, and unfortunately led to us shouting out the door.
Yeah.
So he does have another Scavenging Ooze.
It does look like Adam is playing Collector's Company, because there's one at the back of his hand.
Yeah, okay.
Interesting.
Um...
It's Banjo Land. That's what it is.
Oh, right.
It's Banjo.
I like calling it a Tango Land. People can call it whatever they
Banjo
want. As long as you understand what I mean. I call it Canopy Vista for sure. Alright. So...
I mean, you probably should Ghost Quarter yourself, because that also removes an island for the Lord of Atlantis or Master of Pearl Trident.
Alright. As for Slim Shady, it's something that, from the perspective we've basically been told by the TO and from several judges from GPT, is that if we see things that, you know, if you see an illegal game action, then you are supposed to stop it.
Yeah.
And so, anytime that we see people cast things that can't be cast, then we are supposed to stop it. So, for the most part, people have been very friendly about it, but certainly we try not to be too obnoxious.
It looks like he just went off with Mirror Retreat for a second.
Yeah, so is this, now, this is an interesting swing with the Marrow Reedry into this,
Well, he has a Master in play. Not even close.
Whoops, I don't even know what I typed. I honestly don't even know what I just typed.
There's a lot of Marrows.
There are a lot of Marrows. Okay, so so that does put it up to a 3/3. Doesn't have the green mana to move it up.
3/7. So he's at 9? Or
at 12.
12? Yeah.
Alright, and Garrett's still up at 18, so doing a great job of
If he
applying
wants
pressure.
to Ghost Quarter, he should do it on his own turn. That way he gets to float a mana.
To just float a colorless mana, and he would actually be able to cast that Vryn Wingmare.
Yep.
But actually, he's going for the Mutavault.
That's...
And it could be because he has the Canopy Vista, so maybe trying to go into it next turn.
Well, he wouldn't be able to have it come... so I'm really confused about what's going on here.
I think he's maybe deciding to do that before taking damage.
Oh, okay, so that's what's going on.
Okay. Marrow Reedry. I honestly might have typed it. Okay. So we have got a Noble Hierarch.
It's really easy to get annoyed with yourself on stream. When I go back and watch my own games, I always think, well, that's obviously the wrong play. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's a good way to learn, though.
It's really easy.
It's a good way to learn. And I will say, I get annoyed with myself on stream all the time, but that's mostly because you guys all have to put up with me. All right.
Slick.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have got another master. This game is going incredibly well for this
There's a
Merfolk
master.
player.
Ooh.
And with a devotion of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That is huge. I mean, he's close to presenting a win this turn. At least he's presenting...
all of his creatures are unblockable, too.
Correct. I'm sorry, the elementals themselves are not.
Oh, sure.
But...
there's enough of them, though, they're basically unblockable.
The Marrow Teegery. How have I never made that joke in my mind before? Man. Interesting. Alright.
Pride Mage, maybe a little too late.
Yeah, and I think that Pride Mage, so...
Yep, that's about what I thought this matchup was going to go.
That's what I was expecting from Game 1.
Yeah.
So, now we did actually... So one thing to take note on is the fact that you were correct in the joke tour. We did see a lot of basic islands there.
Yep.
So it looks like that might just be running a couple of them to give himself a little bit of an edge, or at least an out to it.
Yep.
But definitely not at a point where that card is not worth bringing in, so I like that. Two-part question. Am I ever going to pull... I honestly... Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Find a sub so that I can play an event, then make a bad choice, play Tron, and scrub out. That's actually hilarious. Answer to the first question. That is my intent down the line. I'm actually going to have to find one eventually because I will be doing some conferences for my new job.
Ooh.
And so I will eventually need to find some people who can run it. There are people who I believe can do it, but as long as I can, I'd like to be as much involved in creating a consistent product as possible and eventually getting, certain people that just know what they're.
Yeah.
And if I can get people to also commit on a time frame, I know that it's difficult to ask other people to. But if I can ever get to that point, the second question being that I'm probably not going to play Tron.
No one should play Tron.
Mostly because I like Tron conceptually. I would much rather play Affinity or Burn or one of my decks.
Yeah.
I built them because I like them and I don't have Tron.
I think I've been pretty vocal about my distaste for Tron.
You have been vocal
So-
about distaste for Tron.
Yeah.
All right. Am I accepting resumes? Honestly, you know, it sounds like a joke, but I was actually genuinely considering like doing almost an application
casting
process
call?
for it, of because there's enough people interested in it, and I might genuinely have to do something like
Ooh.
that just
Oh,
to
man.
make sure that people are actually interested. But I don't think I'm famous enough to get away with it, so I have to actually think about the ramifications of that. So an Aether Vial off of a Ghost Quarter from from Adam. Sorry. Whew.
That Triton Shorestalker.
And I mean, it's a clock. It's a 20-turn clock,
Yeah, it's...
and a Canopy Vista. I mean, a Spreading Seas right now would be incredible.
Yeah, definitely.
So if
Got a-
Garrett has
he
one,
has a
then,
land and a Spreading Seas.
so if I'm Garrett, cutting off that
Yeah.
green and white mana, and I mean, you can definitely see in
There's,
just
maybe a little bit of an argument to be made to
hitting the Ghost Quarter.
to be if by targeting your own land with the Ghost Quarter so he doesn't draw a card.
I think there's an argument to be made, but I'm not sure if I agree with it.
Yeah.
But I definitely agree that if that's what you're going to do,
Mhm.
then you should do it.
I think Adam has a choke in his hand.
All right. We're only 25. That might be the best idea possible.
Well,
man.
we have the random cardboard right here.
We do, and we actually even have a Garrick. I'll just put a little voice thing and
Ooh.
record myself making, just play Burn, yo. Get wrecked.
Get right.
All
Boom.
right.
Got him.
So we have got an Aether Vial from Garrett joining the field. Still just a Triton Shore Stalker. Woo! Nailed it. For Alpha Waffle, no, there will not be goblins. There are not goblins
Nope.
in every block, and the goblins are not in the world of Innistrad, but very
Nope.
likely we'll have them after that. But, you know, often. So,
Tradebinder Mage. It's not a bad one.
no, and being able to take down that Scavenging Ooze, you know, he's able to gain, he doesn't even have a green mana right now.
Nope.
But down the line, he might be able to.
Although he does have a
Ooh.
path.
And he also has a choke.
Yep.
And he might, if I'm Adam, I'm pathing my own creature. I'm getting the green mana.
I think you have a Ghost Quarter for that. You could just Ghost Quarter the thing with the island on it.
But this gives you the 3 mana.
Yeah, but then you also remove an island so your land will untap under choke.
Ooh, no, wouldn't that be funny? I
Yeah.
can't wait to see that happen.
Yeah, I guarantee this is going to happen.
Oh, man. So, actually, that's a great point. So, yeah, he probably should have gone for that one and just done it on his own turn so
Yeah.
that he would be able to float the mana from it. Yeah, I have to agree, but this
yeah,
choke
if
is
there-
going to be very
you
good.
need this choke is not getting any better.
No, and with this Aether Vial, it's going to help out somewhat, but Adam definitely increasing his odds. Now, ticking his Aether Vial up to 3 is a pretty interesting choice.
He has a Vrynwing Mare in his hand.
Okay, so maybe just going to try and put that in, but you can't do it in response to
Yeah.
a spell. So, oddly enough, this Aether Vial means that he's not out of the game, and actually Adam didn't tap his Canopy Vista, so he's still got it, and he
Yeah.
has an island that, and also a big thing to note is that Adam doesn't have a clock currently.
Yep.
And a choke is all fine and
So
good.
he has double collected company.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Did not file in anything.
Alright.
Well, no, it actually wasn't tapped, so it doesn't actually get untapped.
Yep. And now that that is tapped, we'll have to make sure that we
Yeah.
let him know at the untap step. Again, we are at casual Ariel, and if his opponent was okay with it, it's hard
Yeah.
for us to jump in and enforce that one
Yeah.
overly. But again, casual Ariel, which means that sometimes things happen.
Can't
and
say I agree with how that's how you find collected company. I always make sure that I only hit 6. So you put the 6 cards.
Alright, so we have got a Loxodon Smiter and a Thalia, which is going to actually tax him out of...
The
Okay, and,
collected
yeah, he
companies,
knows. And now he actually can't cast his own collected
Yeah.
company. So I think he might have maybe mischosen there, but
Mhm.
a Kitchen Finks is going to do the job pretty nicely, put himself up to 15.
Yep.
And now this clock is starting to be presented. A swing for 6 is going to do nicely.
Although, Harbinger of the Tides, bounce that.
Okay.
Sure.
So, taking that back to the end, he'll probably just be casting that in the second main phase, and that's
Yeah.
going to be just
Adam's Vial is on 3. But it is tapped. Right.
but it is tapped.
Really hope he doesn't try to cast the company.
I think more likely we're going to see the Loxodon Smiter.
Well, it's Garrett's turn. So,
Oh.
why are his lands untapped?
Oh,
Okay, they're not untapped.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, right, okay.
Just put in a Maraudry, and that's actually going to do a decent amount going up against the Kitchen Finks, taking down the Harbinger, but still ends up taking 4.
Yep. I'll actually take 2, because he also gains 2 from the coming back.
That's true, so he ends up at 13.
Yep.
And the interesting thing is going to be if Garrett, now he can't at least cast a 2-mana Lord.
Okay, he didn't cast the company. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. So, we're actually, Garrett can't put in the 2-mana Lord with the Aether Vial, so he's really hoping for an Obero, anything like that.
Yeah. You can also just run a runner Island would be fine.
That's true.
Yep.
That is true. And eventually, interestingly enough, if he can Violent a Merfolk, he'll be able to untap some of his lands.
Yeah.
So that's going to be very
Yep.
cool if he can get anything like that going.
Mhm.
But instead, we've got a swing for 4, and his clock is solid right now.
Yeah.
And Adam needs to really get something
He's
aggressive
9.
happening. He's going to be going for a Collected Company, and that could end up being pretty much a game changer.
Yeah.
So, going for the Collected Company, and let's see what we get here.
It's like a Brimans.
You are correct. It is whenever you cast a Merfolk
Yeah, it's
spells.
not when a
Never mind.
Merfolk comes into play.
So, we've got a Kazali Pride Mage, which can take down the Aether Vial, actually, and a Brimaz, which is also going to do a decent amount.
Yep. If I'm Adam, I'm blowing up that vial right now.
Yep. And that means that...
That's not where I would go with my.
That's a curious choice.
Yeah, you've already got as much mana as you need.
So, a Reedry right now does a decent amount of just... I think a Reedry would give Garrett close to the win.
Mm-hmm.
If he ends up with a Master of Waves and just takes it up to
Yeah.
4 and drops it in, that is
Yeah.
going to be pretty impressive. But I think right now, going for that Spreading Seas wasn't the most relevant thing,
No.
when the only thing that allows him to cast spells is that Aether Vial.
Yeah, that's not where I would go with it.
So,
Brimaz should not be
summoning sick. Isn't he? Oh no, that was at the end step. Never mind. So they'll catch up on the vigilance, I'm sure. Yeah, that was at the end
Okay.
step, so he can attack. It's just that he's not tapped, and I'm sure they'll fix that. Okay.
Okay.
So, what have we got? Also, to Matrix. Thanks for joining. I
Yeah.
think that you are brand new.
Hmm?
As far as I know, I haven't seen you before, and I apologize if you have talked
And if I'm
previously.
Garrett, I would definitely block that soldier with the Maraudry.
Yeah, because there's no real downside
Yeah.
to it, and it just means that you're only taking,
You take 1 less damage.
Yep. And, he's banking on the Master of Waves.
Well, it's not like he has anything else.
True, but, a Master of Waves would be very excellent, and I think they're about to update this life total for us.
Yep. Although I think actually the life total is fine as it is.
That's true that he can't randomly get beaten by
Yeah,
Outwalking.
but there's no way for Garrett to put Master or Lord of Atlantis into play.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is that
Yeah.
without the Aether Vial on 2, that's not really an option right
Yeah.
now. I'm more worried about another Reedry, but
Mhm.
and any of those coming in is pretty problematic.
Yeah.
Alright, so
Yeah, also Adam has Ghost Quarters, so you can Ghost Quarter his own land.
definitely. So it's an interesting choice. Okay. So, and getting aggressive here, we've got to swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I think actually just needs to block,
Okay, just...
and instead, actually I think he could have blocked that soldier and survived. Oh no, I don't think I counted the Kitchen Finks. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the Kitchen Finks and Adam takes the win. So we're gonna try and get another match up, but we're gonna head back up to us. We're gonna see what we can find. Does mean that we're likely gonna get a control deck, since that's the people who are still playing right now. Which
I'll see what I can do.
he will see what he can do.
Yeah.
That is about the best that we can do. We'll see you up in the booth. Hello and thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate that you are all here with us. Man, that became like a weird... You know what? Thanks for joining, everybody. My name's TJ. My co-host is Coleman. As you can tell, we're still figuring out what we're doing, and it's been 6 months, and we're still trying to figure out our system, and it has been an absolute blast. But if you are brand new, thank you so much. I do hope that you hit that follow button and come join us again, because it's a blast having you. And we are currently in the middle of round 4, but with about 15 minutes left, we should be able to get another match up onto that feature camera. In the meantime, if anybody has a quick 6 words, I'm down to answer some of them. But Choke, very good card there, ended up breaking him out of the game. That Aether Vial almost pulled him out of it. The biggest issue was that once you put that Aether Vial beyond 2, now he probably put it up to 3 just to go for that Mirror Regery. And I can get behind that because, you know, taking the bad option is better than no option. But it put himself into a dangerous position of really needing to draw either another Mirror Regery, or when he ticked it up to 4, going for the Master of Waves. So, let's see what we can get here in the next match. What did you miss? We had a Hate Bears versus Merfolk, and then we are looking to get another match up. 6 words, why is Lantern the best deck in Modern? Has answers to every deck there. And that's pretty much it. Lantern has at least a little bit of game against everything, because it's very, you know, it hates on the creature-based decks, Burn being the biggest issue, but if you get lucky against Burn, it's definitely possible. And I think that just having that ability to, you know, sometimes hand hate doesn't work. Well, if they never get in their hand, it does. If it never gets on the battlefield. So it just has got a really nice game plan and ability to hate on a lot of different things. Unfortunately, it leaves you kind of hoping to get the right half sometimes of your hate. Alright, but as far as calling it the best, you know, sure. 6 words, back to basics, Blood Moon, Commander deck? Yes, that sounds awesome. I love it. Mostly because Blood Moon and Commander is cool, so do it. If you can, send me a list. I'll go, wow, that's super cool, and I will appreciate it. Thank you very much. Favorite MTG character lore-wise? That's an interesting one. Ooh, I'll have to think on that. As far as actual lore, because I like Tibalt, but it doesn't have a whole depth of lore. I like Squee a decent amount. I like Venser's story. I know that everybody's going to hate on this, and I'm sorry, but Jace had some really good stories. As far as Agents of Artifice go, it was a really good book as far as the Magic series goes. So, possibly that one. Jaya Ballad had an interesting story. Chandra is surprisingly interesting right now, so I'm going to say Chandra with the hopes that they continue to develop her. But I've been enjoying the bits of her story that they've done. Okay. Blood Moon or Choke, and why is it Choke? Easy. The answer is Blood Moon. Yes, Blood Moon is better. Alright. What have we got? Matrix. Oh, I completely agree that there are decks out there that are better than Lantern. I mean, I'm a fanatic for Burn, and Burn tends to have a fantastic magic against them. But I got asked the question, I answered it. What would I like to see unbanned or should be unbanned? In 6 words. Not this. Next, unban Ancestral Visions. That is what I'd like to see, but not this one since we don't know what the meta is. It could be unneeded, but down the line, I think the next unban that I would like to see is Ancestral Visions, but maybe 3 months from now when we at least have some amount of data on what the meta will be, as opposed to only knowing Eldrazi meta as what we have. Alright, what do we got? Let's see here. My Modern list. I'm not sure what you're asking about, maybe what I play, but I main Affinity. I like Burn. I also have Infect, Green-Red Scapeshift, Lantern Control, 8-Rack Delver, a Rakdos Death Shadow deck, and the ability to put together some other stuff. I like Modern. 6 words. Describe the presidential election. Easy. I avoid politics in here. Alright. That was easy. Tezzeret story is awesome. I'll agree. I forgot Tezzeret. Tezzeret story is incredible, so I can definitely get behind that one. 6 words, best flavor text in Magic. Ooh, especially if I'm limited to 6 words. Okay, I want a banana this big. Hey, that worked! Whoa, 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 whoa! Gotta flail the arms, because I'm excited. I'm not entirely sure if that's the best one, but it seemed like 6 words. I committed, and it worked out. 6 words practice. Favorite book ever read? Alice in Wonderland, Through Looking Glass. 2 best favorite books ever. I'll consider them 1 by combining the 2.
Most of my points have drops.
Hey,
That's
I was
not
just
even
gonna say
good
I'm
for me.
undefeated so far. You'll probably see me in the future match.
Fantastic.
Yeah, sorry, I'll leave you alone now. Just want to let you know.
Bye. We're
It's
gonna.
only a point that hasn't dropped.
Bird's gonna be in the feature match.
Unfortunately, everyone's on game 3, so I couldn't find anyone.
Okay. That means that we get to hang out and have fun. Stick around. We are going to have the finals, and apparently it might include Burn, which means that means we'll finish early enough
Oh,
to get
yeah,
another
look at
match.
that.
All kinds of good happening and all kinds of questions. Okay.
Oh, that's a lot of questions.
We are on 6 words. Favorite Planeswalker card? Go for it. Go quick.
Jace Bellerin, just all the cards.
Come on. It's going to be Tibble.
I swear, you've practiced that one so much.
I haven't. I haven't. There is no thought to these. Favorite superpowered neutral character and why? Karn.
Karn's a
Colorless
planeswalker.
is neutral. Nailed
Oh.
it. I'm assuming, unless you mean,
Teferi? I don't think he has a card.
he does have a card.
Oh,
He had the
non-planeswalker card.
Oh, okay, no. Teferi Mage of Zephyr? Yeah,
That's not a planeswalker, though.
no, but didn't he get the one that No, you're right. That is
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think so. I think so. Okay, what else we got? Why is Tezzeret the best planeswalker in Legacy and Vintage? Draw cards, make creatures, kill folks. Nailed it. I mean,
Time Vault, Voltaic Key, win game.
that's for Vintage. Mine was
Yeah.
for Legacy.
Yeah, there we go. We got this.
6 words. Is Temple or I getting banned, and why is it both? Probably I. Honestly, either. Both? Ha.
Everyone's tired of seeing Eldrazi. Wreck.
Wreck. Oh man, we are getting decent at this. Why
Ooh.
does What does Scred Red need to be competitive? No combo decks in the format. Mostly a way to interact on the stack
Yeah.
and prevent like Storm and things like that because they can't interact with them very well. They're great
Imperial
against
Recruiter and Grindstone. Painter Serpent.
Love it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, what else have we got? Oh man. What else have we got? Man, there's so many. 6 words. Waffles or tacos? Breakfast time? Waffles. Lunchtime? Tacos.
Non-committal answer.
That is committing to breakfast and lunch. Dinner is right out.
Always gonna be waffles.
They taste
Syrup.
6 words. Favorite Shadows of Innistrad card so far? Probably Arlen Cord. She's
Oh.
pretty sweet.
Oh.
Wait. 1 drop 2/1. Yay, red.
New green-black legend seems sweet.
Yeah. Burgers or hot dogs? Used to be hot dogs? Burgers. Is hot dogs 1 word?
Hot dogs is 2 words.
Okay, well,
Hot dogs.
if it's 1 word, now burgers.
Okay.
Yeah, you? Power through. We gotta power through.
Burgers, so much variety on them.
Yes, that's exactly why I like them now. What Hodor would say? 6 words. Hodor, 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 Hodor. Ah. I imagine he makes other, like, grunts. I don't know. Okay, what do we got? What do we got?
Why is Burn the
Good
worst
evening,
deck in
gentlemen.
Modern?
Back now. Hello, it's great to see you. 6
Yep.
words. Why is Burn the worst deck in Modern? Easy. No fun winning all time.
All time.
I'm getting okay at this. What have we got? Tibble, more like broken. Went to time playing against Burn. You were playing Grixis Delver. Forceful. That's actually pretty impressive, all things
Yeah.
considered.
Oh right, no, Teferi did get a planeswalker card.
Right, but you said he didn't have a non-planeswalker card.
No, I said I thought he didn't have a planeswalker card.
Oh no. Okay, yeah.
He has
didn't
a
command.
non-planeswalker.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought the flash card was Venser. I'm not actually sure.
Well, Venser does have a flash card. Both of them have flash.
No, you're right. You're right. Okay. Let's see. 6 words. Why does... Oh, moving on.
Yep.
Okay, what else we got? Favorite six favorite words? I guess I'll go with these.
It's not bad. Glimpse of Nature, Elvish Visionary, win.
Wow. Those cards are pretty good against Scape Shift and Storm. Against Scape Shift, definitely, because they have Blood Moons. That's true. But against some of those... what's my favorite 7-word sentence? Don't be cruel to me, Seahawk. I'm getting good at this. I think I'm starting to actually just process things in 6s, which is weird because that's like 2 bolts.
Yeah, that's 2 bolts, yeah. Oh, wow.
What else have we got? Let's see. Halo or Destiny? Halo actually has single-player story. I like single-player mode. I don't
haven't played either one, can't comment.
I've only played one of them, so that's
Yeah.
fair. I tried Destiny and ruined my friend's account for a little bit. And by ruined, I mean like I ruined his reputation. It was fun. Let's see here. 13 words. How sweet is deck gonna be? Well, I think that card is sweet because 13 is a sweet number. I said 13 for 2 of them, so while I demonstrated 14, I actually said 13.
13 unique words.
Yes. How will I celebrate when Eldrazi gets banned? Hopefully by streaming lots more. Lots.
I thought you were going to say Magic.
Oh, that would have been.
Yeah.
I still have room to improve. Clearly,
Yeah.
I'm not the master. How about you? How are you going to celebrate?
By sleeving up literally anything else.
Got it. Oh, man. What else have we got? 6 least favorite words. These ones don't seem that good.
Umezawa's Jite attack you 2 counters.
Why did I not... you know what? We try to be family-friendly, Awful Waffle. Modern meta after Eldrazi ban. Initially, aggro heavy. Then, no one knows.
Yeah.
Do you got something else for it?
Probably the same decks as before.
That's decent. All right, 6 words. Bolt, snap, bolt. Seems good. Yeah, do that. Yo. Oh my goodness.
Seems poor against any graveyard hate.
Frankly, I'm surprised that people are entertained by the fact that I just like toss out the word yo. Like,
Yo.
Yo.
What's up?
I am pretty thrilled that apparently this is something that people are interested in seeing. What was 5? Apparently I missed something.
I don't know.
I don't know. 6 words, best card on Shadows of Innistrad. If it's on, Snapcaster Mage or Liliana of Veil. If it's on, I guess it's technically on Shadows of Innistrad, but that's Innistrad.
I was going to say, if it's Innistrad, it's Gavany Township.
Nice. But that's,
Yeah.
if Innistrad, that is Gavany Township. Hey! Nice job. Let's see, what else have we got? I'm getting scary good at this. Thanks, Backnum. I genuinely appreciate it. Awful Waffle, 6 words, describe Japan. That's easy. It's to the east. Nailed it.
They have a lot of good magic.
They have a lot of awesome magic. It's not even like, it's hard to compare them as like one is good and one is not good. They're just both good. They're just different. The meta there is so interesting.
Yeah.
And the way that they do their metagaming, where it's much less ours, which is like you take the best deck that can beat the other best decks.
Yeah.
Theirs is you take the thing that no one will know what to do against, because then you don't have to worry about beating the sideboard if no one has a sideboard for you.
That's true.
It's brilliant, and it's really. But the problem is that it doesn't transfer well, because if you go into this, because when everyone's doing that, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, there's
And
also a lot more innovation.
and it's entirely contextual.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see. All right, 60 Cheetah Face or 60 rocket powered turbo slugs. I'll ask this: which one's red? Getting so good.
Not cheaty face. Opponent will know.
That was the 5.
Yo.
Yeah. Oh god. Goblin Saddler reprint when? Probably next set it's in. Likely. Nailed it.
Probably not any
Still
time
soonish?
recently. Yeah.
It hasn't been printed recently, so okay. It's
I got nothing on that one.
it's
sorry.
unlikely to be reprinted most recently.
Yep.
You're-
Unlikely to be printed recently.
Coleman's not wrong.
Yeah.
Coleman is not wrong.
Challenge me on this. I defy you to find a recent printing.
6 words. When do we watch more Magic? About 10 seconds left. Oh wait, very soon. 5th round coming up. We will get there. I'm sorry. Stick with me. Everyone was on game 3. We are going
We
there.
got 2 more. We got about 2 minutes in the round.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. My clock was a little bit ahead. But yes, it will be very, very soon, just to respond to that one. We're just having some fun and trying to fill this space because, you know what we have is the capability to put up a screen that says, we'll be right back with more Modern. And instead, we would much rather sit here and just talk to you guys. So, we're having some fun. We should be able to get the next round on very shortly. I'll probably start doing the prep work for
Favorite
it.
comedy movie, 6 words.
Oh man, you're skipping ahead.
Oh, I am.
Yeah,
Sorry.
is there anything good for Modern in the new set? Yes! Almost always is. I think. I wanted to say too many words.
Yes. New Green Black Legend is. Is. Yep.
Man. Shadows of Thing of Ice. Hit or miss. 6 words? Honestly, don't know. Worth testing, though. Rhymed! Go for it.
Potential is certainly there, but
Nice. Okay, let's see what else we have got. 6 words favorite comedy movie. I watch bad movies for comedy. We all know the worst one. What do you got? What's your favorite comedy movie?
Hot Fuzz. Best timing in world.
Yeah, that movie's great. Emperor Calgar, should you run Venser in your blue-white deck with Eldrazi Displacers in it? I'm not against that idea. That
Yeah, I
sounds
love
actually pretty sweet.
Eldrazi Displacer. You don't need to tell me to run that card.
Plus, you've only got 2 weeks. Oh no, I guess
No,
if
Eldrazi
this
Displacer's not
it's a
getting
blue-white
banned.
deck. Yeah, you're fine. Do that.
Yeah.
That sounds sweet, and let us
Yeah.
know how it goes. And if it's great, we'll tell other people to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Oh, right. 6 words. Why does Control always go to time? Because they hate snacking between rounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's.
I was actually surprised that worked out as
Yeah,
well as it
that's
did.
not bad.
What else have we got? Oh my goodness. What else have we got? Apparently 5 seconds left. Gleemax or... I don't know what that is. Do you know what
Oh, it's.
Big D is? I'm not sure.
I think maybe BFM.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure about that
I'm gonna
one.
go with Gleemax. Cuz. If Gleemax is one word, I'll add
Yeah.
cuz. How about you?
Would also go with Gleemax.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What happens if I spam the transition button? Nothing. Can't spam it. It basically, you just click on it. It's on that screen. It'll stay there.
Describe
It's
the
not something
effects
we
of
reset.
linear distance and working memory and the process of gender agreement in Spanish.
You know what? You've asked a similar question before. Hold on. Let me get this in 6 words. I think that subject exists sometimes.
Que no está inglés para dos.
I'm going to be fairly sure that your accent just proved your point.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, man. What else have we... 6 words. Rap song? I'm surprisingly good at that. Maybe. Maybe one day I'll do it, but unlikely. That's something that's going to be more for the Moto one day.
Yeah, I can't rap.
Man,
I'm not even gonna try.
I'm surprised. I can do mostly like nerd rap, and like if I just get it in my mind for a while. I've actually had the goal in a while to memorize most of Rap God.
Oh, okay. I could do most of I could do most of Childish Gambino's discography.
Okay,
That's
I can
fine.
do a lot of like Dan Bull if people are aware of like he does gaming raps.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I can do most of his songs. I can do.
I can do Troy.
I can do Ice Ice Baby.
Everyone can do Ice Ice Baby.
I bet you can't do the second verse.
There's a second verse.
Oh man, 6 words, best card sleeves and deck box. I prefer KMC Hyper Matte. Ran out. I also like the deck. I call it the card condo. I don't know what it's called, but it's got like a deck box section and then a little room for dice. And it's got like it's by Ultra Pro, like the Ultimate Deck Protector or something like that. I don't know really. That's what I got.
Whatever you get at AGB.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. 6 words. Why? Do we go philosophical or facetious?
I don't know. I don't know.
Why? Because it always will be. Huh?
Why you gotta harsh my flow, brah?
Why you gotta be so rude? Don't. Oh man. What else have we got? Favorite song and why?
Ooh. tough question.
Nekozilla by Different Heaven. Transition song. It's so good. It's so good. Check it out.
Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. Good.
Why you gotta get real? That's
I
annoying.
love that song.
Ultra Pro Satin Tower? It is not the Satin Tower. It is, hold on, it's somewhere around here. No. It's something. It has Ultra Pro and it has this guy going raw on it. You know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea. I
call
don't
it
actually
Card
buy deck
Condo.
boxes anymore.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
6 words. Describe structure-based parsing biases in second language second sentence processing. Yeah, I'll take a swing. Now? Dang it.
No idea what you just said. Yeah.
Okay.
No idea what you just
Oh,
said.
man.
No, that was 6 words. No idea what you just said.
Why did I just lose the game? Because I just lost the game.
I didn't. I had a Platinum Angel.
Ooh! Oh, man. Oh, man. Do we go Phil? What? What? I don't know what that quote is. Do we go Phil or Fact?
Do you want me to just start the finals match now?
What's it going to be?
It's going to be Eric on Burn. He's 4-0 versus Ryan with 3-0-1 Fairies.
I mean, if they know if they're going to be...
They're both
Yeah.
undefeated.
Yeah, could you put Eric on that side? Well, just so that I know to start typing it out.
Yeah.
If you could just, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just going to get the finals up. Let's get them going.
Sick.
So it is actually going to be fairies. This is interesting, and I
Yeah.
have to say, going into this night
Did
with
not
about
expect
27
this.
people, this is not what I expected.
Not
And
at
it's
all.
nothing against those decks. It's just when you have like a meta that's just as weirdly diverse as ours
Yeah,
can be.
especially when like 27 people show up.
Yeah. So having Burn and Fairies end up as your top 2 contenders is super cool. So let's go ahead and get that set up. We are gonna have Eric, who is playing Nyburn, and it's actually my Burn deck. I'm feeling like a proud
That
parent.
was 6 words.
What was 6
Did we
words?
go philosophical or facetious?
Oh, oh
Wow.
man.
That's pretty
And
cool.
can you remind me what what's his name?
Ryan?
Ryan. It's not gonna be on this side. Grande?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's going to be on Blue Black Fairies. So, if we didn't get to your question, my apologies. It is time to begin the finals match, and then we're actually, because we know exactly who it'll be, we're just getting them going, and that means that we'll be able to possibly jump into some other people. So, in 1 word or less, who do you think has the advantage?
Probably Burn.
I have to agree. All right, we'll see you down there. It's going to be a blast, and I guess, could you make sure that they're there? All right.
All right. Gotta make sure you're actually there.
Excellent. Let's head on down. All right, and I will reset those game wins. Whoops. Also, someone bumped the table, but it's not really worth mentioning.
Yeah.
But someone bumped our table. 6 words, say this
blame
fast.
the communists.
Seth at Sainsbury's sells thick socks? I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, Grixis Delver and Grixis Control are both pretty awesome. I have to agree. Oh, what is a good Grixis deck in Modern? I prefer Grixis mid-range. All cool. I mean, they're pretty sweet.
Cruel Control. You get to cast Cruel Ultimatum.
God, but that card is so...
You know, someone did the math on Cruel Ultimatum and found, like, if you actually added up all the cards it's supposed to be, it should cost, like, 17 mana.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I do have to say, though... Tongue Twister said, but not... Okay. Like I said, I am a talented rapper. I'm TJ, and I approve this message. I don't know. I don't know sometimes what I'm saying. Man, if I'm going out of control, I apologize, everybody. I always try to have as much fun as possible on this. Yeah. And if it gets a little out there, let me know. And if that's exactly where I should be, let me know. But unfortunately...
Having fun is better than not having fun.
Yeah, and certainly we can have fun other ways if people request. A little bit unfortunate. I think we missed a couple of the people just while we were killing time there. Right?
Darn.
I know.
Welcome to Rap Fortress.
You know what? I've actually been putting... And this is going to sound weird.
Oh, this is going to sound weird.
Right? But I've actually been genuinely considering one day making a Geek Fortress rap album to just release on the internet with just like a bunch of parody songs related to Magic, and calling it Welcome to Rap Fortress might be the best innovation to push this idea forward that I've had yet. And apparently they're shaking in game before the match, and I like that. I like that sportsmanship. Oh man. All right. I have no idea what Awful Waffle just said.
Let's respect the tables, guys.
Right.
Uh,
The table fight is absurd right now.
maybe it was you guys that bumped our table. You keep flipping those tables.
Look at that. We're making jokes. Yeah, Grixis control is a lot of fun. Personally, I like the mid-range version just because I find that being a little proactive in Modern is always good.
Yep.
At least
that's
having
right.
that capability is important. And definitely the Grixis mid-range one, and I know that a lot of people say, well, that's not even close to a control deck. Well, it kind of is. It's pretty close to a control deck. It's
the
just a proactive
closest.
one.
I think that's the closest you're going to get in Modern for at least a little bit.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, I have to give a little bit of an edge to Burn. Now, the biggest thing is that Kalidas might end up playing a small role, but it becomes very interesting when you come to, also, what's very cool is Vampiric Link out of the sideboard. Now, what Eric is looking to do is land a Grim Lavamancer turn 1.
Yeah.
That's his game plan.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, when I was playing against this Blue-Black Fairies deck,
Yeah.
I was playing my Burn deck, which is
Ooh.
that Burn deck. So he's encountered this deck before. All right. Can we run the newest? How is Grixis Delver? Is it viable? Viable.
So confused right now.
Viable is a
What are we
yes.
doing?
It is viable. Now, as to whether or not it is particularly great right now is iffy. It has some troubles in the meta. I definitely don't want to say don't run it, but at a larger scale, it's not going to be as fantastic. But it is solid, and you can use the newer fetches for it really nicely. Okay. So, heading into the match, and let's get started on some finals, which apparently they're... I think part of it is because... The fact that they're just starting before the rest of it, I think they might just be discussing some odd things.
Yeah.
How many fetches does it normally run? You're probably going to be... If you can run 8, I'd run 8.
Probably 8, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get more, it's
I
definitely...
guess it all depends on how many Delve spells you want to play.
That's definitely true. But they enable the Delve really well.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are
I
we
think
going? Are we
I
going?
think actually Dylan is talking to them, and he might be just going over something with them.
Oh, okay.
So at least I hear Dylan's voice pretty
Yeah.
close, so I think he might be doing something with them. But either way, we should be heading into this. And I do have to think that Nybern did. Now, this particular one is not running any Lightning Helix.
Okay.
So in the game 1, it's going to have a little bit of trouble hitting some of the creatures. What are they doing?
I don't know. I think he's trying
Can
to
you-
roll. Are they rolling
Can you
sevens?
open the door and just figure out what they are doing?
Yeah.
Were they? What are? Well, you know what? They seem to have figured it out.
Okay.
Okay. 6 words. Turn 2 kills in Modern. Did it. Mana Clash. Goblin Guide. Yeah, it was awesome.
Spirit Guide fueled Goryo's Vengeance decks.
Yeah. Dana Cosmo. Apparently they were playing craps, which is I have played once in Vegas, lost money, decided I was going to stick with blackjack.
I played it in Vegas and I won like $500.
Did you really?
Yeah.
All right. Did
I
you
like
lose it
craps.
almost immediately?
No, I went to roulette.
And then?
That's where I lost it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Honestly, I don't know what they're doing.
I'm so...
You guys can start anytime you want.
Yeah.
They can start.
You guys can play.
You guys can start anytime you want.
We've been watching you play.
Yeah.
I'm so confused right now. Apparently they were playing craps.
Generic brand energy drink. Apparently it's
So
delicious.
confused.
Okay. So
Mulligan to 2d6. Oh no.
that sounds
Oh,
awesome.
mulligan to 12?
I would take that. I would take that and burn. I would take that deal.
Ah.
It's an average of 7. It's average of 7. Oh, I would do that.
I will just take 7.
Okay. Well, that was an odd moment.
Yeah, don't know what that was.
Alright, so we are going in. Now, we do have a Doomblade in Ryan's hand, which is going to be nice. I see a Mana Leak, also a Creeping Tar Pit, and also, I think, a Kalitas.
I like the Kalitas, and if you have it on turn 4, it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, and it may not have been one. I'm just kind of going for, like, tiny recognition off of a small piece. But Eric's hand looking excellent. Has an Eidolon going for a turn 1 Lava Spike. Now, the lack of a turn 1 creature is going to be somewhat harmful, but overall, not going to be fantastic. 6 words, why fairies can't win this? It can. Lavamancer, Searing Blaze hurts.
Yeah. It's entirely possible that Fairies wins this.
Is this burn with Nakato? No. This is my deck. I don't like Wild Nakato. I don't like it in burn, so no. Nope. This is a burn deck that I like. So, going down to 18 for that Sacred Foundry and dropping down an Eidolon of the Great Revel. With Ryan with a tapped land right now, this is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
The only thing that Ryan has that can go over that is going to be Cryptic Command, and he might spend his entire turn 2 just going for a Doomblade on this card.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's a really good place to be.
Thoughtseize is not the best card to draw against burn.
Thoughtseize, not the best. Now, surprisingly, not bad.
Yeah.
It's not almost an instant takeout because you can grab an Eidolon. Now, in this particular case, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But, and, okay.
Bitter Blossom, okay. That's
Gonna take 2 for that. Now, this is ambitious, but that's gonna provide a huge, you know, the odds are that he will present a winning board state before against Eric before that kills him. So
Yeah.
Eric needs to race this, get any creature hits in while he can, but that Searing Blaze that he has in hand is going to be excellent, except I don't think that he has a fetch land at the moment.
I don't think so.
We are going to see probably a Suspend of a Rift Bolt and a Lava Spike,
Yep.
and then a Swing for 2. And I think that is going to put him down to 16. That's going to be a solid spot to just put him down to 12, and
Probably fire off this Lava Spike.
I expect him to be firing off this Lava Spike. Now, he does have a Bolt in hand, which he might just be choosing to wait a little bit until that. And it looks like he's just going to go for the Bolt instead, maybe waiting to hit a creature with it if needed, something like that. But he's down, Ryan down to 12 and in a pretty difficult
Double
position.
Thoughtseize in his hand?
What is the average converted mana cost of fairies? Low. Cryptic Command is his one card that is above.
Okay. That's a Doomblade.
3.
Okay.
Yeah, so he has a Doomblade. He can hit the Eidolon, but that's still not ideal because right now we're looking at a Bolt, a Rift Bolt, a Lava Spike in hand. So that's 9 damage right now.
Yeah.
Ryan is functionally at 3. 3 turns of that with his own Bitter Blossom is going to kill him, and that's if he doesn't cast any spells.
I think I would have waited on this Spell Stutter to try to counter the Rift Bolt.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that he still ended up taking, you know,
Yeah, he's still going to end up taking 2.
basically prevented 1 damage.
Yeah.
The fairy itself is going to be somewhat nice. It's going to keep this Eidolon from attacking, and this is going to be 3
No,
damage to him.
won't really keep that.
I hope that he
from
doesn't go for
attacking.
the creatures. Yeah, so
Well, he's got a Searing Blaze, so.
true, but he needs the creature for it, or he needs a land.
Well, he doesn't need the land to deal 1.
Ooh, and I mean, with a Boros Charm in hand and a Lava Spike, actually 2 Boros Charm, right now Eric is holding a win. If he has this Lava Spike, he wants to fire off the Boros Charm this turn. Because right now Ryan has no counter magic. So but it looks like he's passing back the turn, still a little bit new to the burn deck, but
Well, he's at 6.
fires off. But if he does fire it off, then it would be at least able to get around any of that counter magic.
Scion of Uno would actually not be that bad here.
A Scion of Una would not be bad, but it would not be great.
Oh,
Because Ryan would be going down to 4 just to cast it, and Eric's got a Boros Charm.
Yeah.
So, not really where he wants to be right now.
The Bitter Blossom is a tribal enchantment fairy,
Correct.
which means that Spell Stutter plus a token plus Bitter Blossom can actually counter Rift Bolt.
Alright. And, Worley making a good point for the, oh, you're right, yeah, because the
Yep.
Tribal Fairy.
Mhm.
Definitely.
Tribal fairy.
Actually, he hit me with that when we were playtesting the other day.
Bitter Blossom is a very, very weird card.
Bitter Blossom is, are we sure the burn deck has green? Unless he's been doing a lot of weird things to my deck, yes. Though in the main board, and yep,
Alright,
goes for
so
the
that's
attack.
game 1.
Now, to say that attack was suicide is, I think, a little bit of a misnomer, just because he was already dead on board.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, maybe not on board, but by hand.
Yeah.
Knowing what was in Eric's hand, the win was there, and I think it wasn't unreasonable for Ryan to say, well, either take the win, or you have nothing in hand.
Yeah. Well, let's see. What are my outs? You have literally nothing, or just you have uncastable spells.
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's
sure.
either I lose or you have nothing.
Yeah.
So I can get behind the attack, especially if you are very unfavored in that situation. Anyway, very likely we're going to be seeing now. There is Vampiric Link in this deck.
That's pretty good.
when we play tested, he put the Vampiric Link onto my Grim Lavamancer, which I played turn 1. I ended up winning that game because I only used it on his creatures. Ended up taking down about 5 different creatures.
Oh, you didn't use it on itself?
I didn't use it on myself. I could hit his creatures, and he can't do anything if he has no creatures.
Oh, I was gonna say if you did it onto the Grim Lavamancer.
No, I don't want him to gain 2 life. At one point, I had Tarkus command him, 3 damage, can't gain life. To the one time that I got to hit him with a Grim Lavamancer.
That's pretty
It was
great.
beautiful. It was beautiful. I may have lost that game. I don't know, but it felt like winning. Regardless, it was very close, but it was very cool. Champaka, I agree. You wanted the Vampiric Link on the Eidolon of the Great Revel.
Yeah,
it means that
that's
you're
pretty great.
complete value.
Yep.
The biggest issue at that point is that,
I mean, you take 2 to play the Vampiric Link.
right, and he just put it onto my Grim Lavamancer because that's what was on the field.
Yeah.
And if you can take that opportunity to eliminate any fact of, that's still a great play, and it turned it down into a very difficult position. So, it came down a close game. Ended up giving him like 8 life over the course of the game, but was able to take down a Mutavault to prevent a Spell Stutter Sprite, and it just got weird. It was a really awesome game. Reich 889, we are happy to still be here. It is what we love to do. All right, what have we? Doro, that deck is hilarious. We'll have to brew that up because that sounds amazing.
Very God.
I love it. All right. How do I like Red-Green Scapeshift? I really enjoy it. It's a fun, proactive deck. Casting Commune with Lava is like a red Sphinx's Revelation. It feels... Yeah, it's a lot of fun for me.
Purphoros and Bitter Blossom, you have my attention.
One thing you'll notice about a lot of my decks is that the number 3 is very occurring throughout them. I run 8 Rack because it deals 3 damage to the opponent at each upkeep. I run Scapeshift because each mountain deals 3 damage to the opponent. I'm a big fan of the number 3 and bolts, so I usually like any deck that just gets weird incidental bolts out of it. It's a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, that must be why you like Siege Runner, right?
And why is the winner of only game 1 offering a hand? But
Whatever.
actually, Eric hasn't played Magic in probably almost like 3 years. Really. Burn seems really straightforward. Why do I enjoy it? Because I do. I like being the aggressor. I like making them, I like that I have a very small amount of decisions to make in the game that all have a huge impact on the game. Smaller, lesser amount of decisions means that each one of those plays a part in the game, so I really like finding the subtleties in just the tiny sequences. Yeah. And while I wouldn't call the deck the most complicated to play, I genuinely just have a blast playing it.
Yeah, there's an old adage where it's burn is more complicated than non-burn players think, but it's less complicated than burn players think it is.
That's pretty accurate, and I don't think the deck is overly complicated.
Yeah.
But I certainly do think that the deck is fun. Mm-hmm. It's just a deck that I fell in love with it building red deck wins back in Theros, and since then just being the one who applies the pressure and makes them have answers. Mm-hmm. I like being the one that's asking the questions. And we are getting a ruling, it would seem, or something.
Or something. But I mean, like the first time you cast Kitchen Finks and you gain 2 life, and then you block with it, and then you gain 2 more life.
I've done that.
It's great.
They're in the sideboard of my. They're in the sideboard of the Scapeshift deck, actually, along with some Obstinate Baloth. It's pretty sweet. Man, this is getting weirdly.
Yeah, I didn't know you were part of the Illuminati.
I dabble. Dabbling is important. Everything in moderation, right, Coleman?
Yep.
Like life gain.
Like life gain. Everything.
Which
in moderation.
should never be done. 3 spooky 5 me.
And
I don't know why, but
me.
3 spooky 5 me is just one of those things that always makes me happy. It just every time I'm always just like 3 spooky 5 me. That's hilarious. Even though it happens all the time, and every time I'm like, that's hilarious.
I don't know. It's been like kind of. I don't want to say dumbed down, but it's always whenever anybody says that, it's always N spooky N plus 2 me. And it's just, oh yeah, sure, man.
Oh man. So yeah, and one of the things is that getting into a discussion about which deck is more complicated than which is definitely a difficult one. Yeah. And it's one that no one's going to win because everybody is biased. I mean,
I think Doomsday is probably one of the most complicated decks. I don't think anyone's going to say Doomsday isn't complicated.
X spooky,
X plus 2 me, yeah.
Oh man. So to Yavin X, I mean it's definitely true, and sometimes you just throw the spells at their face.
Yeah, sometimes.
It happens.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I get a kick out of that.
What's interaction?
I-
You don't need interaction
I
sometimes.
get a kick out of it. But then there's the times in which you have a decision to make, and it's really cool to think, and again, this is going to sound weird, but it's really cool to think if I make the wrong decision once, I lose. That's
yeah,
it.
that's fair.
That's it. Because, you know, if you think about it, and again, I'm not trying to say that control is easier to play than aggro.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. So it's easier for some people, harder for others. But you look at control players, and if they're making 20 decisions throughout the course of a game,
Yep.
that means if they make one wrong, that is 5% of their game.
That's fair.
And they can recover from that pretty nicely. You're going to draw enough cards, you're going to go to turn 10, theoretically, you know, whatever. And
Yeah.
that means that your decision was only 10% of the entire game. Now, if you're planning on using turn 4, that means that a single turn is 25% of your game. That's a lot of weight.
That's
If
fair.
you're planning on casting 7 spells total, that's it. That's a big weight on each one of those spells.
fair.
As far so, yes, it's not particularly complicated, but I like that when you make the wrong decision, you pay for it a lot more in aggro. That's something that I like. So, Doomsday is easy.
Would you get a judge call for literally throwing spells at my opponent's face?
Talson,
Probably would.
depends on if I'm judging your event,
Yeah.
because, like, I don't know. I don't know.
And then obviously we got Lantern in there for complexity. But anyway, getting into the game.
Anyway, getting into the game 2, Ryan going to be on the play, and with any kind of hand disruption, going to be really nice.
Mhm.
Might have taken out some number of the Thought Seizes, probably, or
Probably the Thoughtseize and leaving the Inquisitions and
I would expect to leave the Inquisitions in. The big thing is just picking what to take out from this Phrase deck, and I think that part of it is that he might have taken out some number of those Bitter Blossoms.
Yep.
I think he did keep in a couple of them, or at least back during our play testing, because that card,
it actually is a really good clock.
it is an excellent clock.
Yeah.
So it provides a lot. It provides a lot of blockers.
Mhm.
I mean, it does a lot of good things, and if you know, every 1 damage that you're taking is preventing 2, 3
Yep.
from an Eidolon or a Swift Spear or a Grim Mobomancer, or
Yep.
I'm sorry, a Goblin Guide.
Mhm.
Then that's worth it.
Yep.
But and then eventually they can definitely apply a lot of pressure. So, actual Trigon Boggles, hold your fetch that when.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Reich 889.
Yep.
I do love that tech.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay, so we have got.
Looks like both players are on a mulligan to 6.
It definitely appears to be the case, and with him on the play, seems to be liking it here. To one point, I've cut my deck in half when I lose. Just walk away. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, I'll say that. We can talk more about it.
Yeah,
We'll be playing 6 words at the end and just talking
Yep.
about fun stuff, so it'll be a lot of fun. So Dark Six Horus from Ryan on the turn 1, and looks like going to be going for an Inquisition of Kozilek. I like this. We've got Destructive Revelry,
Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt.
Okay.
He was really prepared for a Bitter Blossom, it
Yeah,
seems.
he
And
was.
the interesting thing is, if you'll notice, he took the Bolt. He is not planning on playing an enchantment
Yeah.
or an artifact. So,
Although,
I
then you
think-
can say, I totally had this Goblin Guy, bro.
I mean, sometimes you have it.
Yeah.
So that is a swing for 2, and we're
The
going to
trigger.
reveal, and that
That's
is a Vampiric Link. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Now, funnily enough, this is exactly what the Destructive Revelry will be going for.
I didn't intend on playing any artifacts or enchantments,
Oh, man.
but if you're
So-
gonna force my hand,
I mean, it forces him to at least, if you want to use the Vampiric Link, it's gonna cost you 2 damage, and it actually kind of makes. I mean, I don't want to say that was a good keep for Eric. Maybe for a 6 it was okay, but I
Yes.
still probably would have mulliganed that.
yeah, I probably would have too.
But he has the capacity to draw well, and it's at least preventing. And I mean, this is going to be glorious. I hope that Eric sees this line of play. Drew an Eidolon too, which is just delightful. So I'm really hoping that what we're going to see is a Destructive Revelry on that next turn fall. And actually, it looks like we're going for something in the main phase.
Mhm.
So we are going to be going down to 15.
Ryan might have missequenced his lands. 'Cause he has a Secluded Glen, he could have played tap instead of that Mutavault.
Yeah, and I think part of it is that he's looking to start getting aggressive since that Goblin Guide can't do anything.
Yeah,
And so that he can start applying pressure.
yeah.
The problem is that, maybe you would want to make sure that you stabilize before you start going for
Yeah.
that kind of aggression. So, grabs the green.
Attack with the goblin.
And actually,
just
he's
to show
going
him
for the
what's
guy.
up.
So he's going for the Eidolon, and I don't think that that's particularly the wrong play, but it's
I
hard.
don't
for
know
me.
if it's the. I don't know if it's the correct play.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that that was right. He still does have the option of doing that next turn, and if he misses it, then I'll make sure that he doesn't forget about it.
Yeah.
So we have got to draw yet another land, but these 2 Destructive Revelries, I'm hoping that Eric just puts down a fetch, keeps that up for a Searing Blaze, though he has other lands in hand. Going for the Destructive Revelry this turn,
Okay,
so
he
both
takes
players
2.
going to take 2.
Well, I mean, he could. Ryan has Mana Leak, so he could Mana Leak this.
That's a decent point. So he's still at 18.
Yep.
We are going to get the Mana Leak. Now he does have the other one, and this is light, but still deals 2 to him, so he's still down to 16.
Yep.
And this is going to be
He's
another
gonna
swing for 2.
go to
Both
14.
13 to 14 with the burn deck. You know, when we're looking at a hand that was Bolt, Destructive Revelry,
Yeah.
this is going very well for Eric.
Yeah, it's not as not nearly as bad as anyone thought it was.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring up that Vampiric Link because someone's basically, you know, asking about it on there.
Yep.
So let's get it up.
Empiric Link, not exactly the most well-known card.
No, and it's enchant creature. Whenever it deals damage, you gain that much life. Now, this is not lifelink
No.
because you can put it onto your opponent's creature,
Yep.
and you gain life whenever it deals damage.
Yes.
It is very cool. And going for the other Destructive Revelry, now there's a Cryptic in hand. So going for yet another Mana Leak. But every time that he does this, he's taking 2. He's going down to 10 for this, with Eric at 11.
He's at, well, he goes to 12.
Oh,
Because he takes 2.
he'll be attacking with the Eidolon, is my assumption here.
Well, if he attacks with the Eidolon, he can block with the Mutavault.
Oh, that's a great point. So actually, he might just be at 12 here. Could be
Mhm.
getting a pass back, and Eric really looking to draw well. Were you able to see what he drew last turn?
I think it might have been that Mana Leak.
What Eric drew.
Oh, Eric drew. Eric drew a Boros Drum.
Ooh, and so that Boros Term is actually going to be pretty solid as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to be able to do 4 damage, put Ryan down to 8. And that means that Ryan has at least got a clock of 4 spells this turn. Now, that Cryptic Command in hand, not included.
I don't like him fetching here.
Okay.
I don't think you need to fetch at all here.
No, I think he might just be going to be a little proactive, but when everything in that entire deck costs 2 or less, he might have brought in some of the Molten Rains. So, and Ryan drawing another Mana Leak is
Yep.
going to be fantastic.
Yep.
Should have had Cryptic tapped and bounced the Vampiric Link, and I actually like that.
I like
play a
that
lot.
line a lot, actually.
That's very cool, because you end up
Yeah.
taking 2 damage in the short term, but then you just
Actually, you wouldn't
nail it.
take anything. Because
Mhm.
you bounce the Vampiric Link and tap his dudes.
Okay.
And since it's a 4-drop, you don't actually take any damage.
Yeah. Okay, so going for a Lava Spike, which is going to
I
get Mana Leaked.
Don't know if I would Mana Leak that. He's got 3 mana available.
Yeah, so he's already going down to 10. Now Eric down to 8 at this point. But that's a pretty dangerous place to go because now you're going to take another 3.
Yeah. Well, he does have to tap his mana for that Mana Leak, too. Hopefully, he'll realize that.
Oh, they got it. Okay, so we have got the tap. Now it still has a Polluted Delta, so even to activate this Mutavault, just in theory, he's gonna have to go at least down to 6 with a
Yep.
Boros Charm in hand. That means that Ryan has 1 spell that he gets to cast.
Yep.
He is in a dangerous position off of a hand that was really never good. To Ralaroth, yes, it was the only
Yeah.
creature that he had out. The Eidolon came out the next turn.
Yep.
Okay. So, I mean, at a certain point, do you attack for 2 first, force him to choose whether or not he wants to go for the Cryptic?
I would definitely attack first.
But it looks like instead he is shocking a little.
No, I think the trigger off the Eidolon. I thought they caught that already.
Yeah, I thought that they had as well. I'm going to assume that
Yeah, I'm going to assume
resolved
they know
it.
what's going on.
Okay. I'm going to assume that there was communication before that
Mhm.
change happened, and that they are aware. Ooh, that's another Eidolon, which is not a right play,
Yeah.
but it's the funniest play.
Yeah.
It is the funniest play in Magic to cat deal 3 damage and take 4 every single time. As for why Eidolon is not attacking, I agree that it's because of the Mutavault. At a certain point, when you have a Boros Charm out,
Yeah.
looks like he's going to be going down to 4.
Oh, well, if you have the land, I think I would attack first, because that way, if you try to, if he tries to block, you can Searing. Or no, he doesn't have the Searing Blaze anymore. That was last game, right? Never mind.
And I think we are about to see the Cryptic Command. And that's not going to deal damage to him, but he is at 6.
Yep, it pretty much has to be
Tap the team and...
counter the spell.
Counter the spell is needed, absolutely.
And then probably tap the team.
I would expect so, just so that the Eidolon doesn't attack this turn, because
Yeah.
going down to 4 is a very precarious position
Yep.
to be. But Eric is actually in a pretty dangerous position. This
Mhm.
Mutavault is almost a win condition at this point.
Yeah, maybe.
So, let's see what we get for the choice here. And I think we are countering, and I think he might be choosing to draw a card. It depends on what he has in hand, but
Yeah.
I definitely think that tapping the team is probably
Mhm.
the right choice,
Mhm.
even though it probably feels worse.
Yeah.
But I think as far as just making sure that you survive, going down to 4 is a very dangerous place
I
to
could
be.
also see countering and maybe bouncing the Vampiric Link. But
Bounce,
you take 4, and that's not a bad good
right,
place to
and
be.
bouncing the... Well, yeah, you definitely don't do that, because then
Yeah.
you die. But bouncing the Eidolon, not an awful call.
Yeah, but I mean, he just gets to recast the Eidolon.
Right, so it's not fantastic, but I think he might be wounded over. So you can bounce the Eidolon, but Eric's still able to cast it in the next turn, and that
Yeah.
means that Eric at least gets to maybe cast those burn spells. He gets to cast burn spells without putting himself at risk. 'Cause
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right now that
so-
Eidolon is surprisingly dangerous for Eric.
Yeah, also, if you tap the team, you get to attack with Mutavault, put him to 2.
And
or
then
it
he
means
can't cast a spell.
any spells.
And that, I think, is the correct play,
Yeah.
because you would be at 6.
Mhm. And he
You would have
be
an
at 4.
Eidolon,
Or he'd be 2.
and it looks like he's going for the
He's
card
going for a
draw.
draw, though.
So, gonna be going down to 4, but I do have to agree that tapping with it, attack with it, and that means that
Oh,
and he's going down to 2 to say, you can't cast another spell. And this is actually pretty sweet.
Oh, wow.
This is a pretty bold move. And, oh man. But oddly enough, Eric can't really do a whole lot.
That card's a good one.
Oh, that's a Kalitas. That is a Kalitas.
Well, Eric's locked out of casting any spells.
Oh my goodness. This is a Kalitas. Oh my goodness. I can't handle it. I'm flailing the arms. I'm flailing them. That was beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is the most beautiful thing.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Oh, you can't cast a spell. I'll just cast a spell that doesn't trigger Eidolon.
I mean, oh my goodness, this could not have gone better. Oh, this is now. If that's not worth hitting that follow button, I got a self plug. If that is not worth hitting that follow button, then please hit it anyway.
Yeah, please. I mean, for sweet plays like that,
Oh my goodness.
he gets to attack. Eric probably blocks with the Goblin Guide, and then
You block with the Goblin Guide to where he ends up gaining 5 life.
yeah, like,
It goes up to 9? I mean, that just doesn't feel good.
well, he should definitely be attacking, in my opinion.
I mean, when your opponent can't cast a spell,
Yeah.
they can't. He has to block. He could double block with the Eidolons, I suppose. Propose a trade.
I guess.
And actually, that might almost be good. He'd go to 7.
Oh, he just decked the target. That's
Okay.
also fine.
But actually, did Eric have 2 bonus charms in hand?
I think so.
Because an attack, he could have double blocked.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually like not attacking, because he could have double blocked with the Eidolons
Oh yeah.
and then just done the double bonus charm. So actually, I like the not attack, but that is as good as it gets. That
Oh
was
yeah.
glorious.
I forgot he played the Tarpit. The Tarpit is just the easiest way.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
This is beautiful. So, heading
Oh,
into
and then
game 3.
we're going to game 3.
Yeah. And heading into game 3. Now, these two are all about the handshakes. My goodness. But I'm loving it. This is the coolest thing. I can't handle it. See, this is why I like playing Burn, because sometimes you play 2 Eidolons and you put yourself to 4 and you think this was a good idea. Oh man, I can't. Man, I'm sorry, I'm flabbergasted. Legit. If there was a definition of the word flabbergasted, I have it, and it's me.
It's right there. That's what it is.
Woo, woo. Now, if that isn't a reason to find the donate button,
Donate. We need to buy more Kalidas.
we need to invest in Kalidas. Oh man. So, anyway, to anybody who may just be joining, hello. My name's TJ,
I'm Coleman.
and we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. It's an absolute blast. We
Yep.
do this 3 times a week, and again, to anybody who hasn't heard previously, and I'm going to guess that you have, but I want it to be a big thing. GPT this Saturday,
Yeah.
instead of 6 o'clock, which is right below us for the schedule on a Saturday, it is going to be at noon.
Yep.
And it's going to be amazing. It's going to
Yes.
be a competitive REL, 5 to 6 rounds,
Mhm.
with a cut to top 8. Coleman and I are prepared
Yeah.
to sit here and talk to you for 8 to 9 hours. Now, we may be hoping that someone orders a pizza at one point because
I
we're getting
would
hungry.
not say no.
I would also not say it, no.
Yep.
But, you know, we're not going to hold it to you.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be a blast. I do hope to see you all there. I'm really genuinely hoping that that is going to what puts us up to the 500 viewers, in which so many cool things happen.
Yep.
If you happen to not know what happens when we get to 500 viewers, mention it in the chat and
Yep.
we will talk about it. But if everybody already knows, then we won't.
Yep. That's
So-
easy.
But 500 viewers is definitely going to be a fun. Lots of embarrassment, lots of cool things. Can someone link deck lists? We can get some of them. Now,
Yeah.
I do not have either of these deck lists, but I should be getting the fairies shortly. I'll be adding it to the Tapped Out account, and I'll be posting when I do on @RedBaronMTG, my Twitter account. Where are we all? Where are we? You know what I mean. We're in Snohomish, Washington. It is in the Pacific Northwest,
Yep.
and it is a blast. To Ordochi. Did I already say hi to them? I don't think that we've interacted with you before, and I apologize if we have, but hello, it's great to have you.
Yep.
Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you are enjoying it. We have a tendency to do a lot of fun stuff, a lot of weird stuff, and show magic. And
In that
hopefully,
order.
people enjoy that. I know that we've gotten a lot of positive feedback,
Yep.
and I'm always looking for a way to get more, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Matrix, if you want to find your way here, all you have to do is use the phone, and then you can travel through the Matrix, get here.
I think that's how that works. Yeah.
And
I
oddly
think
enough,
science proved that.
is there a payphone in Snohomish?
I know there's a payphone in Linwood.
Oh, okay, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
Just let us know when you get there. We'll come pick you.
Yeah, I'll pick you up.
That's a dangerous offer to give out, but I'm going to assume that you're far enough away
Yeah.
that if we say we'll pick you up from Linwood and you get there, you earned it.
Yeah.
Can you get a link to the Tapped Out account? If you look up just slightly, there was the NTG bot which posted a link to our Tapped Out account because Doro is wonderful.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I do have to agree that not going for the Vampiric link early on was maybe a slight misplay there.
Well, I think he tried to kill the Vampiric Link twice.
Do we keep updating deck lists as often as I can? If I can get a deck list, I add it on there. If people send it to me, I do. I've got about 3 that are waiting to be added on there, and then
Ryan kept a one-lander.
oh, there's a typo on the bot post. Did I mess up the bot post? Dang it. Yeah, I can fix that. Okay. But yeah, I do update it as much as I can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You didn't write that one. That one was actually me. That was me.
All his fault.
It is my fault. Okay. I will get it. And then I will fix it eventually. One day. I love that Joe's deck. So, a turn 1 Goblin Guide off of
Yep.
a Sacred Foundry, both players at 18.
I
A
do not
really solid
believe
start.
that it flipped the land. Though, just the mono creature draw is going to be pretty good against... Oh, that's a land for Ryan, so...
And a Monastery Swift Spear, still only single land. So that is going to be problematic, but he seems to be applying a decent amount of pressure.
Mhm.
Ryan going into a Darkslick Shores now has a Spellstutter Sprite, so if he stays on a single land, that's going to become problematic. Has the Searing Blaze, and
Looks like he's still on one land.
looks like he's still on one land, but his hand is loaded otherwise.
Yeah, it really is.
So if he ever gets to the point of being able to cast those spells, it's going to turn around pretty nicely.
Yep.
The only problem is that he does need to get to that point. So here's a swing for 3, and we've got a
Trigger
trigger.
Goblin Guide. It's
Looks like a negate, which going to be a really nice piece
not
against
that
this.
bad.
And I think we're going to see a disfigure on this Monastery Swift Spear.
Yes.
But might actually go for the Goblin Guide, just reading that there may be a spell.
Mhm.
If he goes for the Monastery Swift Spear, could pay for it in the form of a bolt, something like that. Yep, so going for the correct creature. And it looks like Eric not going for something before dealing combat damage, instead suspending a Rift Bolt. That is going to make for a pretty sizable Monastery Swift Spear, but Eric's still stuck on a single land. That is going to help out significantly.
Well, it looks like Ryan has a Vampiric Link, so I would imagine the Link is probably going to get put on the Swift Spear.
Right, and it very much depends on what Eric has got in hand. If he has a Destructive Revelry, we could see him still point that Rift Bolt at the opponent. But actually, Ryan just passing and having his own trouble with mana, so he's on 2.
Okay.
And now that he's tapped out, this is the time for Eric to get this land. Got the perfect
There's the land.
And this is the time for him to apply as much pressure as possible.
Yep.
Him being tapped out, if he has an Eidolon to put down, this is where you want to land whatever is... Ooh, and this is going to be 6 damage. So putting his opponent down to 8, that's going to be pretty effective.
Yep. Although I think... I don't know. I think I would have played the Eidolon there. I think it's pretty close.
I kind of have to agree that it's iffy. Getting the value off of this one, I mean, putting him down to 8 means that once you resolve that Eidolon, the options get slimmer.
Yeah.
But I agree that it's a very iffy spot. But the fact that he has a Dispel in hand and then what appears to be Doomblade means that might have actually been the right call.
Yeah.
That way, he's still on that 2 lane, but you attack. He probably has an instant at this point to try and bait out. And if he's going to go, ooh, and this Smother means that he's tapped out, dropping the Eidolon this turn.
Yeah.
And that means that Ryan is in a very bad position, especially because he's missing land drops.
Yeah.
Ideally, he can cast a 4-drop and not take damage 2 turns from now.
Yeah.
So I think that Eric may have taken this game under control with a very dangerous board. And actually, that Vampiric Link, if he doesn't have the Destructive Revelry, he's going down to 6 for this.
And Ryan actually has the Dispel.
Ryan has the Dispel. So that might turn this game around entirely.
That's just
I think a Grim Lavamancer is exactly what you're looking for. That is going to gain him 2 life, but then you're able to take down your own Eidolon without actually gaining him any more life. Oh, please put down the Grim Lavamancer and see that. Can we pull up Smother? Yes, we can. Smoother. Whoops.
Smoother.
Man, why do I not have that altered to say Smoother? Ooh, and actually,
so this is going to gain Ryan 4 life.
But then he can't gain life this turn if he chooses the option.
He dispelled it.
Okay. So it ends up gaining him 4 life. And he's actually going to be... he takes 2, so it actually only gains him 2, in theory.
Well, no, because the Eidolon dealt 2 for the Atarkus command and then 2 for the Dispel.
But he took 2 to cast the Dispel.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it ended up equalizing.
Right.
He swung for 2, which ended up equalizing the damage. Yep. Exactly. This is amazing. Oh, man. And it would actually just be an attack for 3. You would have a 1/2 Swift Spear that gets +1/+1 from prowess, and then +1/+1 from it. And now he's going to be going up to 10. Now he's still stuck. So next turn, this is where we need to see Ryan probably actively use a kill spell if he's got one, which I think he does.
I think he's got a Doomblade.
And this is where he wants to use it.
He's got an Inquisition and a Doomblade.
Okay.
So cast both.
So wants to go for that Eidolon and he might take this game off of the power of a Vampiric Link on an Eidolon.
Yeah. And then I think if I was Eric, I would definitely go for the discard spell.
Okay. And actually, I think you're right that they missed the Rift Bolt prowess trigger, but at this point, it's a little bit too far to go back.
Yeah.
And has some ways to gain life. He would technically net a single life.
He is going to show him a fairy.
And that's a misbind click with no fairies on the battlefield.
Yep.
Eric in a weird position.
Wow.
Pretty much just needs to get a creature out. If I'm Eric, I'm probably going to slow down. He's going to end up gaining life.
Yeah.
But I'm going to keep creatures from being on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Eventually get down something that's going to wear him out over time.
There's a suspended one.
And I guess just because that's technically going to deal 1 damage to him.
Yeah.
Man, that is absurdly brutal.
I think all Ryan wants to do is draw lands.
Ryan definitely, if he can dig it and passes back.
Yep, there's a trigger.
And I think we are going to see...
I think it's going to deal more damage to him than it is going to deal damage to his opponent.
And a Cryptic Command.
Counter draw.
This is amazing.
That land should be untapped.
Which one?
The mountain, since it's on his upkeep.
Since what's up? At his upkeep?
He cast the, he suspended that and then it came off suspend.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What? Just say, why do you have 2 lands tapped? Okay.
Eric. Eric, basic mountain should be untapped. Yeah.
Unless you cast something.
Yep.
Alright, so we've got a swing for 2, and I mean to end up equalizing because he gained some life off of that.
Yeah.
So this is the part where he's going to want to start taking down the creatures, but if he can just get in with this Goblin Guide,
Yeah.
this is kind of his out, and if he can get into a Destructive Reverie, then that's going to help out a lot. But he's looking at actually a pretty solid hand, all
It's not
things
bad.
considered.
It's not bad.
Man. Bringing in these Helixes, definitely interesting, but going for another Inquisition and probably going to be taking that other Helix.
Yeah, probably.
Just prevents him from gaining any amount of life.
Uh,
And, you know,
let's
this
see.
is
I
okay.
think do you want to dispel this?
Probably. I mean, it means that you gain life, and
Yeah.
he goes down to 5, you go to 14,
Yep.
and then you get to take a Searing Blaze.
Yeah.
So now he's empty-handed, and you are still have 2 cards in hand, and now basically he is trying to do the Goblin Guide beats from 5 life.
Yep.
And
What's no? Okay, good. What's going on here? I'm so confused.
I'm pretty sure that was on Ryan's turn, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was all on Ryan's turn.
He has 3 lands tapped.
Yeah.
Okay, I got
Okay.
it. That was weird.
That was odd.
Okay, I was like Inquisition, and then I'll pass the turn to myself.
I didn't know Inquisition. Ooh.
So he gets Ryan getting a land, and pretty much anything that he gets to remove this creature is going to close out the game. And I think that he got more Inquisitions.
It's not bad.
I think he has Mistbind Clicks, but no fairies. He might have a hand of I mean, I don't want to say it,
Yeah.
but is there the mild chance that he can take this game? Reveals a
Theoretically.
Rift Bolt off the top. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't just suspend that to deal 1 damage, but
Well, he would go to 3 in that
but I
case.
think he just has Mistbind Clicks and counter spells.
I think he's a spell stutter.
And if he... my goodness. There is the tiny
Yeah.
chance that Eric can get this. And I don't want to oversell it, but
Atarka's command.
I mean, players can't gain life. It means that you can actually attack with your Eidolon.
Yeah.
So I think it's worth casting this one just to find out. Should have shot his own Eidolon. Yes, but every spell that he had the opportunity to, he...
Okay, it doesn't matter, but...
Yeah. Every spell that he had the opportunity to cast it,
Yeah.
it got countered. So he has not been able to kill his own Eidolon. He
Yep.
tried. And here is where... oh no, you can't hit that with the Atarka's command.
Nope.
So that is going to be impactful. Probably choosing can't
There's a
gain life.
trigger there.
But he's going to be taking 2 here.
And he does actually gain 2 life for the trigger on the stack.
Yep. So he'll be going up to 14.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. This
Yeah.
is interesting.
And then the Mistbind Click comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
And champions that.
As for
Okay.
what triggers he's missing, I'm not sure which ones that you mean. If you mean the Eidolon triggers against Ryan, it's because they equalize out with the Vampiric Link.
Yeah.
So technically he loses life, then goes back up.
Yeah.
But is that what you are referring to?
I'm not sure.
I assume so. But
Wow.
that was
That
the
was
power.
something.
That was the power of Vampiric Link,
Yep.
and it hurt me. It hurt me deep. It hurt me so deep. So, let's go ahead and head back up to the booth, and I guess we'll try and get another match.
Yeah, I'll try.
We'll see you up, and let's get another game going.
Yeah.
Wow. Watched Burn lose in the finals to Fairy, so Fairy's actually taking the win there, which is pretty impressive, all things considered. I will definitely be getting a list from him. He's already aware to send me one, so I gave him email and phone number, and we will be getting that. It is going to be amazing. So, by the way, to Awful Waffle, every time that Eric cast a spell, it dealt 2 damage to Eric, which meant that his opponent gained 2 life. It is phenomenal. It is all kinds of cool stuff. So that Vampiric Link is very powerful. We're going to try and get some other stuff going. And thank you to everybody for joining. My name is TJ, and Coleman is my good co-host tonight, though he is finding us another match to have on the camera at the moment. I'm very excited to have all of you here, and I know that I mentioned it previously a couple of times, but just to toss that out, you know, I'm not sure if I'm at a point in which I get to request favors, but I've got two. I guess, so, tomorrow I will be making a Reddit post, and if you aren't on there, you don't have to go wildly out of the way, but I'll be putting a post out there to basically let people know about the GPT and also let people know about our stream schedule and tell them, hey, come on and join us. It's a great time. I hope that you enjoy it. Come have some fun. Watch this GPT. Get us to 500. That's this kind of stuff. And hopefully you are all... so, that's one. If you could find your way to Reddit, if you're on there already, if you could do anything that you can to help out as far as recommending it to other people, tossing a comment on there, I'll be putting it into Modern Magic and then likely cross-posting it onto just Magic TCG. I'm considering crossing it onto Spikes. What do you think? I'll ask that as well. If I should put it on Spikes, let me know, and I can do that one as well if I should cross-post it to all three of those subreddits. The second thing is that if you could... follow me on Twitter. And you don't have to, and if you don't use Twitter, that's fine. I'm still getting used to it myself. But I will be linking that particular thread into I'll link it when I post it so that anybody who is following there can find it. And that's also where you'll see anytime that I link up a new deck list that I put online and also let people know when we're streaming. So it does help me communicate with you in a bit of a better way. I can let you know if anything ever comes up, and also just cool things that are happening as we go about it. And as I start to get more of an audience on there, I can start maybe just doing some surveys or asking questions on there as to ideas that we have and see what people can think. So those are my two favors. If that is something that you are open to doing, I would genuinely appreciate it a lot. But I understand if that's not something that you are in the interest of doing. So, it's either way, but we're going to try and get back to the Magic very shortly. It is going to be a lot of fun. Brandon talking about the casual REL, certainly a decent point. That one would be more talking about the GPT, but that's a good point. And I think at a certain point we'll have to up it. But for now, I'm okay with us being at a casual REL. I think it lightens it up a decent amount. Maybe, but that is a solid point. I think I'll probably just keep it to Magic TCG and to Modern Magic. I can dig that. I can dig that idea. It'll be a lot of fun. So, thank you to all of you who are able to do that. I do appreciate it a lot, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I've been looking forward to Saturday for quite some time. Now, for those of you who are wondering, do I have to wait all the way until Saturday? No. We stream 3 times a week, which means that this Friday we'll be streaming at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time, though it will be Legacy instead, which hopefully will be an absolute blast. I'm not actually sure who I've scheduled to be my co-host since Joe will be out. He is going to be going to a convention. So I guess I will have to find a co-host for that, but that's not going to be too bad. All things considered, I think it'll be alright, and I should be able to find one. I'm not super concerned about it. Other than that, big things coming up. We should be having a Modern No Ban list in April. Hopefully we will be getting some other large events. A lot of people have asked, so we should be trying to get into the Pauper meta, and we're going to try and start streaming Pauper as we go into the summer. SCG Viewbot, it is this Saturday. I'm sorry that you have to work. We will be recording it and putting it up onto YouTube, but also, hey, you can always tell your friends. Maybe? I'll toss it out. People are more than welcome to tell their friends, but I don't really expect you to. Either way, I'm excited. I am genuinely excited about that stream all the time. It's one of the big things that I am looking forward to, and I'm extremely thrilled that with the new job that I am starting that I will still be able to do this, and in fact, it might actually lead to me streaming more, but through a different avenue. So one thing to keep in mind over the next 3 or so months. To Jazzy Horde, any other matches tonight? We are finding out right now. Coleman is out there trying to find another match as we speak, so we should be trying to get another one on there. If not, then we'll be trying to go to at least, playing some 6 words, hanging out a little bit before calling it a night. Though, I will probably be calling it fairly soon. So, we will definitely find out. Yeah, it is a little bit odd that the Viewbot doesn't show up on there, but one thing to keep in mind as I was going into that is I am looking at eventually I should be moving into an apartment that will have significantly better internet. in the next couple months, and I'm have I looked into doing actually back note. I've actually thought about doing some MTGO streaming. So when I get into that place with better internet, I would likely set up a desktop, and I am considering going into the MTGO streaming. But one of the things as we get closer to that, and I guess anytime until then, if you have thoughts on it, is I'm really curious as to if people would be interested in that. Most likely I would do maybe a little bit of drafting, but more constructed. I'd probably play a lot of Modern, do some of the leagues there, maybe dive into Standard if it's interesting, maybe do some Legacy, and I guess the occasional draft in which I will almost always force red and have some fun with that. It's something that I'm interested in. If people are interested in me doing it as far as streaming goes, then it's something that I can investigate. Mario or Sonic, I'm going to say Mario. Never played Sonic. Actually didn't. Yeah. So I never really played the Sonic games, so I'm definitely in the ballpark of Mario there. And to Kodiak, have a good night. I will take that picture of the space that we were working with, and hopefully you'll be able to back up and tell people, yeah, it's a pretty small space that they're working with. You know what? I forced Mono Red in a Chaos draft last night, and actually did very, very well. Went undefeated, so that was fun. Ended up splitting an unpack with someone because I had to go home. And got, I don't know, what was it? The Crimson Burning Fire of Crimson Fire Burning, whatever that one is. That's all sideways and so cool, super cool. I know. I didn't play a whole lot of video games when I was a kid. My first console was the Xbox, and even then, basically I had to be social as a kid. That was it. I had to go outside and find people because I couldn't play that many games, which, as it turns out, has led to my unusual ability to pretty much constantly talk, which I think is going to be beneficial, especially if I do end up going into the MTGO streaming. You would watch me lose to good decks with Burn? That's fair enough. That is fair enough. On the one hand, you want to build your Legacy and Modern decks on MTGO and stream them for laughs, but on the other hand, I don't really want to drop that money on cards. Understandable. So, one of the things that if I am getting a decent audience doing it, it certainly gives me, at least at the back of my mind, a justification for spending money on MTGO. But also it means because I don't really compete that much these days, but I do intend to start grinding some kind of circuit, either GP circuit or the open circuit. Online is going to give me a lot of opportunities to start grinding, at least for like dailies, leagues, things like that, because I do a decent amount of playing. But as far as competing, while I still do well when I dive back into it, I'd like to at least have that consistent practice, and that would really enable me to do that as well. So I'd be a little bit more willing to sink some money into that, try out some interesting decks, and if people send me sweet lists, then I'd probably be open to it depending on what it is. Did everything as a kid, outside, inside, video games. I did a little bit of everything, but a lot of being social. If I wanted to play video games, I had to go to a friend's house, which meant that I had to have a lot of friends who had sweet video games. I'm too young for the good Sonic games. Yeah, I'm 23, so probably didn't have a lot of time for that one, but didn't play a ton of the Sonic games.
I just want to ask you, as far as those games went, did you see any misplays?
Keeping in the Eidolons, mostly the biggest thing was that you didn't go for the Destructive Revelry immediately in the game too.
Okay.
And instead went for the Eidolon, but nonetheless, say hi to everybody. Just say hi.
Hi. Oh, hi.
No, here.
Hi. Hi.
This is the guy that was playing the Burn deck. When was the last time you played Magic before tonight?
Other actual competitive Magic, probably 3 or 4 or 5 months, something like that.
Okay, and when's the last time you competed in Magic?
Oh, okay.
About 4 years?
Yeah, a long time.
Okay. This is Eric, everybody. He was in the finals, and unfortunately got beaten by a Vampiric Link, which was pretty sweet.
I was playing Burn. I didn't really expect to make it to the finals anyways, but
He's a hater of Burn.
I love Burn. Burn is great. I wouldn't have asked for it.
He's just doing that because he likes me. Thanks, man. Turns out I lent out like 5 decks tonight. It was awesome. Nice. And apparently my decks did well.
Yeah.
What did you side in? That's a great question. You brought in the Helixes. I saw that.
I brought in the Helixes after game 1, after game 2. I think that might have been a mistake. But the reason I brought it in was just because I thought he might have brought in Cut Bitter Blossom.
Uh-huh.
And I thought he might have cut, I thought he obviously cut a lot of his life gain, but I thought maybe he would be trying to pressure my life total. I didn't know exactly what he brought in, and I was guessing, I guess.
Did you say he cut life gain?
No,
Yeah,
he cut
there's-
his damage. Sorry, damage to himself. Excuse me,
Okay.
not life gain. Damage to
Yeah,
himself.
I was
Life
gonna say.
gain, yeah.
I mean,
No,
it's
no, he
likely
cut
that
life
he
gain.
cut the small. So.
But I'm fine. If he cuts that, that's great for me.
Yeah, definitely. I think after you saw the Vampiric Link, taking out the Eidolon might have been the right play. I'm still iffy on that one. I haven't really tested the
Like,
Eidolon.
I didn't know how many he had in his board. He didn't show more than one, so maybe it was a 1-0 side tech, and it's like, Eidolon's really great in the matchup anyways.
I think it's 2. I think Coleman's ready to jump in because we've got.
Okay, my bad.
That's a sweet one. Thanks for coming in and talking about your things. We did an interview. Where was the Destructive Revelry? I think it came in and. Did you keep it in post sideboard?
I kept in one. I cut the other one because I didn't see any. Because again, I thought I cut Bear Blossom. But
Oh, okay,
that's neither here
but
nor there.
Vampiric Link.
Yeah, Vampiric Link was for me.
He took out one of them for game 3, and we have got a match. And I think one of them is Mono Bluetron. I don't know what he is on. So,
This is basically the Sun Titan mirror.
is it really?
Yeah.
So this is blue white
It's
control.
Esper. It's Esper Sun Titan versus blue white mid range.
Okay. Oh, and is Bart on blue white mid range?
Yeah.
Okay. So blue white mid range
I saw 4 reflector mages.
versus what I assume to be Ian Hathaway.
Yeah.
All right. So for those of you who are looking for some control magic, congratulations, we got there. So we got Esper control.
They're going into game 3.
Excellent. This is exactly
It's
what
probably
we're looking
going to end in a draw.
for.
But
Whoops! Did I never update the round? Did I never hit save? I entered it but never hit save. Okay, what's the timer on theirs?
there's about 1.5 minutes left.
Okay, so this is not going to be lasting
No.
long.
No. They got about a 1 minute extension.
Okay, so let's head on down, have some fun, and then we'll be pretty close to calling it a night. I gotta
Yep.
go to sleep. I'm waking
That's
up in about 6 hours.
Yeah, I know.
About 5 actually.
Yeah.
5.5. Heading down. For those of you wondering, what's Esper Emeria? Well, luckily, like I mentioned, that I have a bunch of deck lists that I'm waiting on people who I've communicated with, and I'm
Yep.
just waiting for them to get to me. This Esper Emeria is one of them. So, hopefully in the next week or so, we should be able to get that onto the Tapped Out account. Again, if you find yourself following me on Twitter,
Yeah.
I will be letting you know about it and sending tweeting? Tweeting? Is that the word?
I think
I'll be
that's the word.
tweeting out a link to it, along with, I don't know. Sometimes I do an unnecessary amount of hashtags. I've slowed down on that a bit.
It's always the hashtag hash browns.
True. If anybody was aware of my previous hashtag use, which was excessive to say the least, compared to the recent one, should I go back, or is this better? I'm actually curious, because I was having a lot of fun writing out as many, elaborate... Basically, I tried to get it to where there was 0 characters left.
Oh,
with
really?
exactsies with hashtags, yeah. With just making up whatever I wanted to do
Don't
with
know
hashtags.
if I could do that.
Where did we get that music from? It is from a YouTube channel called No Copyright Sounds. It is called Nekozilla, Nekozilla, by Different Heaven. It's a sweet song. So, we have got, and this, I'm going to remember, is Aether Spell?
Aether Spellbound.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's make sure before I say it, because last time I spaced on the name, but yeah, it's an Aether Spellbomb.
Yep.
Followed by a Wall of Omens, Ian on 2 lands, one of them being a Ghost Quarter, which is going to be decent. Probably going to be trying to target utility land of Bart's. Being on blue-white means that Celestial
Drowsy
Colonnade,
Displacer.
definitely an option. So, cracking the Spellbomb to draw a card, and we have got Speed Control Magic. Love it. Yeah. It's excellent. Going for a Thoughtseize, so going to be going down to...
It's a worship.
that is a Worship, a Sun Titan, a Cryptic Command,
Like Geist Saint Trapped, Reflector Mage,
a Spell Snare, and Displacer.
and Eldrazi
What a
Displacer.
stacked hand. That is gloriously cool.
Yeah.
So, they have got a pretty quick extension, and do you think that we're going to be able to see the end of this game?
I don't think so.
I mean, they're playing at a pretty sweet pace.
I mean, we're going to see the end of the game in that we are going to see when the game ends.
Yep.
But I don't think it's going to end in a result.
pathing his own Wall of Omens to get up to 5 mana. Now, Ian is at 18 because of that Thoughtseize, but
I don't think the life totals are going to be super relevant.
no, most likely we're going to draw, and I think that they're aware of their life totals, but if not, we'll keep track of it for them.
Yeah.
So,
it's
tapping
Sun Titan.
5, and, is that 6? Drops a land, gets
Wall.
6, brings back
Wall
in,
of Omens is exiled.
and brings back the Spellbomb. That's going to be able to draw him a card as well. That is a super fast acceleration here. You have them?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, if you either want to leave them with Dylan, that would work best for me.
And
and I
I'll
can-
just get the Thoughtseizes later.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, let me get those for you. let me get those for you. See, so
Oh.
many people borrow my cards. It's actually fun. All right, and apparently Coleman is going out to do something. I mean, that is fast mana for a control deck. Have a good night.
Yep.
So,
you I'd win with them for you.
that's true, and I need that list.
Oh, I texted it to you.
Oh, did you? Perfect. So, I do have a list in the waiting now. Aether Spellbomb and a Sun Titan. I have to say, for a control deck, that was a pretty fast way to get...
They're entering turns right now.
Okay. So, I mean, all things considered, actually Ian might win.
Yeah, it's weird. Oh, the Sun Titan. The Reflector Mage isn't going to do.
Ooh, actually, he can bounce his... Oh, okay, I was going to say he can bounce his own Sun Titan actually
that's
in
true.
response with the Spellbomb, too,
Yeah.
if needed. So hitting that, does Ian win this? Because he can just crack
He
the
goes
Spellbomb
1,
to draw a card.
3, 5.
He's going to draw a card, put it down. He's going to be going... He needs... So if they're on turn 1 right now,
Yeah, this is turn 1.
he has 3 swings.
That's
it
the
takes
second
3
Sun
swings.
Titan.
This is amazing!
Wow.
This is going to be the greatest speed magic I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell Ian he's at 18 because of the Thoughtseize.
Oh, man. This is glorious. I cannot wait to get this.
Oh,
I can't
wow.
wait to get this deck list. So
This is...
I think he's going to basically crack this to... He might crack the Spellbomb to... Or attack,
Yep.
bring back the Spellbomb.
Mhm.
If he has another land, crack it to draw a card, play the
The second Sun Titan.
and
yeah.
get it back. Which would be just the coolest. And he has a Detention Sphere in hand as well for any kind of threats that come out. This is
Wow.
just glorious. And I'm not actually seeing another Sun Titan.
He drew a second Sun Titan.
Oh, you're
That's a
right.
second
Yeah,
Sun
yeah,
Titan.
yeah, that is. Okay, this is great. Now, Bart,
Wow.
ooh, and apparently Bart has a Verdict in hand. If he gets up to his 4th land, then he's going to be wiping the board, which is
Yeah.
going to destroy all of the glorious progress. Unless Ian plays, looks like playing somewhat strategic. And the interesting thing is,
Goes to 8.
that Spellbomb allows for a lot of cool things to where this Supreme Verdict, if he doesn't play this Sun Titan, then he can actually use this Spellbomb to bounce his own Sun Titan. Or Spellbombs can do all kinds of
Yeah.
weird stuff with it.
Yep.
So this is super, super cool. As far as speed magic goes, I'm actually pretty impressed.
Yeah, me too.
And I think what I'd like, and okay, going
He's just
for
going
it.
to get the land back.
Now, if he... and that leaves him with 2 land. I think he might have a mana leak in hand.
Well, he can't leak a Verdict.
Oh, you're right, because it can't be counted. You're right. You are correct,
Doesn't actually
sir.
look like he has a Verdict. Maybe
But
I just saw that wrong.
He does have enough mana to bounce one of his own Titans if he gets this land, which he did. So we're going to see a Supreme Verdict, likely bounce his own Sun Titan in response.
That's no. I don't see a Verdict. I see a Cryptic.
Maybe a Cryptic, maybe a Worship that he saw?
I know he still has a Worship.
Okay, so it doesn't look like there might be a Verdict,
Yeah.
possibly hiding behind something, but at
Maybe.
least we're not seeing it. Okay.
So this is turn 2.
I mean, oh, okay. I thought you meant of the game. I was like, that's not right.
Yeah.
Then
This
this
is the
definitely
second
past
turn.
mana.
This is turn 2 of extra turns.
Oh my goodness. So that means that Ian has got enough time to
Is
do
it
some more
Fiend
times.
Hunter? Oh, this is not going to end well for Bart.
No, because especially this Detention Sphere.
He's got an Aether Spellbomb.
I mean, he has an Aether Spellbomb to where he can just remove the creature.
He's just
Don't do
gonna
it in
draw a
response
card?
to the
No.
trigger.
I was just going to draw a
Oh,
card?
okay. That's
That's not cool.
I think part of that is because next turn all he needs to do is
I mean, he has a path.
he has a path and a Detention Sphere.
But
So
like bouncing it to his hand is funnier.
it actually gives him the win this turn.
Yeah.
Unless
I mean,
Bart
he can
has
also
a path.
path right here. But like,
But he, at the end step,
yeah.
that's, I guess, true. And that would just give him the win. So we're going to see that. And let's see the win. All right.
You can't spell snare that.
No.
He gets a trigger on it.
And that is a win.
Wow.
That was amazing.
That's insane.
Oh, that is super cool. That was some amazing
Yeah,
control
that
magic.
was kind of insane.
All right, so I'm going to say it's almost midnight. All right, so we are going to say, how about 5 minutes of 6 words? We're going to do a speed round of 6 words. If you've got questions, start putting them in as we're about to transfer back. We'll power through them, and then we will call it a night. But don't worry, we will have a lot of time to hang out on Saturday.
Yeah.
We'll see you there. Get those in. It's going to be a speed round. Let's have some fun. I cannot wait to get that list back now. I hope that you have a great night. We're going to be here for just another couple of minutes, so
Yep.
if any come in, but if none come in, then I guess that means that we're going to be calling
guess
it a
that's
night
it.
otherwise.
Nice.
Yes, but again, you know, I know that it is a big favor to ask, but I am just going to say, if you could help out with that Reddit post in any kind of
Yep.
way, it would honestly mean the world to me to see
Hit him with the
something
up
like-
numbers.
Hit those up numbers would help out immensely, and it might help us get to that 500 point, which
Yep.
really just means that we're going to be embarrassing ourselves, which is
Yep.
important. Least favorite book, 6 words. Least favorite book, man, ooh. What's the card book? It's called Destroy This Book. Explanatory. I'm not a big fan of damaging books,
okay.
so I'm a bit of a bibliophile. And there's a book that is now. It gets by because it's genuinely designed. It says destroy this book, and every page is a new way to destroy the book of like things to do with it, and to like tie it in public place and see what people draw on this page, and just invite people. And it's all kinds of stuff,
Wow.
which is kind of cool conceptually.
Yeah.
But from the purpose of just kind of destroying literature, even though it's loosely literature, it's on iffy ground with me. I
Yeah.
appreciate it as a concept, but I
Huh.
don't really appreciate it as someone who is just a lover of books.
Yeah.
So,
I think Twilight still counts for this.
okay.
Yeah.
Dream job, city planner, currently a permit technician. So, starting at the
There you
bottom,
go.
and
and then now you're here.
yeah, and this one is not temporary like some previous
Yeah,
ones that I
there you go.
had, so I am in a good position to possibly move forward in a really good way. What's your dream job?
Ideally, I would love to be a scriptwriter.
Ooh, okay. Now I will say, as a backup, I'd be pro. I mean,
I'd be pro.
like,
I'd be
this was
pro.
my backup. Like, part of the reason why I want to grind and stuff like that. If I can find any kind of way to make money producing Magic content.
Oh yeah, that's true. I guess that would also be my
True, that's
backup.
not really pro, but if
Yeah.
I can find a way to make money being a Magic content producer, then it's definitely something that I'm interested in.
Oh, it was at 7. I apologize.
Ooh, Coleman always.
Ugh.
Yeah, you are 5 or 7. You are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nightmare job, something where I'm not having fun. Honestly, that's the most important thing to me, is enjoying my job. So,
Anything involving retail. Did it once.
okay. Link the Reddit post. I will link the Reddit post through my Twitter, and I will do anything that I can to post it. I might try and, I mean, if I can find a way to link it on Friday for Legacy, it'll be
Yeah.
like 24 hours after it. But if you guys can secondary boost it, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I can always appreciate anybody helping. Making Magic the state game of Washington would be the
Ooh,
coolest
that'd
thing.
be cool.
I'll start campaigning soon. I
Put
said
that paperwork in.
I said that I wouldn't get political. Now it's time.
Walk up to it like some kind of rally. How do you feel about making Magic the national game?
You mean like
a
magic
hard
tricks?
question.
They're not tricks, they're illusions. And Lord of Unreal makes it all worthwhile.
Yep.
I do love that Lord of Unreal looks like Job, the guy who says they're not
Yeah.
tricks, they're
Yeah,
illusions.
looks like Will Arnett.
Oh god,
Great.
it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Now I really want to watch Arrested Development.
Art imitating life.
Oh,
You don't need
right.
an excuse to watch Arrested Development.
That's true. Any other quick questions? Otherwise, it's pretty much
Yep.
time for me to go home and wake up in about 5 hours. Yay! I've decided I'm going to have Jace with blue cheese for flavor purposes. Huh, makes sense.
There you go.
Good for you.
Mhm.
My Tybalt is going to be delicious. I cannot wait to get to 500 viewers and eat
Yep.
a tasty, tasty Tybalt. All right, and it looks
All right.
like we're probably going to call it a night, so thank you to everybody. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow
Yep.
button. I know that I say it a lot, but it does mean a lot to us, so we're hoping to see this continue to grow in a lot of big ways. But I got to say, we got about 20 people today, which is very exciting for
Yeah.
me. So thank you so much, and I hope to see you next time, either
Mhm.
for Legacy or definitely on this GPT.
Definitely. Yeah.
You guys are the thing that I look forward to most. Can't wait to see you again. But from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, my name is TJ,
I'm Coleman.
and have a good night, everybody.
Peace.